what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. Just say yourself and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. Just say what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever day it is in your time zone, whatever time of day it is in your time zone. Today is December 21st, Saturday of 2024. This is NCCTV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. And communist invading radicals. Trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell, in this late-stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Shake your Gurgas. Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason, Shaky Gurga... Natalie, were you able to get that to work? I don't think it's showing up. I don't think it's showing up on screen anymore. I don't know why that is. Did they ban Shaky Gurga? Was it too strong? It was too strong. It was too powerful. Unlike the TYT army, which is not too strong. Let's try that again. Yeah, 2 shakes on the Gurga and no result. Oh well. At least the Capuchin still works. I'm happy about that. Here we go. Wait, I feel like we have a holidays version of this song. Let me see if I can dig this out. Chat, it's time to get out the Christmas decorations. There it is. Oh my god. Are you ready for the holiday version of this song? There we go. Can you tell the difference? It's subtle. Are you feeling the holiday spirit? Are you feeling like you might be visited by 3 ghosts? That's what I'm asking. You hate the holidays anyway? I mean, look, it's not an actual holiday song. Okay, I totally get you for not wanting to hear more holiday music when it's blasted at you everywhere you go. There we go. Okay, that's the music I was looking for. It's like the Christmas decorations. Oh my god, chat. Why do Anna and Cenk have to keep doing this? That's my question. Why do they insist on talking about the people that are calling them out? They literally name dropped, let's see, the Vanguard, Dan from the Internet, Ben Dixon, Mondale. Am I missing anybody else? They're name dropping all the left maxers, which probably is not a great idea. If you're Anna and Cenk, it's a good idea for them. It's helpful to the people whose names they're mentioning. But yeah, Anna does not look good. Anna does not look good. You've lost control. You've gone ultra left. Here, let me see if I can bring chat up on screen. You're hyper left now? Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm going to give you the Evangelion congratulations. You know what I mean when you just you repeat congratulations over and over and over again? We got the shaky Gurgas in YouTube chat. It shows me... Yeah. It shows you in chat. It just doesn't show it on the stream. It doesn't show it here, right? See, like, if I type in... If I type in this, I get... Wait, do I? There we go. It just takes a second. See, that does something. If I type in Shaky Gurga like Natalie just did, it doesn't do anything. And I'm just wondering why. Cenk has a mind? I don't know. It's been consumed by hate. It's been consumed by hate, Saphira. Anna got the same brainworms as RFK Jr. Oh, they're sinking minds. I get it. I see what that reference. What about us? Meow? I mean, do you hear that? The difference is that there's like now a sleigh bell song, like as percussion. That's the subtle difference. I thought it was more pronounced than that, but I guess not. Oh my god, I'm shaking the camera. Cenk has gone to the dark side. Started on the dark side, so the like the darker side. What's up, McGoggles? What's up, Shaky Gurga? Shaking the Gurga. So the problem was I was tapping my toe. Like I can mimic the tambourine thing, but I can't. If I start like if I go like this, that's when the camera shakes. I don't know. Is it a cool effect? Maybe it's a cool effect. I'm shaking things up. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm sort of known for that, right? Shaking things up.
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $5. Dan just finished an awesome stream with Vanguard and now another awesome stream with Irene.
Yeah, and I'll try to give you some stuff that that maybe Silly and Billy didn't cover today, right? The going later, you know, having my stream time be a little bit later has some benefits, and that being that something that happens later in the day I can cover. So that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, earthquake. Oh my god, am I that? You're making me feel like I need to lose some weight, Solid V2. No, I know you're not actually saying that. As a Blue Oyster Cult fan, I never... Oh god, cowbells are great. Yeah. Cowbells are great. You Cypher bumping the Pink Floyd? No, you don't really bump Pink Floyd, do you? Pink Floyd is like... What do you do? What would the equivalent of bump be for Pink Floyd? Anybody want to tell me? Finally got Caves of Quad. Now it's 1.0. Wait, are you talking about a video game? The solution is always more cowboy. What is that? BOC? Blue Oyster Cult? Is that what BOC is? I don't really know much about Blue Oyster Cult. Honestly, I've heard Don't Fear the Reaper and a few other songs, but I really don't know that much about Blue Oyster Cult. I feel like there's more songs that they have than just that. Like, right, they have more hit songs than just that. All right, there we go. We're ready to go, chat. We're ready to go. So, if you don't know, Cenk Uygur was also on a Charlie Kirk. What is this called? It's a Turning Point USA event Cenk was at tonight, so... Also, chat, I want to let you know I messed with the audio a little bit, so let me know if anything is not the way that it should be, right? If the audio is bad in any way. I feel like the audio was a little too hot the past few streams when I was trying to edit them. There was, the sound was just a little too live, so I turned it down. Hopefully I didn't turn it down too far though. Merry Griffmas from TYT. So many nice griffs. Yeah, so many griffs under the tree. Any Amy Winehouse fans there? I mean... But yeah, Izzy, thank you for the super chat. And thank you for getting us started on... I'm back? I didn't realize I was gone. Oh, back. Yeah, because I took a couple days off. That's true. That's true. And now my brain doesn't work. No, it sort of works. All right, so what do we got so far? Got the possibility of bonus content tonight. That's when I stay on a little bit extra. Usually actually not a little bit extra. Some of these segments are quite long. I stay on for an extra segment. That's what that means. So we're at 5% thanks to the generous super chat from Izzy. And if we get to 100% by the end of the stream, then we're either going to see what is Peter Thiel's favorite podcast. I bet you could guess. Some of you could guess. What happened when Jamie Peck went on Chris Cuomo? Some of you may have seen that already. What did J.K. Rowling say to Brianna Wu? It's not nothing. She said something. They talked. They had a conversation. They hashed it out. And what was Shapiro's review of Wicked like? So that's what we're possibly getting into today after the stream. We're going to watch, this right here. This is Turning Point USA. Cenk Uygur's appearance. Exciting, exciting. What did Cenk Uygur say to Charlie Kirk? Did he try to work it out with the activist right? Sorry, not the activist, the populist right? Is this the Vanguard raid? I don't know. If so, welcome. Welcome raiders, welcome streamers. I don't know. I assume that Zach and Gavin probably just log off after stream. They streamed for a long time, so that's usually what I do too. Sometimes I raid into a Twitch channel, and I'm not really in the chat. But yeah, just remember. Oh my gosh, that's the wrong thing, isn't it? Let's try to fix that really quick. All right, so here we go. Dono goal at 5%. If it gets to 100% by the end of the stream, we'll see an extra segment, right? Will it be Peter Thiel's favorite podcast? Will it be Jamie Peck goes on Chris Cuomo? Will it be J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu? Will it be Shapiro reviews Wicked? Only you can decide, and you can decide by voting. If you haven't voted already, the polls are now open on YouTube. If you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to come on over to YouTube just to make your voice heard. I'm not telling you to change your platform. You watch me wherever you want to watch me, right? But you can come over if you want to vote, because that's where the poll is. And while you're there, why not leave me a like, since that helps me out a lot and I appreciate it greatly. Right now, J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu is our number one option. That's got 38% behind it. Jamie Peck goes on Chris Cuomo, has got 27% in second place. Shapiro reviews Wicked in third place at 19%. And Peter Thiel's favorite podcast. Do people chat? Do you know about Dime Square? Does chat recognize that? Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, bringing us up to 20% of the dono goal. That's a nice fraction. And I love fractions. That's 1/5, I believe. It's a fraction that we're at right now. So yeah, we're 1/5 of the way there already. Thank you so much, Izzy. That's really sweet of you. Very kind of you. Wait, Mo subs, Mo problems? Wait, what's up with Mo subs, Mo problems? Put my vote for Jamie Peck. I got you. Oh yeah, look at that. So look at this. Do you see how this works? Izzy donated and then said Jamie Peck. So look at that right there. Jamie Peck gets an extra 20%. And that's a percentage that I'll add to the topics after, the stream when we're deciding on what bonus content to watch. So even though Jamie Peck is in second place via the votes, it gets an extra 20%, putting it virtually in first place right now. So remember that when you donate, you can let me know, just like Izzy did, which of these topics is appealing to you, which of these topics is sparking joy in you, which of these topics makes you excited, and what do you want to see as an extra segment? That's really the question that I'm asking. And if you let me know in chat when you donate, I will add your donation. I will transmute it magically into a percentage and add that percentage as a buff, like as a bonus, right? It'll get added to the topic of your choice, thus helping your topic maybe win. So just be aware of that. And that goes for whether you are gifting a membership, whether you are getting yourself a membership, whether you are doing a super chat or a super sticker, whether you're contributing to my throne or signing up for my Patreon, or whether you're supporting me over on Twitch. Remember, on Twitch, I don't get paid at all if you don't sub, right? That thanks to Ethan Klein. Thanks to Ethan Klein. Thanks to Destiny. Thanks to Dan Saltman, the saltiest man in the universe, Dan Saltman. We don't get paid anymore if we're doing politics over on Twitch. So if you appreciate me coming to you on Twitch and you want to, continue to be able to watch me on Twitch, one way you can show your support is by becoming a sub. You can do so for free using a Twitch Prime. If you have Prime, I'm not telling you to get Prime, mind you, or you can do so for $6 with $6. You could also, gifting subs also enables you to affect the poll. And is there a Vox Populi? There sure is, Jen. There sure is. There most certainly is. Thanks for reminding me to remind you that when you donate, you can also say Vox Populi. And what you're saying there is that you've got faith in the voters. You want the voters to vote, and you want that vote to count, and you want to diminish the effect of the donors, right? So yeah, so everything's a buff, like, right? But if you get down here, it's a debuff. It's a minus. And so what you'll do if you say Vox Populi is you'll take a certain percentage off of the donos and thus reinforce the will of the people through Vox Populi. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so tired, Chad. I had 2 days off. I should be like the opposite of tired. And I honestly should have had a video for you too. I just like I said, the audio was really hot on the last couple of VODs. And so I'm going to have to do a little bit more audio processing. But I'm going to be trying to get more videos out to you. I know that a lot of people appreciate getting those videos that are, segments. Ideally, I would be turning every single segment I do into a video and but because I'm only one person and I am my own editor. You're a Patreon member, but you don't have a star. I wonder if there's a way to integrate Patreon with YouTube. I know, Tracy, you get, it's integrated with our, wait a minute, is it? I've got to figure that out. I half did that. Oh my God, nope. What does that sound? Okay. I think that's okay. It rolled over into another Persona 2 song. I think we're okay with that. I don't know. But the stars you see by people's names, those are YouTube memberships. So that's what you're seeing there. But good question. And also, thanks for reminding me that I need to get this integrated so that, yeah, so if you're a member of the Patreon, yeah, you have access to Weasel Cord. That is our members only Discord. It's members only right now while I get the permissions set up. But eventually we'll be opening it up for everyone. It's going to be the new Discord. But right now, you've got, by being a Patreon supporter, you get access to the videos before they come out. So when I do a video, which is not as much as, yeah, chat, honestly, like, right, the normal process for a YouTube streamer is to do your streams and then cut out every single segment and turn it into a video, right? And because I'm only one person, I'm only able to get a few videos out, but I would like to eventually be getting more videos out. That would help me grow. Most people have an editor, but I feel bad about hiring an editor since all I have to offer right now is ad revenue, and ad revenue for my videos just isn't that much. So, you know, like it's a lot of work editing a video, and people should get paid for their work, and if their payment is the ad revenue and the ad revenue is like, let me see, like what I think I had one that was $45. That's about the best that my videos do right now. But okay, now I'm totally overwhelmed. I'm so overwhelmed, chat. I have got, you just want a star by your name? I mean, there are things I need to do. My YouTube, yeah, that's Saphira. We're working on that. I have to integrate YouTube memberships. That's the next thing that we're doing. You to integrate the YouTube memberships with the Weasel Cord. So what else goes on in Weasel Cord? Well, I do watch parties, right? When I have a video that's premiering, sometimes I sit in there and watch it, you know, and also sometimes the Majority Report Fun Half. So like, yeah, I'm in there right now in the main lounge, right? Eventually, that's a perk that is for fancy weasels. But since we're just getting started with that, I give it to everyone for now. In terms of some time in voice chat with me, just doing a little watch party. Gringo in Guatemala says, I like Silly and Billy. Me too. They're silly and Billy. They should have a theme song, shouldn't they? I mean, they do have a theme song, but, you know, there should be a theme song with, like, lyrics. You know what I'm talking about? They need a theme song with lyrics and vocals. That fancy weasel. But yeah, we've got a lot of Silly and Billy. We got a lot. Well, Silly and Billy got called out. Silly and Billy got named. They didn't say Silly and Billy this time, which is what they usually say. In order to, like, let the Vanguard know, hey, we're watching you, but not let their chat know, hey, there's this other YouTube channel that is critical of what we're doing. So maybe if you don't like what we're doing, maybe you should go over there. So they've been very careful. They've been very careful not to accidentally shout out the Vanguard. See, here's the thing. When you're Silly and Billy, Cenk and Anna referring to you at all is a huge boon. That's very helpful to them, right? But Cenk and Anna using the actual name of your channel, saying the Vanguard, that's infinitely more helpful. That is like literally directing any audience members who are curious to go over there and take a look. And they might find that they like what's going on over there more than they like what's going on over on TYT. There's no Pink Floyd equivalent to bumping. There should be. What will TYT call me? They'll probably call me non-compete. They'll get me mixed up with non-compete. They'll be like, "What is that channel non-compete?" That's always, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what people call me. Silly and Billy went up the hilly to slam on Cenk and Anna. Okay, find it. Get another half of that rhyme, and we're good. And we could have a theme song right there. That could be the theme song, easily. It was Anna. Oh yeah, Anna was the one that, like, well, when are we gonna, like, we gotta name names. Like, I love that Anna thinks.
Super chatted $5. Vanguard equals Silly and Billy and Ben Dixon equals Anna Asparagus. By the way, there were a lot of TYT trolls in the Vanguard chat tonight. It was funny to see.
That is funny. We get a few of those in here from time to time. And I was in the TYT chat. So yeah, what happened in the last couple of days is some comment check. There we go. I actually like non-compete, to be honest. No, I'm just joking because people have gotten us mixed up before. Like, the names, I guess, are similar enough that... Oh, no, I think they call me non-compete chick. They think I'm, like, somehow affiliated with Luna and EJ, which is great. Actually haven't heard from Luna and EJ in a while. But thank you for the generous super chat, Izzy Sanchez. Oh my gosh, and thank you for also reminding me that I have a Patreon, and I like to shout out the people that support me on Patreon because they help keep the lights on, sometimes literally. Like I said before, everybody on Patreon gets access to my videos before they come out, and it's a kind of a longer version, right? It's a non-edited, non-censored version of the video, so it's like an early release. You get an early release version of all the videos, all the segments before they come out. And for at the $5 and greater level, you get a shout out. So let me do those shouts out now. So shouts out to Oral to Ellipsis, shouts out to Tracy Eva, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Nadia, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, and shouts out to Good for Gabby. Also, a fancy shout out for Zara Xerix, for Rachel K, for Crystal Saphira, and for Omega Star. They call NCC a pacifist? Anna So Bitter Asparagus. Yeah, I was a big fan of my favorite thing that non-compete did was the puppet show. Anybody familiar with the Bread Film puppet show? Where's my find my coffee? Oh, there's my coffee cup. Underneath my phone, of course. Oh my god, chat. I'm so tired. Scott Christobic, thank you for becoming a member. And that brings us up to 28%. So we're at 28% of the dono goal right now. If we reach 100% by the end of the stream, we'll get some extra bonus content. And I'll try to do the bonus content as soon as we hit 100%, because I know some people they miss the bonus content because it comes on late, right? So I've been trying to move that up if we can. Also, last time we actually hit 200%, so we got twice the bonus content. So that's another possibility if we double the the dono gold, and you get double the bonus content. Just Julie says 6 months of Bezos bucks. 6 months on Bezos bucks. Hell yeah. Hey, what's up, Mike Poole? Good to see you. Shadowfile says Brianna Woo. Would Anna Asparagus have a weird smelling pee? Like, real? I don't want to think about Anna's pee. No offense, Jen, but I really don't want to. Yeah, the non-compete puppets. They're so good. It's like my favorite puppet show. There was one that was named Super Jump Woman or SJW. There was one that was like a tanky named Thomas the Tank. There was, oh my god, I'm trying to remember. What was the Necky Neckbeard one that was like a Redditor? It was a goat that was a Redditor named Necky Neckbeard, Nicky Neckbeard or something. TYT main show is just hysterical, screaming now and pearl clutching. How does anybody watch it, JR? How does anybody watch it? I don't understand. I'm not even being mean. I'm really not being mean. I can turn my, you know, sauciness off. Yo. Justin Freakin, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raider. Welcome, streamers. You've activated my stand. No, just kidding, but you raided in, and I appreciate that. Okay, let's see if this works. Shoutouts to Justin Freakin. Go follow if you have not already. Is TYT even popular anymore? Who are they for? Good question. It's hard to gauge, and I'll tell you why it's hard to gauge, right? Because Cenk and Anna upload videos at a pretty high frequency. You know how I said that as a streamer, you're sort of expected to put all of your segments out as standalone videos? Well, TYT actually does that. And I mean, like, they do a lot of segments, right? So, I don't know. What do they put up? Like 15, 10 videos every day? Is that about right? And so because there's so many videos going out, that's more videos than one YouTube channel is meant to handle. In general, you get notifications for 3 videos or 4 videos or something like that. So they're exceeding their number of notifications, and as a result, they just don't get the same number of views on every video as they would otherwise. TYT view count. Yeah, so it's really low. If you look at TYT's video, you'll see that some of their like lowest watched videos are about the level as my highest watched video, and I'm a much smaller channel. Much smaller channel. So that's kind of wild. Moe Noe, thank you for the resubscribe on Twitch. I really do appreciate those Twitch subs, given that Twitch is not paying us anymore. And look, it's a way to put your thumb in Ethan Klein and Destiny and Dan's eye. I mean, not literally. I wouldn't tell you to put your thumb in their eye literally. I just mean figuratively. It's a way to put your thumb in their figurative eye, and tell them, guess what? Your evil plan to try to get my favorite political streamer on Twitch canceled, to try to cut into her revenue, to try to make it so she doesn't get paid for what she does. Yeah, guess what? I'm disrupting your plan. So thank you, Moe Noe, for disrupting their evil plan. We're going to go into the bonus hole tonight, Chad. I've got a little bit of their bonus. So they made their bonus segments available to the general public, and they did that for a reason. They want to call out Silly and Billy. They want to talk. I don't even know. It doesn't even make sense. Twitch should never have demonetized you. I mean, every single political streamer on Twitch got demonetized, like in terms of ad revenue. So if you're just talking about politics, even if you're not in the politics section, like there's somebody that had a tag that was Iran because he's from Iran, and he wants other Iranian people to be like, oh, cool, a streamer from Iran. Let me go watch, right? So he puts that tag in there and he gets demonetized because they're like, ooh, Iran, that sounds political. We can't have you being political. Narwhal by nature, thank you. Oh yeah, this is actually, I've done this exercise before. You notice the fist rotation with karate? It goes from there to there. Yeah. Anyway, it's interesting to me because I punch like that. The Muay Thai punch is a little bit different than. I mean, we still do rotate. Still do rotate the fist. Like from here to here instead of like. Yeah, it's. Oh yeah, and they hold it down here. Oh my god, I'm sorry. You just made me think about karate, and I've learned only a little bit of karate, so. I have the proper punching form. Well, I better, or else my teacher would be mad at me. We're gonna get into that bonus hole. I'm super trained, not as much as I should be. Francesca is a good person, so she will give 2 weeks notice. Probably. If NCC were to join the Vanguard network, she would be the wrist guard. Okay. She'll take the, Francesca will take the, yeah, so on the 27th, I think that's what you're referring to. On the 27th, Francesca Fiorentini is going to be hosting Cenk Uygur, is going to have Cenk Uygur on to debate, I guess. I'm not allowed to make sexist comments about women and then say I'm for women's rights because I'm independent. Cenk Uygur. TYT, just like Ethan Klein, lost a shitload of subs and viewers. Yeah, it's hard. Like, I'm just saying, it's a little bit harder to gauge how many views that they've lost. I guess the main show, looking at the concurrence in the main show. Yeah, probably down to right-wingers watching. There are a lot of those, Bevarious. There are a decent number of right-wingers, but it's just not replacing their normal numbers. Second place on leftist YouTube for Puffet usage is Wormbo. On some more news. Oh my god, Wormbo is too much. Wormbo is intense. After the bonus hole, we're getting bonus content. The left is out of hand, I know, right? Watching TYT these days is like watching Cyrex or World of T-shirts. Okay, I don't know that much about either of those channels. Both hilarious and sad at the same time. Oh, chat's predicting who will be the next Turk to quit. It feels like panic streaming. We'll get into some of that today. They get, yeah, that's right. They get their money. They get the money they're losing gets made up by the Polymarket sponsorship. Oh, that's right, Joe. Yeah, Anna was trying to shit on Bonnie. But yeah, wait, let me count this up. We are actually at, oh my gosh, 38% already of the dono goal. Wait, 38, 39, I think. I think it's 39. And it looks like J.K. Rowling's versus Brianna Wu is in first place. Jamie Peck on Chris Cuomo is in second place. Peter Thiel's favorite podcast in third place, and Shapiro Reviews Wicked in fourth place. Of course, we've also got the effects of the donos. So when you donate, just like Izzy, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I'll add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to reinforce the will of the people. If you're like, nope, it's all about the poll, right? Your Vox Populi will debuff the buffs that other people put on. Yeah, if you donate and you say like a certain topic, then you'll buff that topic. If you donate and you say Vox Populi, you'll debuff all topics and you'll throw it back to the voters. So that's how that works. Anti-TYT slop. I want more lore. We got. When was the last time that the right paid attention to TYT? Why would they start now? I don't know. I mean, I feel like, yeah, Matt Walsh did pay attention to them and he wasn't impressed. Wormbo is a menace and I love it. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know, chat. Wormbo's too much. All right, well, we better get into this. This is Cenk Uygur. He's on Turning Point USA with Charlie Kirk. AmFest. This is the AmFest conference. So let's get into it. Let's get into it already. I vote for Jamie Peck with my Twitch sub. Yes, I got you, Moe No Ape. Jamie Peck getting some extra love from Twitch. Oh my gosh, getting a lot of extra love. Look at that. That's kind of amazing. All right, we gotta click the button and get into this first segment here. Let's see what's up with Cenk Uygur. Shaky Gurga. I almost said Charlie Rose. Charlie Kirk is the name. Got it memorized. I know I do.
So, Cenk, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome.
Not a fan of the way that he pronounces Cenk's name.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
So Cenk, the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion of these divides of right versus left, populist versus corporatist. I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the leaders of the progressive movement, what do you make of this last year, the state of the Democrat Party, and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective?
So the reason they say the Democrat Party is that people have a positive association with democratic, right? That's a good word. And they don't want to give that to the Democrats. So they say Democrat because it sounds kind of like a demonic rat. Let's see if Cenk says Democrat back to him or if he's like the Democratic Party.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement. And I think we need both flanks. So I'm happy to have this conversation.
He's all about the flanks, chat.
In terms of what is...
Wait, we need both flanks? What flank is Charlie Kirk? Okay, he thinks Charlie Kirk is a populist. I'm sorry, it took me a second to get that. Sorry, chat, I'm a little slow today. He's calling Charlie Kirk a populist right-winger. Where does he even get that?
Gone wrong in the Democratic Party. It's the same thing that...
Wait, I mean, like, look, there are some right-wingers. Like, you could say J.D. Vance has said nice words about Lena Khan, for instance. Like, I mean, you shouldn't take him serious about it. And a lot of his populist veneer is just that. It's a veneer. It's not real. But you can say that at least he's presenting populist, right? Charlie Kirk, I'm not sure if you can say that about. Where's he getting that Charlie Kirk is a populist?
That went wrong in the Republican Party. But I do have to give you guys credit for a revolution well done.
Because he's a Trump supporter and not a Nikki Haley? Is that all it takes to be populist, right?
And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So...
Wait, there's some mixed response there.
I knew you guys were for real.
They're like, no, the revolution was against the Democratic Party. They're the establishment.
In fighting against the establishment, when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell, and when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
All right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay?
You should ask yourself why they're booing Mitch McConnell. And the answer is that he's not right-wing enough for them. the answer is that he's not an open enough reactionary. Oh my God. They perceive some distance between Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump. That's why they're booing him. They're not booing him because they're like, Mitch McConnell is against Medicare for all. Boo. They're not booing him because they're like, Mitch McConnell doesn't want paid family leave, right? There's no good reason that they're booing Mitch McConnell.
And let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney?
Not conservative enough. That's what they're saying, Cenk.
Left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do like...
You know what I think that Cenk's version of populism is? I think he looks down at normal people. I think that he thinks that normal people are not very smart and not very perceptive. And so what he does is he kind of turns his brain off, or at least he acts like, you know what I mean? He kind of like, he gets on their level. Right? Cenk Uygur, it's like the teacher that turns the chair around to sit on it to try to be like, I'm on your level. I'm cool too, okay? Listen up, kids. Let me turn the chair around. Let me turn my hat around and let's have some real talk, right? And it's so fake. It's so fucking fake. But like his idea of populism is literally to not fully utilize his mental capacity and to try to be like, oh, if you're against Dick Cheney, then you must be against, I don't know.
Wise.
You must be against Dick Cheney for the same reason that I'm against him.
We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's. And the Hillary Clintons, and now all of a sudden the Dick Cheneys.
Say Donald Trump. Say Donald Trump. I fucking dare you. We need to have a revolution against the billionaires controlling our political process like Elon Musk. See if you get claps for that, Cenk. You will not. You will get booed. You will get drawn and quartered by that mob.
What are they doing on our side? Are you guys nuts? Right?
I have to interject. When all of a sudden Kamala Harris is doing the Liz Cheney thing, I said, does she want to lose? I mean...
What's amazing is I said the same thing. Look, Dick Cheney polls at 13%. What lunatic thought it was a good idea to wrap yourself around Dick Cheney? I mean, when we started the Young Turks 22 years ago, longest running show in internet history, first ever YouTube partner with original YouTubers, one of the driving forces was get Dick Cheney out of office, right? And now for Kamala Harris to come full circle.
Yeah, but it's because of what Dick Cheney stood for. It wasn't just because we don't like the guy.
And say, oh, I've got...
It wasn't saying, like, look, anybody is better than Dick Cheney. If we could get Richard Spencer in there instead of Dick Cheney, that would be fine. Like that, there's a difference. There's a difference. Oh, my God.
Corporate CEOs backing me, and I've got all these executives on my side, and I've got Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney on my side. It was so counterproductive. It's not what the left wing stands for. It's not what the Democratic Party should be about. So the problem is the establishment. They are controlled by the donor class, and mainstream media is their marketing arm. They do not do news.
Izzy Sanchez says, I'm not going to say what I think of Cenk.
They do propaganda. And one more thing.
I mean, like, do notice though that he is getting applause for talking down to them. So at least on the right, I
want you guys to recognize is that mainstream media you think is against you. You think they're against the right wing, but they also hate Bernie Sanders, and they also hate me, and they also hate the populists on the left. What mainstream media really loves is the establishment and the elites. They're against all of us combined. And if we dare unite on issues we agree on, they will be livid, and it'll be a beautiful day in America.
It'll be a beautiful day in this neighborhood.
And that is correct. I mean, you were kicked off of some of the cable news channels for having heterodox opinions.
Heterodox? Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me?
Look at the last couple of years. We can go back to the Bernie Sanders thing. Explain to us Why is it that right-wing revolution was successful, and the Bernie Sanders with 2 attempts actually won the primary in 2016, and he had it stolen again.
And so his answer is going to be that somehow the right wing is more populist or more revolutionary or less institutional than the left wing.
Election talk can be a little controversial. They stole it from Bernie Sanders in 2016. Why was that revolution not?
And the real answer is racism, because Donald Trump used racism and it was super effective. Super effective.
Successful.
Yeah, I think it was because Donald Trump was a celebrity and they didn't take him seriously. So they made the mistake of giving him mainstream media coverage. And so they thought, and if you remember, Bill Clinton had this brilliant idea, we'll encourage Donald Trump to run on the Republican side and it'll destroy the Republican Party. How'd that work out for you, Bill? And so I remember saying at the time,
oh my God, look at this advertisement. So we're watching this on right side. What is the BN? It's Right Side News, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, that's what it is, right? And you get this shit like a kid's guide to President Trump. Indoctrinate your kids with this new book, with this new coloring book, making Donald Trump look warm and cuddly instead of like the inhuman monster that he actually is. These ads are great. Sometimes you'll see like ivermectin ads here. Learn Trump's achievements and vision for the USA, plus 2 bonus gifts. Literally indoctrinating your fucking kids. Oh, it's from Mike Huckabee. This is a Mike Huckabee thing. He's kind of disappeared. Like, I haven't heard much from Huckabee.
no, don't do that. Don't do that. Because what I sensed was you need a non-politician to lead the revolt. So, because all the politicians, and right now they're having a conversation on the Democratic side about 2028, and the only people they mention are politicians. And my answer to that is hell no. Okay? Because the politicians are used to the corruption. They grew up in the corruption. They like the corruption. They got their power through the corruption.
Scott, I'm with you. I'm in favor of the homodoxy. Give me the homodoxy versus the heterodoxy. They're trying to make heterodox a thing. They're still trying. Look, they've been saying this heterodox shit since I don't know 2016. It feels like it's an IDW thing. And if you really want to place Cenk and Anna in a place that makes sense, if you want to understand where they're at politically, they're intellectual dark web. That's what they're doing. They're doing what Dave Rubin did. They're doing what Jordan Peterson did. They're doing what Jimmy Dore did. The only thing that's different maybe is that, you know, he's doing it's hard to call him intellectual anything when he's doing his populist act, and his idea of populist is somebody who talks down to their audience.
So I don't want that. I don't need that. And so when Trump came on, they gave him coverage. And here's when look, some people think that things changed after the election. No, I've been saying this from day one. Correct. And so back in 2016, actually 2015, after I think it was the second debate, when Trump was on stage and he said, I gave all these guys money and they did exactly what I wanted. At that point, everyone on earth, certainly in establishment.
At this point, you could point out that maybe Trump is not a populist dude that's on your fucking side, but you won't. You won't, because you're audience captured by Charlie Kirk's audience. You are here to kiss their ass, to talk down to them, to turn your chair around backwards and say, listen up, gang.
Establishment and mainstream media says he has no chance of winning, none. I went on the Young Turks and I said, he's going to win the Republican primary, okay? Because people hate corruption, and they know it in their bones, okay? Now, we will disagree on,
Yeah, makes total sense. Makes total sense. They hate corruption, so they're going to vote for the guy that just said that he's the one corrupting their politics.
Is Trump really not corrupt? Is Trump really going to do the things that he promised? Is he really a populist? I would love to prove me wrong. I would love that, okay? And like, my God, if Trump got money out of politics, one thing we're known for is credit where credit is due, okay? I would give him.
You're talking about a guy that just made a deal with the richest man in the fucking world to finance his goddamn election, to buy him this election. And you're like, oh no, he's going to get money out of politics. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's going to turn around with all the people, the Miriam Adelsons and the Elon Musk and all the people that put him there, all the tech billionaires, and he's going to be like, you know what? We're going to make it impossible for you to influence politics at all. There's no fucking shot. There's no shot.
All the credit in the world. We're not there yet. We're not close to there yet. So when we get into the issues, hey, how about, and remember, guys, you also have donors. Beware of the donors. Don't forget that, and don't let your guard down, okay? But so on the Democratic side, we have got to elect a populist. If we don't, we're going to make the same mistake we made when they anointed Hillary Clinton, when they anointed Joe Biden, and when they anointed Kamala Harris. To my Democratic friends, how many times are you going to lose before you realize that mainstream media and the establishment?
Look at this. I'm like watching the crawl come by. Judge Merchan ignores Supreme Court. Constitution in shameful latest court order.
Are lying to you.
And so
The guy that presided over the case in which Trump was found guilty of 43 counts. They're saying it's shameful. How could you dare ignore the Supreme Court when they told you stand down? This man is above the law. It's fucking wild.
is that energy forefront in the Democrat Party right now? And I'm not saying this facetiously. Read us into what the power brokers of the Democrat Party are saying. Are they saying we need to run more?
The Democrat Party.
We need to embrace
Love
more
it.
populism. We're hearing some of the names, but what is the vibe of the people that do this for a living?
Yeah, so I can tell you definitively that the Democratic leadership and the Democratic establishment will never voluntarily go in a new direction. They will never voluntarily accept populism. They are built on donor money. They are of the donors, by the donors, for the donors. So what I need left-wing voters to understand is that they're never going to give you what you want incrementally. Martin Luther King talked about the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Oh, if we just go a little further with Joe Biden, he'll give us another crumble and another tiny increment. No, they're going to just pick a new and improved corporate robot like Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom, and they're going to come out with a new script, and they're going to say, I am now a populist, and they will wear flannel shirts, and they'll go to barbecues, and they'll pretend to eat ribs.
I love how you're saying it's going to be Buttigieg or it's going to be Newsom, right? You actually can't put Buttigieg in flannel. He like it's like pouring water on the Wicked Witch, right? He'll melt. You can't put a flannel on Gavin Newsom. He'll turn to stone. It would be more likely somebody like Fetterman. That's who they'll trot out. If they want to pretend to do populism, they will trot out Josh Fetterman, and he will have very similar takes on issues to Shaky Gurga here.
And then they'll sneak out and go to French Laundry, right? So don't believe the corporate robots. Remember how many times they lied to you. We need to do a populist revolt and pick a populist left-winger so we could have a real contest in this country. The establishment Democrats are never going to win. We need to go populist, and the way to do that is not by negotiating with them, it's by defeating them in a primary.
And that's why all of your takes are loser leftist takes. All of your takes are middle of the road. All of your takes are, that's too radical. That's too radical. We can never do, we can never get, we can never defund the police. Oh my gosh, that's too radical. No, we want to fund the police extra. Cenk, you're not that different than the establishment left. And people see that. You are every bit the NPC that Gavin Newsom is. You just don't realize it.
Is the Democrat grassroots Are they invigorated towards that end? Because it seemed as if they weren't obviously thrilled about Biden or Kamala Harris, but you could say whatever you want about Bernie Sanders. I have massive worldview disagreements. He had a legitimate grassroots movement behind him of small dollar donors, of people that were working, of activists. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like that has disappeared a little bit in recent years, or at least has gone to sleep. Am I correct in that? And what would it take to awaken that sleeping giant?
So there's a couple of different branches within the Democratic Party.
Oh no, here we go.
The two most important ones are the populist progressive left, that's Bernie Sanders, and we can debate about progressive issues and policies on another day, right? But then there's the establishment wing. So the populist wing is already there. That base that was there in 2016 and 2020 still exists. And remember, guys, and I say this to you and I say it to
What he doesn't get is that Bernie's base is what he calls the max left. Bernie's base is us. It's not him. It's not him and his rich friends. He's sitting here talking about the establishment. Motherfucker, you are the establishment. You're a union buster.
to the left wing. Bernie won the first 3 states.
Yeah, there we go. Ivermectin. We've got it. You covered. There you go. I called it.
2020. He was this close to winning until Obama and Clyburn called in all the candidates.
He's right.
And said, you all have to bow to Joe Biden. And then mainstream media then said, Joe Biden is the greatest. And they started talking about how Bernie Sanders, the most successful Jewish candidate in American history, had followers who wore brown shirts and fashion.
Nope. Look, you'd be better, like, if you wanted to, like, Hillary did legitimately try to make herself appear to the left of Bernie on certain issues. Biden did not. Biden's appeal was that Bernie's not electable. Bernie's not a real candidate. You can't really run that guy. And yet, even people that supported Bernie's issues, that supported Bernie's policies, They bought into that. They were like, yeah, you're right. I guess we better go with Biden because we really, really want to get Trump out of there. That was the appeal. Is that Bernie can't win somehow. Bernie's too far to the left.
Fascists and Nazis. Where have you heard that before? So whenever it's an outsider, all of a sudden mainstream media says fascist, even if it's a Jewish candidate, right? So they use the same tricks.
He's so full of shit. What, didn't he say that Sam called him a fascist? Am I wrong, chat? He, in one of these recent Crashouts, he accused Sam Cedar of calling him a Nazi or something.
You guys have been canceled. I've been canceled.
Oh my God, we got the camaraderie of the accused here. That's in his tool belt. That's what he's going to use on these assholes.
Over and over again. So the left-wing populists are ready, but we do need some more votes from people who used to be in the establishment Democratic camp. And why were they in that camp? Because they love corruption, they love war, they love change? No, guys. They were in that camp because mainstream media lied to them. And mainstream media told them, oh, Bernie can't win. Bernie was up by 12 points on Election Day in 2016. They said, he's radical. And they called you guys radical and said you couldn't win. They call us radical and say we can't win. But they're wrong. They're lying. So what I need Democrats to understand is stop believing in Morning Joe and The View and all the garbage on TV.
So that's a really good point about the media ecosystem. You guys are, without a doubt, the most popular, progressive, over-the-top, non-mainstream media sanctioned community. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, 27 million subscribers, 30 billion views. I think it's fair to say.
No, I'm not saying that sarcastically. I don't know of anyone that comes close. However, do you think there's a robust alternative media ecosystem on the left that is comparable to what's built on the right? I can say confidently what we have on the right is pretty impressive. We have from podcasting to videos. We don't rely on cable television. Who here listens to podcasts or social media for all your news? Raise your hand. I mean, every single hand goes up. So do you think the left has some work to do in developing over-the-top media to be able to bypass the main networks?
Yeah, so we have TYT as a giant network, but we have a lot of great progressive and populist shows that are not part of TYT that's in the left-wing ecosystem. So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't think that there isn't enough shows. I think that there's a couple others. One, on the right, you guys do a great job of coalescing. Okay, so you do a couple of things well. You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
We're glad Cenk's here, right, everybody?
And a lot of people on the left know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome.
Double Dostoevsky, I think you're thinking of Chris Matthews saying that Bernie was a tanky, and that if Bernie was elected president, that he was in danger of being executed in Central Park, right? It was kind of the opposite of calling him a brown shirt. Like they were calling him a Stalinite.
Right? Come join us, right? On the left, if you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here, you're a right-winger, you're a fascist.
That's what Chris said. That's what Chris Matthews said about Bernie.
Right? But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right? So, look, I propose simple rules. The 3 rules of the internet. Rule number 1, when we disagree, we fight. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Now, rule number 2 is afterwards we must have a beer together, okay? And rule number 3 is, for God's sake, when we agree, let's unite. So, for the left, we have too much division. We almost never unify. I don't mean with the right, I mean internally. The left loves to attack one another. I love you guys on the left, I love you. But every once in a while, when we get a yes, when we agree, can we please unite?
It's so twisted what he's even saying. He's saying that the left, we attack each other too much, but also we should agree with the right-wing populists because they want the same things that we do.
And the second thing we need is for the old, I'm being honest, and on average, not everyone, of course, but for the older Democratic voters, please turn off your television sets.
But don't tell, you're broadcasting on RSBN, a network that's basically the online equivalent of Newsmax.
Lying to you, they're tricking you.
This is Turning Point USA, which was supposed to be an outreach to college, which was supposed to be like a young voters, sort of outreach, but has turned out to appeal a lot more to that old ass Fox News demographic.
Trying to get you to vote for corruption. They're trying to get you to vote for policies you don't even want. So if we can do those 2 things, then
Sanchi, super chatted $5. Have to say this. Seceding the argument to actual fascists is dangerous in so many LVLS. Anna did with Glenn Beck and Cenk with Charlie Kirk.
Ceding the argument to fascists is, yeah. It's dangerous to, well, what you're doing is you think that you are getting his audience to be curious to take another look at you. But all they're hearing, if they like you, are, I'm leaving the left. The left is bullshit. And in reality, you're turning your audience over to Charlie Kirk. You're making them think, hey, maybe Charlie Kirk's not so bad. Cenk said that he's one of these populists on the right. I really want to support that. I want to think that there's right-wingers that want Medicare for all. I want to think that there's right-wingers that want paid family leave, even though Charlie Kirk doesn't stand for either of those things. But now Cenk has put the patina of respect on the guy. That is super dangerous. You're right, Izzy.
we'll be in great shape.
So I'm not sure.
And thank you for the super chat.
This, but there is a consensus, not a consensus. There is a belief with some people like Seth Moulton and others that some of the embrace of what we would call wokeism or whatever was a reason why Democrats had a less than.
Could you please throw some of your coalition under the bus to let us know that we can trust you? I mean, think about this. Think about this. If somebody's going to turn traitor to a rival faction, how do they show that rival faction that they can be trusted? By fucking over somebody whose side they were on before, right? They show them an example. They attack somebody on that side and see, if I was, trying to infiltrate you, I wouldn't be hurting my own side, but here I am hurting my own side to show you that I'm
desirable election outcome. Do you subscribe to that belief? How do you interpret that when some people say we need to kind of shed away some of the more new elements of
some of the more trans elements,
cultural implications of politics?
Donate now to ultrasound for pregnant people that are trying to terminate their pregnancy, so we could be like, look at your baby. How could you ever kill this? This is what's growing inside of you. That's some sick shit. Preborn.com. Goddamn.
Politics outside of economics, like the Seth Moulton belief that where he says the trans stuff hurt us.
Yeah, so look, guys, on that stuff, I've been having these debates internally with the left wing. And I explained yesterday, actually, on the Young Turks. Look, everybody's positions are in a different part of the left-right spectrum and on different policies. So I can name you policies where you say, well, that's pretty moderate, right? I can name you policies that you're not sure is left or right-wing, but that is definitely populist, right? But some of my policies might be called extreme left in America. So, for example, I'm massively in favor of gun control. You told them not to boo, but I knew they'd boo on that one.
They paused to their
Yes.
their respect. You were asking for it, Cenk.
Yeah, I did ask for it. So my point to my left-wing allies is, am I going to emphasize and insist and demand on my gun control policies when we're in the middle of a national election? No. Because I know those are not winning issues at this point. I've got more work to do to convince the American people before we get there. So if on trans issues or any other, or crime issues, et cetera, if you really believe in the most far left positions, as I do on gun control, for example, that's okay. But you've got to know what to emphasize and what not to emphasize. And so if you say, no, I'm going to die on every extreme hill, well, you will. Electorally, politically, you will die on that hill. And then you lose on all of your issues, because it's sometimes a binary game. Certainly elections are. So you got to...
This was the same advice given by people in 2008. And taken by Obama, because as of 2008, Obama did not stand by marriage for all. This was the same shit that people were saying about gay marriage. America's not ready for it yet. We can't stand for that. And indeed, it took Joe Biden fucking up and to kind of push Obama on that issue.
Know what to convince the American people of and what to hold your ground on. And the number one thing to hold your ground on is constitutional rights. So I'm going to do some...
Like the Second Amendment.
He thinks he's doing something good, but literally more people will die because of Cenk's collaboration.
No, I know. So guys, look at that. We totally disagree on that issue, but we just...
You were asking for that one. I'm sorry.
No problem. No, but look...
And he's not going to give a comeback either.
There are freaking communist invading radicals.
When his appeal is to dead white men that made a deal with slaveholders to keep slavery legal, and that's our fucking civic religion, and that's something that Cenk Uygur evokes to try to be populist. You got to be, remember, if you're going to be populist, you got to talk down to people, and if you're going to talk down to people, you got to pretend that George Washington was a fucking saint. That man walked on water. He chopped down a cherry tree, but he couldn't tell a lie, right? You got to believe in all that bullshit.
That was an important moment, because we totally disagree on that issue, but we just shook hands anyway. And you know what we'll do afterwards?
Because he fucking owned you, and you didn't put up any resistance.
We'll have a beer. So...
Yeah, you have a beer with the guy you're selling out to. Cool, Cenk. Cool beans.
You know what it is when you disagree on something, and then you fight about it, and then you have a beer afterwards? That's called America.
It's called surrender. It's called surrender. It's called TYT feeling like the winds are blowing right, that there's all this money out there that they've been leaving on the table by not pulling a David Rubin and saying it's time for us to do our Rubin too, but then we'll still criticize Rubin. We'll be like, oh no, he's different. He's bad faith. His change wasn't real. We're legitimately red-pilled over here at TYT.
So let me see if I can get agreement, and this I don't know which way this is going to go, okay? So when we talk about trans issues in terms of sports, I know we have massive disagreements, okay? And on one of those issues, professional sports, I agree with you guys. On high school sports, I don't. We'll go get into a bloody battle on that, okay? But I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
50-50 at best. Do you hear that? That's not a positive reaction. Cenk was like, listen, these populist right-wingers, let me tell you, they might not agree on this. They might not agree on that. But when I ask them, do you think trans people deserve the same rights as you? They say, hells to the yeah. And that was not hells to the yeah right there. That was very, very mixed. If not slightly negative.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay.
Oh my God! Populist right. There we go. There's no constitutional right to housing. There's no constitutional right to medical care. There's no constitutional right to breathing air.
But now there are frictions
George Washington never said you get to breathe air. George Washington never said you get to drink clean water. These are the populists that Cenk thinks he can make a deal with. He's making a deal with the devil. A devil with a very small face.
Hear you? What I got out of that, guys.
Loser. Fucking clown of the world. Clown of the world, Cenk Uygur. Shaky Gurga.
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No.
He's just the messenger. Don't get mad at him. That's what they think. They don't agree. And I don't think they agree on like the trans people deserve equal rights either.
A lot of applause, and there was some consternation, right?
There was mostly consternation.
It's a start. So guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone.
If that's the argument that you're going to make, that what's constitutional is what's right, and that's what we should stick to, then there will be no Medicare for all. There will be no reform in housing. There certainly will not be any housing for all. Housing is a human right. And there will be no trans rights. Because they'll appeal to the idea that, well, back in George Washington's day, there was no such thing as a trans person. And so therefore, trans people are just making it up. You're just making it up. It's all a big illusion. So no rights for you.
As Americans, and I say that to the right, and I say it to the left.
For sure. So we're going to go a little overtime because I know the boss here. And there's two things I want to ask about free speech, and then I want to try to say, can we get one or two action items that this community can get behind in this new Congress and this presidency that are
Yo, chat, it's even worse than I thought, right? When I heard, and we'll watch this, right? Cenk talks about this on the bonus hole. I'm sorry. The bonus segment. What is it called? The bonus show. I think it's called the bonus show. That's the show that normally you have to be a TYT member to see. These last couple days, they let everyone see it because they want to engage in the drama that they said that they were above. They wanted to call out Silly and Billy by name. They wanted to call out Ben Dixon and Mondale and Benny. They wanted to call out Bonnie and just I don't know what they're doing. I legitimately I'm unable to come up with an explanation for why they want that segment, why they wanted those two segments these last 2 days on, available to the public.
Populist that maybe we can push for and advocate for. Now, I want to try to maybe see if we could brainstorm that together. Number one, first on free speech. Do you think that the left, and you are an exception, is ready to embrace a robust, spirited culture of freedom of speech where disagreement is welcome, where you're able to have these kind of dialogues and forums? And I think it's a
Chat's telling me they call it a bonus episode.
tragedy, it seems to be, that more the right is willing to do it. Prove me wrong if that really is the case.
Yeah, I'm trying to remind the left of who we are, because the left is supposed to be for freedom of speech. The left needs freedom. If you're gay or you're trans or you're Muslim or you're someone that was otherized at some point in your life, you need freedom more than anyone else does. You need equality more than anyone else does. You need justice.
Anybody notice anything funny up there? They got him, chat. Turning Point USA got him. He went in there, he showed his whole ass, and they spanked him. He took a trust fall, and they let him go. Look at this. Look at this. Right when he's saying this, what do we see up here? But a sale for pillows, and oh, what a strange price. Now, I'm used to things being maybe $14, right? That's a normal price. I'm used to things being $14.99. That way, you know, it's basically $15, but you don't see it as $15. It's psychologically, it seems less than $15. I'll even say $14.50 is a possibility. But I gotta say, $14.88 is a very strange number. It's a very strange price for a pillow. Right here, right while he's on his fucking roll here, that's when they hit him with the 14 words of white nationalism. That's what that shit is. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift membership to Tracy Eva. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Chat, this shit writes itself. I'm sorry. I'll just like let it play. There's no fucking point. There it is. Bonus whole episode, says Natalie. Let's see exactly what he's saying when they pop up the white nationalist pillow sale.
Yeah, I'm trying to remind the left of who we are, because the left is supposed to be for freedom of speech. The left needs
freedom of speech. Somebody said that to Charlie Kirk, freedom of speech means being able to say the N-word. Well, in this case, it means being able to say the 14 words. And to give the salute to the mustachioed man of 1930s Germany. So if you're unfamiliar, 14 and 88 or 1488 or whatever, it's a dog whistle. It's supposed to signify 14 words that are like, we must protect the... Oh my God, I don't even know it. I don't even know it. But it's like about white children, and then the 88 is like the 8th letter of the alphabet is H, and the H and the H is to say Heil to the Führer of Germany. And it's a strange fucking thing to put it. Like, look, you could say, oh come on, those pillows just happened to cost, like, that was the the cost is I don't know, $12, and they got to make at least this much money on it. I mean, it just happened to be $14.88. It just happened to be $14.88. I don't believe that. That is a strange price, right? But here we go with free speech. Cenk wants them to be able to say their 14 words. Cenk wants them to be able to lift up and fucking salute and say it out loud, say it with their chest, what Trump is to them. He is their Führer. God damn, that's so wild to go from calling Trump a fascist to be talking about free speech during a 1488 pillow sale. That is fucking wild.
freedom. If you're gay or you're trans or you're Muslim or you're someone that was otherized at some point in your life, you need freedom more than anyone else does. You need equality more than anyone else does. You need justice more than anyone else does. So if you want those things, you've got.
I want to see Charlie Kirk bust the OK symbol next to him. I want to see how many dog whistles can they get in there. He's like, that's right, exactly. Christ is king. Yeah, like how many dog whistles can we put in there?
To reciprocate. So you've got to not, I want you guys to not assume that we hate you or that we're evil or that we're bad. But if we're going to do that, the left wing has to do the same. They have to assume that you're not evil, that you don't hate them, and you're not all of these things. So I know from time to time we'll still get back into the battles and we'll still call each other names, right? But overall, if we can begin to not hate each other, and so when we disagree, let's try two more real quick here. Okay. When we disagree, can we agree to not hate each other? All right, excellent. And when we have these fights, to Charlie's point, can we, for the first time in my lifetime, begin to actually listen to one another? And Charlie, I'll give you credit on this, because one of the turning points, if you will, in how I started to view the right wing is when you came on the Young Turks at the RNC, and
they fucking dabbed on him. They just crushed him. Like chat. I don't know. That, does anybody think it was an accident? I mean, I guess they probably didn't know what Cenk was going to be talking about. That's probably me taking it too far. But the fact that they got their weird dog whistle pillow commercial in right as he's talking about free speech, I don't know. That's perfect somehow.
We started talking about banning private equity from buying residential real estate,
Which I totally agree with. That the young people.
Oh no. Okay. Look, I'm trying not to read too much. I think he just waved his hand there. Let's just watch that again. I think that was just a normal hand wave.
We started talking about banning.
I'm seeing it everywhere, Chad. I'm seeing it everywhere.
Equity from buying residential real estate,
which I totally agree with.
Okay, yeah, that's just a hand wave. There's clearly.
That the young people in this audience should not have to compete against BlackRock to be able to own a home. Do you guys agree?
So we've got a populist plank on TYT.com that has that.
And again, he's talking about home ownership, which, it's become a market. It's become a investment. It's become anything but what it should be, which is, shelter. But like the fact that, I don't know, it burns me up that nobody's willing to talk about renting when most Americans are renters.
That's one of the 6 pillars, right? And all my life, I go on Republican shows, I go on right-wing shows. When I say something against the bankers, they're like, no, the bankers are great, the bankers are great. Oh, I was so frustrated. And now, all of a sudden, we got the right-wing populists saying, let's ban the...
We got the right-wing populists right here saying $14.88 for a pillow. That's right. You got the right-wing Congratulations, Cenk. You got the right-wing populist. You got the right-wing populist fascist. And that's who you are lending a patina of respect to people silly enough to still trust you.
Bankers from buying our homes so they don't drive up the prices. Yes. The left, take yes for an answer. Take yes for an answer. And look, what I said online on X was, at least what we got out of this election is we're no longer in an establishment prison. Now we're in the populist woods, right?
I think, didn't he say something else like jungle? I feel like jungle was the term I heard him use previously. He's like, yeah, that's right. It's the jungle. You can't tell which is up and down. You can't tell which is truth. There's no approved official sources for anything. We're in the jungle, but we love the jungle. We're from the jungle. We're TYT. We were the first network to be on YouTube. We were the first people to be partnered on YouTube.
And if
jungle is great for us.
Yeah, but we're going to fight in the populist woods. Yes. But at least we're all human out here. We defeated the corporate robots, and we've got more fights with the corporate robots to come. But out here in the woods, when I see you guys, I don't hate you anymore, right? I see my fellow Americans.
You see dollar bill signs is what you see.
And so in these populist woods, we'll sometimes have skirmishes, sometimes we'll have battles. But the main thing I'm trying to drive with the 6 points of the populist plank: higher wages for Americans, time off for moms after they have a baby, anti-corruption,
totally agree with that.
anti-war. The reason
Audit the Pentagon.
Oh, yes. So the reason I picked those is not because they're the most left-wing positions, because those are the positions we all agree on, right? And God help the establishment if we actually work together to do those things. And finally, to the heart of your question, Charlie, you know, I proposed on X, cut the Pentagon. Yes. Make sure the generals cannot work for the military-industrial complex afterwards. And free.
How about we just let Trump pick the generals? How about that?
Edward Snowden.
How about if you can just replace every government official, every military official with somebody that's more loyal to him, you know?
I agree.
I'm sure that's the populist thing to do.
So it's beautiful that we have populist agreement on the right and the left on those issues. So I'm asking you guys, let's make those a reality, because right now, a lot of my friends on the left don't believe you. They think, no, they can't possibly be telling the truth, right? No way they're going to cut the Pentagon. No way they're going to have a conflict of interest rule for the generals. No way they're going to do any of this, right? Prove them wrong. Prove them that you are actual populists, that you do mean it, and that we...
See, it doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter if you can get like a majority for, I don't know, paid time off from them, because they're not the ones. They're not Speaker Mike Johnson, and they're certainly not Elon Musk. Who is driving legislation in our country right now, Cenk? The richest man in the world is who? A man who made his fortune straight out of government money as a contractor. A man with a huge conflict of interest. That's who's deciding the legislative priorities. I love how you think that the Turning Point USA audience is going to be able to be like, you know, can we just move all the other priorities that you've got, right? Most of which are just going to be cutting taxes for billionaires, or giving, you know, your Social Security and Medicare away to the money that would have paid for that away to billionaires. It's going to be that kind of thing, right? But somehow they're going to change the priorities. They're going to, it's literally Elon calls in the priorities, not randos from Turning Point USA audience.
Can work together to get those things done.
Cenk, thank you so much. Guys, that was great. Thank you.
Loser. Fucking clown. Clown of the world, Cenk Uygur, showing his belly to his former enemy, Charlie Kirk. Surrendering to the Trump era. Just like Morning Joe. Not that different, are we, than the so-called establishment left? Not that different. At the end of the day, you have more in common with Charlie Kirk than you do with Bernie Sanders supporters, Bernie Sanders voters, who you consider max left. They're left maxing. They want to dream of a better world where the money that's going to militarize our police is instead going to help our communities. But that's too radical. That's too radical for Cenk Uygur. Or he doesn't believe it. He wants law and order. He wants more people in jail, not less people in jail. So that's what we're dealing with Cenk Uygur. That is, wait, did we just have a hype train that I missed? Oh my God. No, it was 59 minutes ago. How did I miss that there was a hype train? Just Julie, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. I am sorry it didn't make a noise for that, so I didn't notice it happening. God damn. Okay, well, that's depressing. How are you doing, chat? That is So goddamn depressing. Calling it X is so beta. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Thank you for pointing that out, Laird Bot. Yeah, he said X. Motherfucker said X. ND says, Cenk and Anna are very superficial progressives for a long time now. They were unable to ever really grow like Michael Brooks and Sam Cedar, so now they have left. All they have left is to grift on the right. I mean, pretty much they're doing their best Rave Dubin impression now. Cenk ceded the fucking argument to. I love how I can't drop my G's. I don't sound credible, do I? When I like say fucking, I can say fucking, but I can't say fucking. I'm not a badass, chat. I'm not a badass enough. But what if I was? I always think of that. Like, what if I was the kind of badass that some people seem to think that I am? What if I really was, but I used that badassery for goodness? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Feeding kids is too radical. We must be reasonable. That's right. Stopped watching the TYT main show a year ago. I only hear anything about them on other streams. Anna for sure would like to militarize the police. Yeah, she wants them to have more. She's like, no, the police need the submarine. They need the tank. They need the submarine. They're going to have like a police ICBMs, police hypersonic missiles before too long. They're going to have a police Iron Dome and a police... I shouldn't even joke about that, chat. They're definitely going to be getting some technology that's been tested in Israel in the American police force. That's not even a joke. I thought we established a month ago that Cenk and Anna were trash. Are we just here to eat popcorn and watch them burn? Well, they keep on throwing extra wood on the fire, Christy. And sadly, there's still some people that believe in TYT. There's still some people that are donating to TYT. There's people with resources that should be used for something like what I guess they thought TYT represented, but isn't, because it's getting sucked up by TYT. So that's what we're doing. If that wasn't clear. He got the TYT.com plugin. Oh, I guess I did the plug too. Feeling kind of ill watching Cenk sell out his whole ass for nothing. He just got fucking dunked on so hard with the 1488 pillow. But yeah, I do feel you. If you're tired of watching TYT, I'm a badass. That such has been suggested. Training like Hercules, or training like in Kingdom Hearts, right? Isn't that where they go and study how to be a hero with Hercules or Heracles? Do my shaky Gurga impression? Like what? Shake my head from the side to side? People do not take kindly to this patronizing shit. Is here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. If we feed the kids 2 kids, nobody ever thought of that before. Although I bet Curtis Yarvin has. I bet Curtis Yarvin's got an unironic plan for that. All out of bubblegum, that's right. Maybe if I talk to them like toddlers. I mean, I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed that. Yeah, he's massively talking down to them. I used to be a badass, but then I disappeared from society. Like what, Matrix style? Did you take the red pill? I fucking hate, like, I know I should be over it now, but I'm not. I still resent that right-wingers took the, like the Matrix metaphor. Like, yeah, it's taking the red pill when you realize that minorities are bad and that we must protect our future for the white children or whatever the fuck. I don't actually, I can't remember the actual words for it, but it's something to that effect, right? It's a weird racist dog whistle involving white children. I hate it, the fact that, like, so if you haven't heard of that 1488 thing, I probably sound kind of wild to you. You're like, really? Really? Is that a thing? No, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. They look, far right people, they need a way to communicate with each other. They need a way to signal to each other, like, who is, you know, a white nationalist without saying, yo, I'm a white nationalist, which will definitely be clipped from my, anyway. Oh my gosh, chat, I shouldn't even joke about that. It would be clipped. Give him a tall glass of shut the fuck up juice. That's what Shiki Gura says. Omega Star, thank you for the, oh my god, it's a boxing lime. I didn't know that lime did boxing. Last night, a trans person dropped into the unelected airwaves Discord to defend Anna and Cenk. Oh no. That's sad. Claiming that Anna and Cenk are socialists? That is wild. That is truly wild. Listen, I've had to have arguments with Twitch politics people that thought that Dylan Burns was a leftist. I'm like, look, you can ask him yourself. Right? He would never claim to be a leftist. He hates leftists. They're like, no, he's a leftist. He's a leftist because the serfs were nice to him. And like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you don't see them still hanging out with Dylan Burns, by the way. Wait, Crispix is a pretty good cereal, if I remember. This is a really good cereal. Okay, so I will say about Crispix, it somehow soaks up a good amount of milk. Like it gets, the milk goes into the Crispix. You know what I mean? It like not into the, it doesn't just like soak it and get it soggy. I mean, it goes inside of the Crispix unit is designed specifically for milk to be able to go in, and so that you can bite into it and you get like milk, but it's not soggy. That's why they call it Crispix, I think. I should get sponsored by them. Crispix. Cenk Uygur has always been on the same side, the side as Cenk Uygur's side. Crispix was sweet without sugar. It's so good. Wait, is it really corn and rice? Is that why I like it so much? You just hit upon, Mozart, you just hit upon a cereal that I really like. But I tend to like cereal. That's probably the most boomer aspect of my personality, is liking cereal. It's the crisp matrix. Yeah, it goes into the crisp matrix. That's right, toiletist toilet. Skibbity bop bop. Yeah, I mean, look, there's some cereals that are just basic, but they're actually pretty good. Another one I would say is cornflakes. All right, it's just corn in flakes, but it's so good. It's so damn good. Like, I want to think that Kellogg was onto something. I want to think that Kellogg was not just a quack. That like that was the one thing he was right about, is that cornflake is great for you. Destiny made a rap battle with AI Hassan. Oh no. Oh no, is that real, BCatK? Is that real? One side is corn checks and one side is rice checks. That's okay. That's a genius move right there. I like rice. I like corn. Put them together, but don't mix them. Don't like mix it up so it's a corn rice mash. You like corn on this side, rice on that. That's fucking cinnamon toast crunch. Oh god, that shit is so good with dry peanut. Oh, dry with peanut butter. I don't think I've ever eaten it like that. You disagree with the Crispix or the Chex? Cereal is boomer, I guess. Is it? Crunchitize me, Cap'n. Cereal was more popular in what? It's a delicious milk trap, yeah. Honestly, one of the best cereals. It's pretty good. I like a lot of cereals though. What do you call those? It's like a generic one that's got it's like the generic Cocoa Puffs. Have you ever tried it? It's called Cocoa Roos. It's like it's like a kangaroo with a joey in its pouch. And it gives you delicious chocolate. What are they, like spheres? They're like chocolate spheres. It's like Kix, which is actually pretty good, but chocolate. Yeah, I feel like even the cereals that I don't like, I have to give it credit, like Kix. Like it's not my favorite cereal. But if you pour a bowl of Kix in front of me, I'm not gonna push it back across the table. I will eat that. I will eat that and I will enjoy it. Kix are even good dry. Liking cereals more, yeah, like a Gen X trait. It's not a boomer thing. Maybe the boomers didn't have good cereal. Grape nuts, oh my god. Grape nuts are so, like the crunch. But the grape nuts, I find the secret is to use yogurt on the grape nuts, not milk. Yogurt on the grape nuts, stir them around, give it like, I don't know, a minute and 30 seconds. I think it's about right to get enough of the yogurt into the, no, actually you could kind of leave them in the, that's why yogurt is good to use, right? If you do it with milk, it's got to be precise, but if you do it with yogurt's a little bit more lenient, I find. There's a little bit more leniency there as far as like, you can leave it, if you leave it in there a little too long, it's not disgusting. If you leave grape nuts in milk too long, look, I don't want to insult a cereal. The only cereal I can think of made of barley. All right, barley is an important grain and a much forgotten grain. But if it's sat in milk for like, I don't, if you forget about your grape nuts, you're kind of just fucked. You're kind of fucked. I find grape nuts gross. Well, like, look, they're gross when you first pour them, right? Because it's too crunchy. And it's gross if you leave them in too long. But if you can, like, let it soak for just the right amount of time, I find that they're not gross. Kasha, hell yeah. Cocoa and Fruity Pebbles. You know what my favorite thing was, though? Is, like, those cereal packs where you get, like, 6 little tiny boxes of individual servings of cereal in like one pack. That was my favorite. Barley is best for soup. Oatmeal recipe, 1/3 a cup of oatmeal, 1 scoop of oh, so it's a protein oatmeal. Ooh, chia seeds. That stuff is good. Do grape nuts look like raisins? Like tiny raisins? Yeah, I guess so. Grits is good. Grits is definitely good. Texture is, yeah, crucial to cereal. That's why I like Crispix. You know, open them down the dotted line and use the bowl, the box as a bowl. You came back just in time for a discussion of yogurt with cereal. No, I'm not calling Cenk what did they call him? They call him chunk yogurt or something. All the right-wingers have hated TYT for a long time. I can remember before TYT realized they needed to get mods in their chat when their chat was open. But it was like, I don't know, it was like botted or something. It was all Trump people. or I don't even, was it Trump people or was it like it was right wingers. And they have some funny names for yeah, they're always like the young turds. The young turds. They look like mouse turds. I mean, oh my gosh. Oh, depending on how swole with milk they are. Oh no. Oh no. There's another reason not to leave your grape nuts in the milk too long. Haven't drank milk for over 6 years, which unfortunately means I stopped eating cereal. Yeah, I don't usually get like, I guess I could get like oat milk or almond milk or something, but it's not worth what it costs. You know what I mean? Like it's good, but it's not that good. There's like 4chan bots or something. I guess that makes sense. There's some kind of brigade going on there, but that's what we're dealing with Cenk Uygur today on Charlie Kirk. We've also got Hannah in a strange situation. I want you to tell me what you think of this. I want you to tell me what you think this is, right? Natalie Marie made a clip for us. Thank you, Natalie Marie. And this is a clip of Anna Kasparian. Now, I showed this to some people, and they thought that Anna was really upset with Cenk here. I'm not sure. You tell me what you think. She's definitely mad.
I think Kamala Harris will.
Here. Anna Kasparian explodes at co-host Cenk Uygur for not realizing Kamala's political career is over. Cenk, I think Kamala would probably run in a cakewalk for governor. Anna Kasparian, no, what are you doing?
I think Kamala Harris will probably win in a cakewalk for governor.
No!
Okay.
No! What are you doing? What are you doing?
No, I'm telling you the reality, whether you like it or not.
What are you doing?
Democratic voters in California love to obey. And so if,
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm gonna move, Cenk. I'm gonna quit my job.
I got you.
I'm gonna
I'm just
quit
telling you
my
the
job
reality.
and I'm gonna move.
I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I'm telling you what's like if the Democratic Party said, we are not.
Did you see how she reacted to him? It wasn't like, oh God, no, please, no. That's terrible. Oh no, don't let that happen. It was, what are you doing? What are you doing, Cenk? Like she got mad at him, didn't she?
Kamala Harris, a giant percentage of Democrats in California would go, yes, we obey. We will take the loyalty oath. It doesn't matter how bad she is.
This state cannot survive another incompetent Democrat leading it.
Establishment it. Democrat like Kamala.
No, we just can't. Okay, like, anyway, so like people are egging her on. Okay, apparently she's like in a wait and see mode. How about you wait and see like your way out?
Here's the deal, okay? Depending on how bad the Trump administration goes, in 3 years, if Trump is hovering around Bush's approval rating, then Kamala Harris is going to be able to appeal to the "see, you should have voted for me" kind of crowd. But yeah, if not, she'll have a lot less chance of, I don't know, she's probably a shoo-in for governor, unless the right wing were to run somebody unconventional, I guess, or a celebrity or something like that, right? That's when was the last Republican governor? Was it Arnold Schwarzenegger? Like that's it's a little bit of an exception to the rule when Republicans win. So in other words, if Kamala Harris can win the Democratic primary, which she probably could, and then, it's not hard for her to be able to, I don't know, but like Does it seem like she might be quitting? Like, listen to this again.
I think Kamala Harris will probably win in a cakewalk for governor.
No!
Okay.
No!
Oh my God.
What are you doing?
No, I'm telling you the reality, whether you like it or not.
What are you doing?
Democratic voters in California love to obey. And so
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to move, Cenk. I'm going to
I need to remind my editor, which is me, to put the Cenk and Anna, to put the video clip in post-production.
quit my job.
I got you.
I'm going
I'm
to
just
quit
telling you
my
the
job
reality.
and I'm going to move.
I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I'm telling you what's
I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to move. I mean, look. I think this is subtextual. I don't think that's obvious. I don't think that she's, necessarily serious about that. But I do think it was a low-key reminder to Shaky Gurga that she could probably make a lot more money elsewhere. And I think that he triggered her, even though he doesn't disagree with her. He doesn't like Kamala Harris, but he just thinks that she would have no trouble winning governor.
like if the Democratic Party said, we anoint Kamala Harris, a giant percentage of Democrats in California would go, yes, we obey. We will take the loyalty oath. It doesn't matter how bad she is.
This state cannot survive another incompetent Democrat leading it.
A
leading
establishment
it.
Democrat like Kamala
No, we
Harris.
just can't. Okay, like, anyway, so like people are egging her on. Okay, apparently she's like in a wait and see mode. How about you wait and see like your way out of public life and go do what you're supposed to do. Go work in the private sector, go do the lobbying thing, whatever it is, but do not run as governor of California.
Yeah.
Do not.
No, we agreed to only push Republicans, Cenk, especially in California. Yeah, the more local the race, the more right-wing Cenk and Anna seem to be. I need Cenk and Anna break. Yeah, I mean, like they need a break. Christy Z, can you you need to have a talk with Anna for me? Can you do that? Can you talk to Anna and just be like, could you just take a break, take a breather, take a little, just don't tweet, don't say anything, don't make any news, don't react to Silly and Billy. Can you just take a little break? Oh no, who is this that's posting this? Comedian, filmmaker, documentarian, husband to somebody
Kamala Harris will probably win in a cakewalk for governor.
immune to the system films. Oh, that's the name of the film company. Immune to the system. American History of Voter Fraud. World Death Organization. Fauci film. That's who's tweeting this. Oh no, there's more. How is there more? Or is this just
Kamala
a...
Harris will probably win in a cakewalk for governor.
No!
Okay.
No! What are you doing?
You were the chosen one.
I think Kamala Harris will
You were supposed to fight the woke, not join them. Oh, this was that turf podcast she was on. Wait, is this a right-wing simp then? This is an anti-vaxxer for Anna. Is that who we found? Is that who we ran into, chat? Mask free. Allergic to tyranny. Allergic to, look, we're in the grocery store and we're not wearing our masks because we're not sheep. We don't buy into Fauci's lies about the pandemic. Immune to the system films? Oh no, chat. What the fuck? This is who is...
Let me tell you something, and I want to be clear.
Wait, what is on here? Douglas Murray versus Mehdi Hassan. Guess which side that he's on. Exposes Mehdi Hassan. Natasha Okay, so they're like super. Oh wow, it's a it's a it's a pro IDF anti-vaxxer. Wow. Mostly looks like they just have clips here. Donald Trump lives rent-free in James Carvile's head. Brian Stetler once had a potato mailed to him. Communist Kamala Harris will snatch your patent. Comrade Kamala? That's who Anna is getting promoted by now. No, like I'm checking to make sure. No, this person is kindness from a guy named Jeff completely changed Anna Kasparian's view of Trump supporters. Try to get this bicycle up the stairs. This guy stops me. His name is Jeff. Oh, he's just quoting it. It's hard. It's actually hard to tell exactly what he thinks about this, but he does seem to be a right-wing simp for Anna, a right-wing anti-vaxxer. Wow, it's amazing, right? Given that the TYT themselves have been more or less on the right side of the Israel-Palestine issue, the fact that they've got guys like this simping for them shows where their priorities are. This guy's, disagrees with TYT on Israel-Palestine, and yet he doesn't seem to mind because he hasn't seen it. They're not talking about it. Instead, they're talking about the max left. That's their priority, is to deal with the max left. Anyway, chat, sorry for the confusion earlier. Oh my gosh. And thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the 5 gifted memberships. Rob Skelts, you just got weaseled. Jeffrey Barrois, you just got weaseled. Joe 47771, you just got weaseled. Oh no, you didn't. I'm sorry. I'm just reading out people's names now. Morbius Dragon, you just got weaseled. Emily Wood, you just got weaseled. Rachel, you just got weaseled. Anthony Draper, you just got weaseled. Farin Wolf, you just got weaseled. Dark Canuck, you just got weaseled. Uncle Slayer, you just got weaseled. And Bricks, you just got weaseled. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. So that brings us all the way up to 76% of the way towards the dono goal. That is more than 2/3 of the way there. That is more than 2/3. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. I really do appreciate it. And thank you, Narwhal. Okay, so like I told you, I've been teasing you with this, and let's get to it now. TYT has had 2 bonus episodes now that they have released to the public, implying that they want people to see this. Generally, the bonus episodes are members only, and they're something that Cenk and Anna have used in the past to vent. Usually this venting gets clipped and released and goes all over Twitter. But this time they're just putting it out there. So they made these 2 bonus episodes available because they want to answer the questions that have been asked about TYT as a network, where they're going, where they're moving, are they right wing? They want to put that all to bed. All of the Silly and Billy controversy, just put it all to bed, like put it all out on the table. They're going to name names. They're going to name names. They're going to call people out. And I don't know. They're going to say that they can't respond to any of the critics because they're a news show, as they're talking about their critics and why you shouldn't trust them and why you shouldn't believe them. And they want more subs after losing so many lately. I mean, I guess, are they falling in the orchestra pit? What's the difference between a weasel and a ferret? I think weasels smell better. Is that right? I don't quote me on that one. I thought you did too, Joe. I think it was just because you commented just after that happened. Yeah, there's something that somebody said that that you have to like enable your account to get a membership. I've never gotten a membership before, so I'm wondering if that's why, like, I haven't enabled something. Ferrets are vicious. Highly allergic to ferrets. I thought I was going to piss chat off by implying that ferrets didn't smell great. Cenk straight up lied about Ben Dixon. I know, and that got exposed today when Ben talked to Silly and Billy on the Vanguard. Ben answered those charges from Cenk. All right, so like I said, we got more TYT. I mean, it's getting to the point where
Everyone today, a lot of folks, Cenk and Anna, obviously, a lot of folks have had questions about the direction of Young Turks, and I realized that some people in our audience had good, legitimate questions as well. So we wanted to answer them, clear the air. There's a lot to get to, so I want to get to it as quickly as we can. I was going to start with a critical question, but Gabby Mathis was so generous and wonderful on Super Chat. I'm going to start with her comment, and then I'll get to others. But it's also relevant here. Gabby wrote in, I'm so sick of so-called left-wingers that have badmouthed me for it. I was attacked today for being TYT. I hate the hate. We should have open discussions and love each other. Love Anna, Cenk, and I am TYT. Since retired, I watched TYT daily and was a progressive since I was 13.
Wow.
Cenk, you're taking advantage of people that have formed a parasocial attachment to you. People that aren't able to recognize what you're doing. You are taking advantage of their naivete. And you are taking advantage of their parasocial attachment to you. And this is why you've created a cottage industry, as you call it, of people calling you the fuck out. Because we can't bear to see people that all they wanted to do was support an organization which was out there making the world a better place. That's all they wanted to do. And they hung around and you know, weren't put off by your personality or Anna's personality. And now they're kind of stuck. And you're taking advantage of them. They don't stand behind what you're doing. You built an empire off of the backs of people who were truly progressive. And now you're going to take all of that infrastructure and put it to work for the intellectual dark web. And I don't know, you say that you're not Dave Rubin. You say that what you're doing is somehow different. I don't see that. I don't recognize it as being different. The only difference between you and Dave Rubin is that he's further along in the process. But you're getting there. You're getting there.
Gabby, I've said this so many times to you. I love you so much. Thank you for having an open heart and open mind. And you know, she's been so great on so many issues, including Gaza, etc. And so, anyways, Gabby, you're wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like the reason that I have to cover this is some people in the chat, you know, are noticing there's a lot of TYT content is because there is an audience out here that needs to see this, that wants to see this, that recognizes what's going on. And the only question they have is, what can we do about it? And the answer, sadly, is that we've got to build up other content creators that aren't going to sell us out like Cenk and Anna are doing. That's the only thing that you can do, is find somebody else that actually embodies what you might have thought that TYT once did. Like, look, I wouldn't have the numbers that I have right now. The Vanguard wouldn't have the numbers that they had today. It's not because we're doing this content that people are interested in it. We're covering this because people are, you know, mad. People are worried. People are confused. We're covering this because there's an interest. And you are not as slick as you think you are. You're not as slick as Dave Rubin and your audience who have supported you, on whose back you have crafted an empire. Your audience is not fucking pleased. And the majority of them, thankfully, see what you're doing and they don't like it.
For saying that. And that's part of why I want to do this too, because now some of these people that are, I don't know, I never know what to call them. We'll talk about it in a minute, but are attacking some of our.
How about victims of the woke mind virus? That's what you're trying to say. That's what you're trying to say. What you're saying here is fundamentally akin to something that I expect to hear from Elon Musk.
Viewers. And
no, I think we should name names.
There we go. There we go. Spiteful. Yeah, I know that people are trying to get this nickname for Anna started up, Anna Asparagus, because she's so bitter. I feel like she's like beyond bitter. She's caustic, I think is the word that I would use. She's spiteful. It's like somehow bitter is just not enough to describe what she is.
Employees who want to be superstars by attacking us are literally telling our.
They're so mad. They're so mad at Silly and Billy. They're so mad at Ben Dixon. They're so fucking mad.
Viewers to harm themselves, unalive themselves, as streamers like to say.
Oh God, I almost don't want to get involved in this. I know what she's talking about now. I got to see the incident that she's referring to. But like, I mean, notice that like all she's got to do is find one person that's said something that goes over the line, and then she's like, "Oh my gosh, they're telling our audience to unalive themselves now."
Say, and I don't know how anyone would look at that and think, oh, this is a person of good moral character and I should take anything that they're saying seriously.
It's probably paid trolls.
By super chatted $7. We can't see the video.
Oh my gosh. You're missing the bonus episode. They're like incidental music is wild.
back on the bonus episode, but we're
back on that bonus episode again. Oh my God, chat. Thank you, Narwhal. Ben Dixon showed his contract on the Vanguard. How they paid him for Facebook videos. Oh yeah, it sounds like they I don't want to say anything beyond what's alleged. But yeah, that sounds like some contractual shenanigans. There we go. I can say that, right? I can say that. Either acidic or very basic. Yeah, she's caustic. And I don't know. She does not seem to enjoy herself doing what she's doing. Such a sweetheart, and Cenk is taking full advantage. Anna Asparagus. Like, I actually like asparagus. I don't know. For me, asparagus is not too bitter. I don't even know. Like, right, okay, I guess it could be bitter, huh? Look, I think of artichoke. When I think of bitter, I think of artichoke more than I think of asparagus. I'm trying to think, how do you cook asparagus so that it's bitter? Is it if you cook it too long, like boil it or something? It gets kind of bitter. Yeah, I hardly cook asparagus at all. I cook asparagus like it's almost like good just raw. As far as I understand, Cenk's always been a cutthroat businessman, but do you think he's always been a grifter, though? That's a good question. Actually, that's a really good question. I can't say for sure. None of your business. If Cenk was, yeah, so the question is, you know, we're saying Cenk is a grifter now. Has he always been a grifter? Like, was he ever serious about it? Did he just like literally be like, hey, look at this, there's no right wingers, there's no right wingers, sorry. There's no left wingers on person is commenting live while Ben was stating his piece? Wait, which person? Secret YouTube hating on Ben? A secret YouTube channel hating on Ben Dixon when Ben was on? They were as anonymous? I'm guessing it was Anna. Really? Wait, what? Do I understand what you're saying? There was a secret YouTube hating on Ben when Ben was on. Oh, you're talking about in the Vanguard chat, right, Izzy? Is that what you mean? I don't care what TYT does anymore. I unsubscribed, yeah. Ferrets and weasels are in the same family. It's called mustelids. It includes ferrets, stoats, weasels, badgers, otters, among others. Sorry, I think otters are really cute too. But I'm glad you can see the screen now, chat. That was pretty dicey. I've been told I'm supposed to change the screen more often. You know, when I'm talking to you, I'm supposed to press the button to do like this deal right here. Like that. Yeah, Woody Red, you got it. It's an OBS issue. Okay, yeah. I'm supposed to do this more often. I was told. Anyway, apologies, chat. Apologies. The Gabby chatter is literally an elderly woman. I'm pretty sure I remember her saying she's in her late 60s. God, see, this is the whole thing. I don't hate TYT's audience. Like, I hate what Cenk and Anna are doing to their audience, but I'm of the opinion they're I mean, like, I wish they were more perceptive. But
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
I don't think they're bad people. Right? And I think the best thing that we can do for them is to let them know what's going on with their favorite content creators. TYT audience is boomers now, can't make this up. Thank you, Joe. I don't think it's a moth. but I think it is definitely flying around my room. Jink said on video the Vanguard boys watched with Ben Dixon, and that Ben was jealous of Rashad Richey, of Nina Turner, and other. Oh, the watch list. Watch list is JR. Truly think Jink was authentic when he started TYT. He really did hate the MSN, and wanted to do progressive media, but the money changed him. But Anna has always been fake. They got a super chat bashing Ben Dixon. That's the anonymous account people were talking about. And Brussels sprouts can be more bitter. I guess. I don't find them bitter, but maybe my parents never tried to get us to eat Brussels sprouts. They were always, asparagus is not bitter. My mom would overcook asparagus. And I don't remember if it tasted bitter, but it's so much better when it's not overcooked. I picture the audience to be people who loved listening to them bash the Bush administration. Yeah, yeah. Can anyone point out a video on TYT where Jink and Anna didn't talk down to their audience and act as if they were the smartest people? Is that that actually feels like a legacy media type thing? You know what I mean? Is it just me, or does it feel like television does that? And that it took them, I don't know. I feel like they've always been trying to be television or be radio. Radio especially does that. The actual boomers are pretty rare. It's mostly 30 to 45-year-olds in the Turks audience. Young has left the building. You're not wrong. Perfect asparagus 1 minute in a microwave veggie steamer. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ooh, that's true, Philip. Any vegetable can be bitter if prepared wrong. There was 3 accounts in the chat. One said YouTuber. The others were named accounts. Interesting. That's hilarious. If it was Anna, I'm sorry. If it was Anna, I actually, it's not funny because I'm worried for Anna's well-being. If Anna made an alt to donate to Silly and Billy with. Even before the drama that made me leave, I was already had some issues, some stories I think I knew more about. Didn't think they were being honest about whatever. Yeah, they're not honest and they're not thorough. I feel like Jose pointed that out in his video covering TYT's coverage of the Aurora, Colorado story. And as always, talk down to the audience like their show mentally. She straight up thinks the chat is stupid. Joe Scarborough acts similarly. Yeah. I feel like it's a boom. I feel like it's a I shouldn't say a boomer thing. It's like a legacy media thing. It's like a cable news thing, or maybe even a radio thing. Their presentation, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They're YouTubers, and they don't seem to get that they're YouTubers. Anyway, sorry. I just wanted to check back with Chad after
making it public for everyone.
We'll rewatch this again. Sorry, it was not on screen.
A lot of folks, Cenk and Anna, obviously, a lot of folks have had questions about the direction of Young Turks, and I realized that some people in our audience had good, legitimate questions as well. So we wanted to answer them, clear the air. There's a lot to get to, so I want to get to it as quickly as we can. I was going to start with a critical question, but Gabby Mathis was so generous and wonderful on Super Chat. I'm going to start with her comment, and then I'll get to others. But it's also relevant here. Gabby wrote in, I'm so sick of so-called left-wingers that have badmouthed me for it. I was attacked today for being TYT. I hate the hate. We should have open discussions and love each other.
Okay, so I mean, obviously, it's not productive to attack their audience. In fact, the best thing you can do for their audience is to try to reach out to them, because I feel like there are people that, yeah, like they're taking advantage of. It's difficult, right? If you tell somebody that you're being conned, their normal reaction is going to be to get mad at you and to feel like they're being attacked and feel like what you're saying is that they're not very smart. And you're not necessarily saying that. You're not necessarily saying that. So I don't know if Gabby was actually attacked. You know, if somebody directed their anger at Gabby for being a TYT supporter, or if she just took the fact that somebody was telling her that she's being lied to as a personal insult. I'm not sure.
Each other. Love Anna, Cenk, and I am TYT. Since retired, I watched TYT daily and was a progressive since I was 13.
Wow.
Gabby, I've said this so many times to you. I love you so much. Thank you for having an open heart and open mind. And you know, she's been so great on so many issues, including Gaza, etc. And so, anyways, Gabby, you're wonderful for saying that. And that's part of why I want to do this too, because now some of these people that are, I don't know, I never know what to call them. We'll talk about it in a minute, but are attacking some of our viewers. And
no, I think we should name names. Former employees who.
So we got some questions here. Did the Turning Point USA video happen before or after President Musk killed cancer research for children? It happened after. I'm pretty sure that happened today. Because yeah, the Elon Musk story, that was yesterday afternoon when that hit. Someone did actually insult her in another chat. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't saying that it's not happening. Don't attack the audience. They're the only real part of TYT left. You're not wrong there. Good for Gabby says, not in my name.
Who want to be superstars by attacking us are literally telling our viewers to harm themselves, unalive themselves, as streamers like to say. And I don't know how anyone would look at that and think, oh, this is a person of good moral character and I should take anything that they're saying seriously. Telling people to take their own lives because you don't like the show that they're watching is insane, but okay.
yeah, it's gotten vicious against our viewers, and you know, that's unacceptable. And
I love how this works out for them, right? If they were mad on their own behalf, it would seem kind of self-centered. It would seem like they're not taking criticism very well. But no, they're mad on behalf of their audience. Their audience was attacked. There's somebody in the chat saying it's probably paid trolls. So this reminds me of what came up in my conversation with Hank from Winners and Losers, that TYT's first instinct as far as pushing off the responsibility for strike breaking in terms of fighting against the attempt to unionize TYT was to say that these people must be working for Cenk's congressional opponent. It kind of reminds me of that. It's like they've trained their audience now. Just say, oh yeah, no, the paid trolls that did it because TYT is anti-establishment, so it must be the establishment that's making the max lefters left max. I don't know.
Are people allowed to disagree, or did people elect these, in my mind, radicals, and we'll talk about why calling them radicals, mayor of Progressive Land, the
Excuse me, that's communist invading radicals to you, sir.
king of the left. When did that happen? When did we vote? When did they get anointed? They sound like Kamala Harris and the establishment people. We have been anointed as the leaders of the left. Have you? I haven't seen that at all. I haven't seen that at all. And then you're going to viciously attack people who have a slight disagreement with you. Now it's past us, but you're attacking people that are viewers.
So let me just say a few other things. So look, there is one particular channel. It's called The Vanguard. 2 young guys host it, and they've had,
I believe it's Silly and Billy,
a hate boner for me forever. It started when the fight, disagreement, whatever with Jimmy Dore started. They were on Jimmy Dore's side. And I blocked them because they were just causing problems, and I didn't want to see what they were posting on
Oh, they're
Twitter.
now pretending to be against Jimmy.
No, I know. And then they had a falling out with Jimmy, but they maintained their hate boner for me. And so if you look at their channel, it's just,
yeah, I don't think they're pretending to be against Jimmy Dore. I'm pretty sure they have more of a hate boner for Jimmy Dore than they do for Anna.
wall to wall, out of context clips of us. And unfortunately, well-meaning people who don't know better are gonna see those out of context clips and their spin and the way they frame things and think that we're like these, like, I don't know what they think. Like, I don't even watch their videos. I just see sometimes the thumbnails like that people send me and they like laugh at it. Like people who actually know me and know the show really well are just like, what is this?
Yeah.
But
Really,
unfortunately, like,
thumbnails you say,
it's
thumbnails.
So if our name is in the video and the topic of discussion, it's gonna perform well. They're making money off of it. And I don't know. I don't know what to do about that.
They're making money, Lebowski. They're making money.
And so others have caught on and they're doing the same thing. And unfortunately, that narrative like starts to snowball and I don't know what to do. Do I defend myself on this show? Do I call them out? I don't want to waste your time with that, which is why I've largely ignored it.
So it's weird. So they're able to kind of like victimize themselves without answering anything brought up by the Vanguard or Sam Cedar or anyone. They're able to just like, by hiding behind this veneer of like, well, we don't want to do drama. See, now if we actually reacted and responded to what people were saying about us, then that would be drama. But me bringing up them and calling them out by names and saying that they're attacking me and I'm so sad and isn't this horrible how these mean people, they're attacking our audience, they're attacked Gabby, they're super meanie butts. That's not, see, you got the part that is drama mixed up with the part that isn't drama. If you wanted to not do drama, you'd say, okay, so now there's been a criticism made of us here at TYT, and I want to take a look at it and tell you why I think that this criticism is made in bad faith. I think that this criticism lacks substance, right? That's not what you're getting from Anna. You're getting none of that. You're just getting, they're mean to me. They were mean. This is just the drama and none of the substance. So nice try, I guess.
But then when you largely ignore it, it ends up snowballing into this big narrative that is unfair.
So what winds up happening is if they, any of these channels, if they do a video on policy or the news like we do, it doesn't perform that well. But when they do a video attacking TYT, it does much better. And so they then get incentivized to do more videos attacking us, right?
So now there is something going on with the YouTube algorithm. If I were to call this video or any other video that I did, if I were to put it in the news category, now there are some of my videos that are in the news category and they end up doing okay. But in general, there is some sort of a, I guess you'd call it an establishment bias on YouTube in terms of news. That now I was watching the Vanguard today, and they seem to imply that they thought it was like had to do with the adpocalypse. That's when things changed because Cenk was pre-adpocalypse. He was able to make a name for himself, make a channel for himself, doing news coverage, whereas somebody else isn't. But yeah, there is a factor in that.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
When we're talking about TYT, it's never that Cenk is a poo-poo head and Anna is a meanie butt, right? It's never personality. It's never like, what an asshole. Like, that's never the point of it. The point is trans rights. And, you know, here's somebody that calls himself home of the progressives saying, I don't think so. Trans women are women, X to doubt. That's what Cenk is saying. And so, you know, yeah, if I am going to get more views on a video disagreeing with Cenk's viewpoint on that issue than I am making a video of like, here's why I think what I think on that issue. That is true, but I mean, that's just YouTube, and you know that too. Like, this is the reason that you talk about more relevant people if you can help it, right? TYT videos. Do you want to look at your videos and see which of them are performing and which of them are not? I would guess that the ones that are performing are going to tend to be the ones that are about somebody a little bit more relevant than Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian. You're doing the same thing that you're criticizing, in other words, Cenk.
So, funny enough, just before we got into them, Box just wrote in on Super Chat saying, let's follow the logic. People who don't really like TYT go to watch Silly and Billy talk about TYT all day long.
That's the Vanguard. Yeah.
Make it make sense, okay? So,
I'll make it make sense. These are people that liked TYT. For some of them a few months ago, some of them a year or more ago. These are people that believed in TYT. These are people who donated to TYT. These are people who supported TYT. These are people who modded for TYT. In some cases, these are people who are on TYT. That's why. That's why. Your heel turn is newsworthy. Congratulations.
That's, yeah, Silly and Billy are those guys. Look, guys, I mentioned it once because I watched one video of theirs. They pretend that Anna drives a Porsche or a Jaguar, I forget. Like, they claim two different cars, but they never clarified. They say she lives in Beverly Hills. All these outrageous weirdo lies.
Yeah, and then Dan Evans, the former employee who's also attacking me, posts a picture of himself with his new Mustang and makes fun of me for driving a used Honda Civic, which, by the way, I'm very proud to drive a used Honda Civic. I don't need a fancy car. But
I'm sorry. Wait, who's she talking about?
Look at Anna. She's for driving.
She lives in Beverly Hills. All these outrageous weirdo lies.
Yeah, and then Dan Evans, the
that's Dan, Power Report guy. That Dan,
former employee who's also attacking me, posts a picture of himself with his new Mustang and makes fun of me for driving a used Honda Civic, which, by the way, I'm very proud to drive a used Honda Civic. I don't need a fancy car, but which one is it? Is it, haha, look at Anna, she's driving a Honda? Or is it Anna has two cars, including a Porsche?
Oh, Anna really.
I want to point something out. The Vanguard are the people that you said were saying that you drove a Porsche. Dan is the one that made fun of you for not driving a Porsche, for driving a Honda. So those are two different people, and you just like conflated them. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's I didn't get a feeling there's a positive relationship between those two content creators. So you're literally taking, you know, two people who have said shit about each other, and you're conflating them. They're all one person. If it's like, make it make sense, Anna. Make it make sense. You're not even talking about people who like each other, let alone the only common thread between those two content creators is they're both skeptical about TYT. One because he used to work there, and the others because they used to watch you. No, that's funny. I didn't even catch this at first, right? That is wild. How fucking disingenuous, how bad faith to say that on one hand, this group of people says that I drive a Porsche, and then this person says that I drive a shitty car. Make it make sense. I will. They're two different people. Does it make sense now? Is it clear? I don't know about the beef with the Vanguard and Dan. I got no clue. I just like picked up less than immaculate vibes today. So yeah, if anybody, I'm not sure.
Don't forget about that.
I don't care.
Yeah, but real fast, I've seen a few of their videos, and not to get too long into the conversation on my part, because I have this thing called a life, and I just really am not concerned about those guys. I'll just say from what I've watched from them, all they are is a little knitting circle. They're a knitting circle, and they don't really do a good job in informing you.
Why are they being called a knitting circle? Can anybody explain this to me? Like, what does he mean by calling... The Vanguard is a knitting circle? Why are they a knitting circle? What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? Like, is it... The guy off screen is a audio engineer, I think. I don't know why they brought him in to talk, but they did. They're insular? Is that what that means? Because it almost sounds like he means to call it a stitch and bitch, I think. Get together and knit and complain. Okay, so that's where he's going with that. Yeah, wow. Thank you, Risanabi, for that insight. I think that makes sense. People gossip in knitting circles, so they're gossipy. Okay, so that's what they're saying. It's not serious, it's gossip. It's not, though, right? Gossip would be personal. It would be like, I don't like Anna's hair. I don't like Anna's, I don't know. Weak femme, worthless gossip. Yeah, so there is a little bit of, yeah, okay. Shin says it's a very sexist coded. Yeah, I thought so. I thought there was a little bit of misogyny. It's a weird thing. They attacked the Vanguard with misogyny. I would not have expected that. That was not on my bingo card. Vanguard gets attacked with misogyny. It's super ineffective. Knitting circle is a women gossiping at home. Calling them gossips. They may make this stuttering John copycat make misogynistic comments about the Vanguard. That's so wild. That's so wild. It's like saying circle jerk. Well, they do literally have a podcast called that, so there is that as well. Huh.
Informing you on the stories that they're talking about, right, and being well aware of the world around them. And by doing so, they don't really serve, for me, a purpose of trying to inspire. There's no inspiration in what they do.
They're just trauma farming. That's what they're doing.
All it is.
Yeah.
So that's Bart, our audio guy. And
yeah. Joseph says Anna is a star. She deserves more. I agree too. I feel like she deserves at the very least a Sonichu medallion. She is a star, definitely.
And so, look, at the end of the video that I watched, then one of the guys talks about how he worked on Wall Street. So they're man of the people. And then Dan is pretending that he was like in solidarity with Hassan. He's the one guy who yelled at Hassan during a town hall here and said Hassan was going to cost all of our jobs. So he's just like, and you don't want to know why Dan actually left the company? To go work for Morgan Stanley. He was going to be a banker. So, but now we're not progressive enough. Okay, so it's funny how you don't mention that, Dan. Okay.
Wait, so yeah, I don't know what this reference is for. Chat, can we confirm? Did Dan yell at Hassan? Didn't Dan used to? Wasn't Dan like Hassan's producer?
Anyways, look, we're in an impossible situation because they say the most outrageous things, but when we respond, people go, hey, I don't know. So here, let me go to Sean Kelly. Also super chat, I really got to get to the members, but fam, I love TYT. The left fights itself too much. It would be great if we could find unity. TYT could lead that effort among the online voices. Please don't glibly dismiss it.
I mean, yeah, Joseph, we're here to celebrate the greatness of Anna. True.
Your members are concerned too. Sean, that's why we're doing this segment. So let's get to it, okay? So let's go to some of our members. I'll start with one that's a little wild, but Laura Rayner asked a YouTube member, how do you respond to the accusation that you're the Neville Chamberlain to the modern Hitler?
Why is Cenk mentioning Dan? I'm not sure. I think maybe, did Dan have I think it was like a Twitter post that did some numbers, right? Is that why they're mad at Dan?
So guys, look, I think that there are three things that people are criticizing us for. And one is we have some policy disagreements with some of the people that I call max left. And so they're, in my mind, tiny ones. So when I go on right-wing shows, for example, I get them, almost every right-wing host that I've asked this question to, I said, now we all agree though, right? That trans people should have the same constitutional rights as every other American, rights to housing and employment and medical care, right? And they all say yes, okay? So they're all on the record as saying that, and I view that as a huge win. I agree with them on professional sports, and apparently that just.
Okay, so we got the Dan tweet. This is Dan from the internet. Oh, is this in that massive? No. I think he had a tweet that went like massive. I don't know if it's this one though. I think he had a tweet that did more numbers than this. Hassan is a multi-millionaire who doesn't scapegoat migrants. Emma Vigeland makes more than she did at TYT without trading trans solidarity for MAGA fame. Between Anna and I, only one of us can truthfully say the number of times we've sided with a union buster is 0. So that's responding to Anna saying, sadly, he used to be an employee. Oh, she's talking about Dan here. Former coworker, yes, who left to work at Morgan Stanley and now pretends to be a socialist. I know Anna wouldn't read theory if her dog fetched it for her, but she did read the part of the bad faith Red Scare Daily Wire playbook that says socialism is when no money. I hope she really likes her Honda though. Okay, so dunking on the. Anyway, yeah, okay, that's the tweet.
Makes you a massive right-winger, et cetera. On high school sports, I debate them and I go, hey, you don't want a kid to check the kid's genitalia, et cetera. So, but wherever you are on those issues, to say that a slight disagreement means that someone's a right-winger or and for those of you who didn't see it, like among the different things that, and people, I get it, they think mom and dad are fighting, not me and Anna, but us and all the other left, or a lot of the other left-wing shows, and it makes them uncomfortable. And since you guys didn't see it, it's hard for you to understand why we're so frustrated. So Sam Cedar analogized me to a Nazi for that minuscule difference. Minuscule, right?
Again, Cenk, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No, he didn't analogize you to a Nazi. He analogized you to Chamberlain. I mean, that part, I remember this, right? We'll see if we can find this chat, but it's just Sam saying that you correctly called out Donald Trump as a fascist, and now you're trying to work with him. It sounds an awful lot like there can be peace in our times. It sounds an awful lot like the analogy would be comparing you to Neville Chamberlain. Yeah, you wouldn't be being called the Nazi. You would be the enabler of the Nazi. He's so full of shit. He's so fucking full of shit. AOC was on the Majority Report the other day. Yeah, Sam does better work than. I mean, look, if TYT is like, top ramen with onions, then Sam Cedar is like the vegetables. Not that I don't like top ramen with onions, but.
But by the way, if you think that's a gigantic difference, okay. And on crime, we said, guys, we think black and brown communities are getting hurt by these laws that were passed in California, New York, et cetera.
So do the black and brown communities, by the way.
And my point there is, look, it's not about us bragging or anything like that. It's just the fact that all of those communities, and Oakland's a perfect example, kicked out those local mayors, prosecutors, etc. Oakland did a recall of a progressive mayor, 65 to 35 by 30 points, a recall.
Yep.
So we said that you're hurting vulnerable communities if you're in favor of those laws. And I normally don't talk in that kind of language, right? But I'm only doing it as a counter because the other side was saying, if you don't turn the—
In what language? The language of caring about marginalized people? Is that the language that you try to avoid? You don't want to sound too SJW coded?
Those felonies into misdemeanors, and you don't let more people out of prison, and you don't do all of these different things, that we're hurting Black and brown communities. So who was right and who was wrong? Well, it's absolutely clear. If you think Oakland—
No, I really want him to have to answer this, right? We live in the country with the greatest percentage of incarcerated people. When he says, "Oh, you want to let more people out of you want to let more people out," right? Do you think that every single country in the world has it wrong and they should be incarcerating more people? Do you really think that the United States, still being the #1 prison country on the planet, do you really think that the United States, like, the problem is that we're letting too many people out of jail?
Is, since they agree with us overwhelmingly, if you think Oakland has turned Republican and you think they're MAGA and you think they're pro-Trump, you might have lost your mind.
I'm going to give you another example. Highland Park, which is a city within LA County, 97% Latino, 97%. They overwhelmingly voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, overwhelmingly voted for Biden in 2020. This election, they went hard right. And they, of course, cited the two things that we kept mentioning, guys.
Look, we all know what it was. There was a catchy theme song for Donald Trump this year in Spanish. Like the banger of the year was a Spanish language campaign commercial. Just fucking banger.
Economy and also crime. So when I was talking about those stories in a nuanced way, because I still think that there is room for smart criminal justice reform, I look at the Scandinavian model and I think that's the right model. I think we should pursue those reforms. We should have prisons that are completely reformed so they actually rehabilitate people, so they don't torture people. But anyway, I was mentioning those things in the years leading up to the election with the hope that the Democratic Party would recalibrate. There's no reason why.
So the Scandinavian model is actually talking about the economic system of countries in Scandinavia. I don't think it really has anything to do. She's talking about she wants a prison system that's more like Scandinavia, except it wouldn't be because Scandinavia doesn't lock up the number of people that we do. It's incoherent. It's absolutely incoherent what they're saying, and they're relying on their audience to be ignorant, to be too ignorant to call it out. Like, you're just talking about social democracy when you say the Nordic model, or the Scandinavian model. Like, that's not, she's using like the wrong term for it. I think she means she wants to have video game systems, not the newest video game system, right? You don't get a PS5, but if you get a PS4 in jail. And I'm saying, I mean, yeah, like jails should be less inhumane. We should do something to stop a prison rape, by the way, which is a joke. People treat it like a joke. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. But that's all she can say is like, just make the jail slightly nicer, but don't let anybody out. So we need to lock up more people.
We can't recalibrate. You try something, you see it doesn't work. It's totally fine to say, hey, that didn't work. Let's recalibrate. But
how about the tough on crime policy from the 70s and 80s that didn't work back then and that definitely doesn't work now?
The biggest issue that I see right now—
This is the biggest issue with TYT that I see right now is their willingness to unlearn stuff. You saw this with Anna Kasparian during the birthing person controversy. There is video of Anna explaining the necessity for inclusive language to a conservative that she's arguing with. And she somehow unlearned that and now thinks that birthing person means that we're saying that all that women are good for is having babies. That's what wokeism is doing now. You just fucking unlearned something that you knew, Anna. And that's why I can't take you seriously. And that's how I know you're a fucking grifter.
Now, generally speaking on the left, I'm not talking about any specific faction or anything. Whether you're talking about the establishment Democrats or activist Democrats, they don't want to admit that something isn't going right and that maybe they need to try a different approach. And I think that that has led to the shellacking that the Democratic Party experienced in this past election.
Yeah. So I did an Operation Hope town hall. And by the way, you guys, everybody's welcome to the town hall. That's such a loving community. You go to tyt.com/hope. We're going to have the next one's going to, because the holiday is going to be on January 8th. But we try to actually help. We did the Trump library thing and the Trump brackets where we had the 64 worst things that Trump did. And we did that before the election. I tried so hard to make sure that Trump didn't win. And it was with the help of Operation Hope volunteers, et cetera. And so yesterday I was talking to them, and Morgan, who's one of the participants, said, look, Cenk, I agree with the policies of what you would call the woke left or the radical left or whatever you want to call them, right? And he said, so are you against me? I said, no, Morgan, of course I'm not against you. That entire range exists within TYT. So I debate Francesca and Jordan Yule and Jules and so many other people on those issues, and they're right here. They're our contributors. There's, so that
Sterling Nash says, what happened to these people punching up and not punching down? Sterling, that's something else that they unlearned. That's something that they understood. That's something that they did. And now they're just like, what? No, of course you gotta attack trans people. That's the only way that we'll be able to get the populace right on our side.
That leads to, and by the way, Morgan then went and got wokeleft.org and radicalleft.org because she's like, I'm proud of those labels. And I love that. There's nothing wrong with people disagreeing. We're not pushing anyone out who disagrees with us. It's this crazy upside down world where people go, you won't agree with me, so that means you're evil, I'm leaving. Okay, leave. What am I gonna do? But look, I'm saying
what you're gonna do is you're gonna imply that your freedom of speech is being impinged on because your audience is not with that shit. Your audience is leaving.
Say whatever you want on this network, and you're saying I'm not allowed to say anything I want on my own network.
Yeah, I'm looking. They're getting roasted in their own chat.
Like
I mean, not universally. There are people also shitting on the Majority Report in there, but
how can you not see that that's crazy? And by the way, different people have left for different reasons. We'll get to Mondale in a second, because a couple of you asked about it, and it's a good question. Let me read a couple more comments here. Swedish Sunflower Dragon, again, a YouTube member, says, much love, I've been disappointed by you lately, but I find it ridiculous to call you right-wing, but it's confusing. You calling others bad faith and not showing us receipts.
I mean, again, there's a name for this. It's intellectual dark web. That's what they're doing. That's what they're presenting right now. Are they going to pivot to MAGA? I kind of think so. I say that 100% Cenk and Anna will be on board the new incarnation of MAGA, whether it be JD Vance or Vivek Ramaswamy or Elon Musk or whoever. I think that they will be on board that train in 4 years. I also don't think that TYT is very long for this world. We saw Anna mentioning quitting. Now, that doesn't mean that she's gonna quit. I'm not calling that out. I'm not saying she's not coming back from after Christmas break, right? I don't know when it'll happen, but I do think that she is probably shopping for a better situation for herself and or Cenk. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, given they're making it impossible for the John Adirolas and the Francesca Fiorentinis. In other words, their next generation of talent, they're making it impossible for those people to stay on. And so they're not going to have a network left, even if it's still called TYT. But I'm not convinced that they're not just gonna rebrand entirely. In fact, that might be better for them.
Rather bad faith too. So, okay, good question. Guys, why? So I can show you that clip from Majority Report. I can show you the clip from Ben Dixon's show and all these other things. But we're not doing the same thing that they are. We're doing an actual news show for you guys. So if we wanted to do online gossip, then we're going to spend hours.
So you're doing online gossip right now. That's what you're doing. You're covering the controversy, all right? You're getting the clicks from talking about internet drama. Now, if you were to talk about substantive points that are brought up by Majority Report, unironically, the shit that he's doing now is more drama chasing, clout chasing than it would be if he reacted to a Sam Cedar video, if they reacted to a Vanguard video. They're like, this is why I think these people have us wrong. See, they say that we're like this, but we're not, and you know that, right? That would be addressing the substance. That's not what they're doing. They are literally they are getting those clicks for the drama without anything approaching accountability.
Hours picking apart all their videos just like they do with us and getting into this internet drama and gossip, etc. We're doing this reluctantly because you guys asked, right? But do you really want us to do that? To go and nitpick every one of their shows, or to find all the things that they've said terrible about us and show you and go, aha, look at that. And if you say, look, I don't trust you.
Bongo Dave, I'm not sure John and Fran, do they have Ferrari? I never heard about them having Ferraris. Also on this TYT video, here, let me see what that says. Oh no, I got stuck in Top Chat again. Chat, let me explain to you the hell world that is Top Chat. If you don't click your chat and say live chat, then you might miss out on great comments like this one by Scout is Taken. That's why you should always be in live chat and never in Top Chat. This TYT video, on this TYT video, Cenk said that he had the video from MR where, well, I know the video he's talking about. He's just mischaracterizing it, right? So what Sam said was that TYT was akin to Neville Chamberlain, not that TYT was akin to Nazis or Hitler. I mean, he has a video and he's going to stretch that. He's going to ship of Theseus and that into, I mean, if you've ever seen the Innuendo Studios video called Ship of Theseus, Innuendo Studios, by the way, great channel, a lot of awesome analysis and very useful and very applicable. In this case, it's a logical fallacy called the Ship of Theseus, where you try to say this thing is this. In other words, what Sam said was that I'm a Nazi. And you do that by saying, well, Sam said that I'm like Chamberlain. Chamberlain was helpful to the Nazis, so therefore Sam's saying I'm like a Nazi. And it's like he's literally not. You have to Ship of Theseus that in. You have to replace the, the parts of the ship over and over again to get there. TYT was a channel that loved the online drama, so the holier than thou attitude is disingenuous. Yeah, they loved mocking. Oh, Britney Spears only a few years ago. Oh, yeah.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Every time Cenk talks, I hear Matt Lush interrupt him with a guitar soundbite. Wait, with the Polymarket soundbite. Welcome to Polymarket Studios.
On it, I either want you to spend some of that huge portion of the show doing that, or I don't believe you. Okay, then you don't believe me. But I can't spend the whole show going in and engaging in this nonsense. And same exact thing happened with Jimmy Dore, right? Oh, he did a 200 videos, and we finally do one.
It's funny that Cenk is thinking about, like, to even mention that. Nobody's expecting you. The whole show, what do they do, like a 2-hour broadcast? Is that right? They got a 2 hour, is it 2 hours of TYT, if I remember correctly? And then the bonus hour, the bonus episode, it's not really an hour today. It's more like a 30-minute deal, but is afterwards. Nobody's asking you to spend 2 hours talking about Sam Cedar. But you claiming that he called you a Nazi and not showing your audience the tape to let them judge for themselves whether comparing you to Chamberlain is equivalent of comparing you to a Nazi is pretty fucking disingenuous, I'd say.
One back, and oh my God, you guys are the bad guys, etc. But here at TYT, we're always going to have an open mind. I'm never going to allow anyone to say, you're not allowed to disagree with me, okay? No, we are allowed. We are allowed. And so is our audience, and so is our contributors. They could be to my left, they could be to my right, which leads to another like propaganda point that some of these guys are pointing out. Cenk will go on the right-wing shows, but he won't go on the left-wing show and debate or discuss with it. Wait a minute. I went on Hassan's show. That's the largest show on Twitch. That's a giant, you fair to call it far left or whatever you want to call it. The brother was literally called Woke Bay for a while. Okay.
Cenk, he's your nephew. And you made him really fucking uncomfortable. Like you were a horrible Thanksgiving guest. You're like the IDW equivalent of the MAGA uncle. Joseph Austin says, I think Silly and Billy brought me here. Well, that's very sweet of them.
And he used to be at TYT. I had a 4-hour debate with him.
Crystal Ball.
I went on Crystal Ball's show. We had the same discussion. I'm going all across the spectrum. I'm going on Brian Tyler Cohen's show on Monday. Now he's to the right.
Wait for it, chat. Wait for it. I think he's about to mention the other place, the other podcast he's going to be on in a second.
Right of me, but so what? He's still a Democrat, and we still have those conversations. I'm going on Dollcast, which is a show hosted by 4 trans women. That's also on Monday.
There we go. So obviously, Cenk Uygur, huge trans ally, for deigning to lower himself down to the level of a podcast with 4 trans people. Wow, Cenk, you really are. People really got you wrong when they said you were transphobic. Or could it be that that's Brianna Wu, a self-hating trans woman? The closest thing that trans people have to a Candace Owens type figure. That's what you're bragging about. You're going to go talk to a bunch of trans meds, right? Who regularly attack other members of the trans community. Congratulations, Cenk. That's amazing. I love that for you. I love that for you.
You should check that out, right? I'm going everywhere. Basically, there's this, what Sam wants to say is, unless you talk to me, you're not going on any left-wing shows. That's not.
You don't have the guts. Much like Steven Crowder, you do not have the guts to talk to Sam Cedar. It's not going to happen.
Totally true. I was on David Pakman. I've been on The Rise. I mean, you can't name a show I haven't been on, right? So it's a false talking point. And so, all right, let me read more and I'll keep addressing it. I hope that explained what you were asking for. Michael Lamount Sr. says, my only question would be, why do we even care what the haters on either side say? TYT is honest no matter what. If you're against honesty, why does your biased opinion even matter? Because Michael, what I'm worried about is
they're convincing people of nonsense about us, about who we are. And so unfortunately, we have to address, I hate spending time on this stuff. And look, I'm in a different headspace.
Look, usually when somebody says they're in a different headspace, they mean that they've done a lot of learning and growing, and they're more mature, and they don't want to get into petty shit. But Anna, you're not that person. You are reveling, you are wallowing in the pettiest of petty shit, and not even in a way that makes sense. Look, if I'm Anna Kasparian's, PR person, I'm telling her, for God's sake, don't mention the name of the Vanguard. Don't even say Silly Billy. Every time you do that, they get a bump in their viewership. You show them as being somebody that got to you. And so your haters are going to flock to them. I would tell her, just don't do it. Just don't get it out of your head. It's not helpful. It's not, look, we're going to starve them out. We're going to ignore them. We're not going to say their name. And it's going to be, they want you to say their name. Like, I don't know. Anybody that cared about Anna would be telling her not to inflict. I mean, this is just TYT tearing itself apart out of vitriol because they really did get under her skin. I think on some level, she knows they're right.
It's probably the biggest difference people have noticed. Like, I don't care about online drama and I don't want to fight. And that
I'm sorry.
Includes the left and the right.
I'm sorry. You have spent the better part of 20 minutes talking about online drama. What are you talking about, Anna?
Right. I hate spending time on this. A lot of people got upset.
But I'm going to spend 10 more minutes on it anyway. Yo.
Because when I was on Piers Morgan, he brought up Dave Rubin, okay? I don't want to talk about Dave Rubin. Okay, Dave Rubin left TYT, in 2015? It's been 9 years. We're really talking about Dave Rubin still? I don't watch Dave Rubin. I don't follow up on Dave Rubin. I don't care about Dave Rubin. I'm sorry to say it. But more importantly, I'm not interested on going on Piers Morgan's show and getting into a debate about whether or not Dave Rubin is a grifter. So I just said,
Tell Cenk the Vanguard sends their regards.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about Dave Rubin. Let's move it along. I wanted to talk about something else.
Look, you are Dave Rubin, all right? Discussion over. We can move on. Just to fucking admit that you are Dave Rubin, say that he was right, which is what you obviously think, and give him his flowers. Give him his fucking flowers. You said that he was wrong. You said that he was grifting. Now you're doing the same thing. Just admit it, Anna. Nobody's buying the act.
There are parts of my past, of my career, Cenk gets mad at me, he thinks I'm too hard on myself, that I'm not proud of.
And she's not talking about the camel toe zoom in, right? You would think that maybe she would be. There is some fucked up shit that you did back in the day. Back when Cenk Uygur was just transphobic on Maine, you never called him out for it. You let him roll with that shit. And you sounded like you disagreed, maybe. You sounded like you weren't on with Cenk using transgender as a way to say ugly, as an adjective, as a code word for ugly, right? There's stuff that you're not proud of, and all it is like, yeah, I was supportive of the BLM movement. That was terrible. I should have never done that.
And so
that's what she's embarrassed about. She's embarrassed about the fact that maybe that, when she argued against a right-winger that was making the same argument that she makes now about inclusive language, that it's like anti-woman or something to talk about birthing people when we're talking about people who have the capacity to give birth, when the question that's being interrogated is not your gender identity, but is rather your reproductive capacity. That's what birthing person means. That's why it exists. That's why it is a medical, a language that exists in a medical context, to find out really quickly without being insulting. But Anna would rather have, I don't know, try to force trans guys to say, to identify with a gender that they don't identify with in order to communicate that. Rather than just make it simple and be like, what I'm asking is your capacity to give birth. Do you have that capacity or not?
Place right now where I'm doing a lot of self-reflection, and it's really, really hard, okay? Because in the process,
you wouldn't understand
of doing so.
This is like live, learn. This is the turf version of live, love, laugh, isn't it?
I'm trying to give people grace when in the past I wouldn't have given them grace. And so I just want to do my job, and I want to do it to the best of my ability, and I want to find ways to help.
This is the person that could not resist digging it at Illuminati, digging it at Illuminati, at Olimey, when Olimey hadn't even said anything insulting. Like, this is the person that tried to use her following against Cosmopolitics. And tried to hurt Cosmopolitics, who she was friends with, by revealing that she had needed money at one time. No, you are not in a better place, Anna. You're in a worse place. You're falling apart, and everybody can tell it. You're not enjoying what you're doing. And I don't know if changing venues and being in someplace other than TYT Studios is going to help that, or what exactly you need, but you do not seem happy. Do not try to gaslight us that you are in a better place now. You are clearly not.
Heal the country, not add to more division. So I apologize that people were upset at me for not tearing into Dave Rubin on Piers Morgan's show. I'm just in a different place in my life right now.
Are you serious?
You don't have to apologize for that, Anna.
Wait, Anna read Gramsci? Wow.
So,
like,
look,
anyway.
We all have different opinions. I'm never going to forgive Dave for lying about us. I'm never going to forgive Jimmy for lying about us.
But in reality, you've got to put them up there to say that what you're doing is not what they're doing. Right? You are obliged, Cenk. That's the way that he's taking it, is that he is obliged to shit on Dave Rubin, to shit on Jimmy Dore, in order to maintain some semblance of respectability, in order to deny the obvious, that you switched sides, that you surrendered to the right wing, just like you surrendered to Charlie Kirk, and now you're alongside a 1488 pillow ad. Can't admit that. So you want to say, no, Jimmy Dore and Dave Rubin, bad. Cenk Uygur, good. Cenk Uygur, good. Cenk Uygur, respectable. Cenk Uygur, principled.
I mean, they said wild, outrageous things. And so, and now, here's Valkyrie Vagabond says, you've talked about your 3 rules of the internet. Do they apply to Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar? Sam offered to come on TYT and talk. Shouldn't he get the same courtesy as the right-wing outlets? No. And then why no? Why do I talk to almost everyone on the left? But
because you're scared of Sam, just like Steve Crowder, and you should be. Because he'd expose you for the fraud that you are. And there'd be nowhere to run, and there'd be nowhere to hide. You'd be in that Amon animation video instead of Steve Crowder.
I won't talk to Sam.
But it's going to happen someday, Cenk. Somebody's going to bring Sam along, just like Ethan did. You're going to end up, I predict he's going to end up talking to Sam Cedar, whether he wants to or not.
Ben or whatever. Because they've proven over and over.
What if it was Tim Pool? Do you think Sam could get Tim Pool to invite Cenk, and then to have Sam like hiding in the, I don't know, Sam pops out at him, and like, can you imagine that? Not okay. So, obviously what they did with Ethan and Steven Crowder was that Steven Crowder was calling in to debate Ethan, and Sam secretly was on the line. But I'm envisioning this happening IRL. I'm envisioning this happen in studio. I'm envisioning Cenk getting invited onto some platform, and Sam is literally there. So Cenk is like, he can walk out if he wants to, but he can't hang up the phone the way that Crowder did. If he doesn't want to talk to Sam Cedar, he's got to walk the fuck out of there. I want to see that, chat. I need that to happen. We got to make this happen somehow.
Again, that they're doing it in bad faith.
Can I give you guys an example? Look, I understand if people disagree with me on terminology and phrasing like birthing person. I get it. If you disagree with me, that's totally fine. I don't like it. I find it degrading for women, but it's okay if we disagree. Now, when that whole debacle happened, in one of the 5 videos that Majority Report made about that one tweet, one of their callers called in, okay? The caller said nothing about me at all. And this caller wanted to talk about a friend of theirs.
They covered for you, Anna, as much as they could for as long as they could. They made the assumption that the things that people were telling them about you were not true because they liked you, especially Emma, and they wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you weren't worthy of that benefit of the doubt. Their callers were not lying to them. And when they realized that they had been defending your worthless ass when you didn't deserve that defending, yeah, you became an object lesson. And TYT should be an object lesson. Congratulations, Anna. You are Jimmy Dore. You are deserving of Sam Zire. And his audience recognized that before he did. He didn't want to believe it. Emma didn't want to believe it. A lot of people, Mike from the Humanist Report, right? A lot of people, gave you what some people, Olamide, for instance, thought was maybe too much benefit of the doubt. I think Olamide's right about that. But again, Sam and Emma, they're not about the drama. They're not checking into what you're doing. They just weren't up on what was going on. And once they took a look, they didn't like what they saw. And they realized that they had, out of reflex, defended you. So yeah, you did become an object lesson. And you deserve to be one.
A transgender friend of theirs who had killed themselves.
What is this about?
And this caller wanted to talk about a friend of theirs, a transgender friend of theirs who had killed themselves. Totally heartbreaking story. They have the conversation, they hang up, and Sam Seder immediately pivots to me and essentially implies that people like me are responsible for transgender people taking their own lives. How is that okay?
If you haven't seen it, the guy we talked about before, Dan, also listed literal people who committed suicide and said that basically that Anna and I were responsible for their suicides. That's mental, right? So what are you doing that for? You know why, guys? Because unfortunately, this industry is...
It's disgusting, honestly. It is. It's a disgusting industry.
It is, and you're in it. It's disgusting because of the perverse incentives that exist in the industry, the ones that you're following right now. And it's hard to quantify misery. It's hard to quantify suffering. It's hard to know exactly what contributes to somebody unaliving themselves. But certainly, hosts that used to stand up for trans people becoming turncoats, joining Team TERF, is not doing anything to help trans people. Do we have that? That I almost want to just refer to the Majority Report clip. I'm not sure if I could find it in time.
What you guys don't know is...
No, but let me just...
I love what I do for my job. I hate everything that surrounds it.
But let me explain why. Because part of this industry is news, part of it is, politics, opinion, etc. But part of it is the attention business. And so in order to get attention, you have to say outrageous things, especially if you're smaller.
She took Sam out of context. Can we find the clip that they're talking about? I feel like I've seen it. I just can't remember what it would have been called.
Look at me, daddy, right? So, hey, if I accuse them of killing people, then it's so outrageous they're gonna be forced to talk about me, right? Well, I didn't say literally killing, but I said that their words are violence and might lead to their suicides, etc.
Roxy says I watched that day and it's not what happened at all from my memory.
Mondale's talking about how we're harming black bodies. What? Okay. And why? Look,
I thought he said in another place that he understood Mondale's issues with him.
It's another...
Like, I thought I remembered them try. So what he's trying to do, right, with Sam, he can be like, oh, he's bad faith. Ask Tim Pool about it. Ask anybody, right? He's really bad faith. And I'm like, most of those allegations of Sam being bad faith come from Joe Rogan getting mad at Sam for being real about Dave Rubin. And then Tim Pool, and then, I mean, like that's where the whole rap comes from. So he can say that, he can say, Silly and Billy bad, but he's trying to be like, oh no, Mondale, very principled, very good. He's trying to be the bigger man or something in the situation. He's trying to make it like seem like, well, I don't know what's wrong with him, but I have nothing against the guy. But here he is accusing what Mondale of making fake allegations of racism and support to anti-blackness. I don't know, which is it, Cenk?
Small disagreement, but I hear.
Make up your mind. No, he's mad. That's what it is. This is him accidentally letting it out. Like he's trying when he thinks about it, when he's like, okay, Mondale, Mondale, that's really sad that Mondale had to move on, and I really respect Mondale, and blah, 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 blah. But like here he's losing it. Here he's losing it.
Read you one thing about Mondale. Let me address it. Omega Shenron Dragon on Twitch said, here's a comment I want to leave on my 40-something month here. Can you all address the Mondale situation and not hide behind a Substack? I read it and I see a lack of confronting some of these real issues that drive the wrong contributors and viewers away. So guys, Mondale is not, to my knowledge so far, is not a guy who left in bad faith. And yeah, it might surprise you, right? Because some folks, I'm so torn on whether.
What did you just accuse him of doing?
To say the names or not.
But I think we need to just be.
We need to say the names.
And I think we need to name names because
name the names.
This whole thing about
we'll send Zeke Gonzalez after them.
Let's not name names.
Sorry.
No, obviously it's not working to be overly generous to people. So like just name names, Cenk.
All right. So Benny was part of our video.
They're going after does she go by something else now? I don't think she goes by that. I think I don't want to get it wrong. He's trying to be dramatic and then reading off a chat from a Dragon Ball GT reference. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, Be Various. Yeah, she goes by Bonnie. But they've really sent a lot of hate her way. It's Bonnie. Okay, we got that confirmed from more. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that I'm keeping up. Which clearly they're not. They're going after, yeah. But yeah, that's right. She goes by Bonnie now.
Video partner program on Rebel headquarters. And we're the network that hired several trans people to be contributors. We hire African Americans more than any other network by a landslide, etc. So, but unfortunately, for all the different contributors of all the different ethnicities, blah, 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 it's a tough program, right? And we tell them ahead of time, we're like, look, it's super hard. And not everybody makes it because it's tough to make these videos and get enough views, etc. And it's not overly lucrative, but people want to be able to reach people with their message, etc. But unfortunately, sometimes people get moved out of the program because they're not doing that well. And Benny was in that category. But she pretended that it wasn't about that. She pretended she left out a principle because of something Anna had said. Whatever gets you through the night, okay?
And I just want to know.
I mean, what are they saying? Are they saying that she had been let go and given a certain number of weeks or so? I don't know what the claim is here. They're basically saying that she didn't quit. They fired her, but I mean, put her up or shut up, Cenk.
Note that I've known that
because I feel like Ben Dixon exposed them today for. Like, I think that Ben Dixon provided receipts, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't trust these two. I don't believe what they say. I'm not gonna take their claim unverified.
The very beginning.
And she never said anything.
And I never threw Benny under the bus for using me as a scapegoat for why Benny was leaving. The fact of the matter was, Benny's contract as a contributor wasn't going to be renewed because Benny's videos.
Their chat is calling Bonnie a tanky.
We're not performing, and we pay for the videos, right? Like for the videos that are being made. So you have to justify paying for it. And if they're not
Otherwise,
generating revenue, then you don't have the money to pay. So
and
So for the record, chat, they're taking, somebody who is, a small streamer and just raking her over the coals, and professionally, right? They are. This is what they're doing. They're trying to. Like they're insulting her as a content creator. That's what this is.
you guys think, well, that's like an evil capitalist thing. Guys, we don't
Super punching down.
have that much money. Like, so in digital media, everyone else went broke that was a company and a network, because it's super hard. So if you don't do that, what winds up happening is it drags the whole channel down, and then no one has a job. Then you have no contributors, and you don't have all these beautiful, wonderful, progressive contributors. We've now had 20, 30, 40, 50 folks.
Okay, so I would expect Bonnie to maybe come out with something on Blue Sky in the next few days, maybe disputing what's being claimed here. Again, I don't believe them. I don't trust them, and I don't believe them.
Through that program, given all of them opportunities. And so when those people then hit back at the network and at that channel, et cetera, what they're saying is, I don't want those guys to have an opportunity either. I want to burn the place down.
exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
Look, Mikhail Mac Dahlia Dragon asked about Ben Dixon. Ben wanted a show here. Sorry, Ben. We tried not to say it 1,000 times. We tried not to say it. How many times do you have to go agitate and agitate? And we didn't. We gave it to Rashad Ritchie, who's excellent. Please watch Indisputable. And what were the shows after that? JR's show and Nina Turner's show. But no, he caught feelings there, and so he's been going after us ever since.
I've never
But brother,
done
you're not
anything to-
entitled to a show.
Yeah.
Those are wonderful people who do a great show, and I don't want this to be between.
Conrad says, I just gave my dog a bath. He's a real shaky Gurga. Oh my God, thanks. A much needed comic relief there.
Battle of any of those folks against one another. But remember, we never.
Wait, their chat is saying that Ben Glebe left? Why? Does anybody know about this? Did Ben Glebe leave? I believe the times that I've seen Ben Glebe, once or twice having some really bad takes on trans issues, and then arguing against Cenk on Israel Gaza. I wasn't aware that Ben Glebe had left, if that's true.
We never said that they're not allowed to say what they want on this network. We never said they're not allowed to say anything they want on their shows. They're the ones saying we're not allowed to say things. So, and meanwhile, so open-minded, and apparently Ben Dix is now calling Anna asparagus.
Yeah, and by the way, Kasparian is not a nickname. Like, really, we're gonna make fun of Armenian last names now? Okay.
Is that the progressive?
I didn't realize we were identitarians over here. I'm sorry, but by your own fucking beliefs, you're not allowed to catch feelings about that. You're being woke. Oh my God, how dare you?
Progressive thing to do? But we've forgotten what started any of this and what they were trying to. I think they've forgotten what they were trying to do. But I want to go back to this, to the question that was about Mondale. So Mondale, on the other hand, didn't have any of those issues. Okay, Mondale was doing perfectly great videos, a contributor here. You guys saw him all the time, nothing but love, etc. One day he's on the Ben Dixon show, and you guys, I don't know if you saw it or not, but about a week ago or something, and he goes, "That's it, I'm quitting TYT." And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Because they're talking to the right wing, and the right wing is all racist, that's immoral. And so my conscience won't allow me to do it. And you should all stop subscribing to TYT and subscribe to Ben instead."
So the reason why,
brother, why didn't you call me? Like, if you have such a moral problem with it, why don't you pick up the phone to a friend and a guy who gave you?
He's not gonna call somebody who he feels like stabbed him in the fucking back. He did a lot to help build your network, to help to build one of your channels. And now you are using that infrastructure to team up with fucking MAGA. That's why he was upset. Why do you think he wants to talk to you after that? He doesn't owe you that.
An opportunity to have you all over the network, like at least just human decency. And then our head of programming reached out. Do you want to talk afterwards? No, doesn't want to talk, etc. So, like, there was nothing wrong with Mondale, and I don't mind him having the opinion, which I think is crazy, that talking to any right winger is absolutely outrageous, etc. But to say that I'm not allowed to talk to right wingers, and that makes me immoral, and that's why out of your conscience you had to quit, that is an amazing opinion to have. But have it, God bless, God bless. Go forward, and maybe he'll be huge and etc. I never had a problem with the guy. So, but guys, do you really think that that's the right thing to do? That we should never talk to anyone who's right wing? That by definition makes you immoral or racist? But then how are we ever going to get money out of politics? We need 3/4 of the states for an amendment. How are we ever going to get anything done? And the real enemy is the establishment. And so if you say no, every Republican is evil, brother, I can't help you. I don't agree with that. And so, and if you don't try to find areas of agreement, how does it help to lose on every issue when Trump is in charge? My thesis is, and some people think, oh, Cenk, if you offer to cut the Pentagon, you're a sucker and you're naive, and they're just going to use you as Neville Chamberlain, etc. Or that later, and there's another theory, later they're going to make you sacrifice black people in a compromise. But that doesn't happen. That is, I mean, historically, have black people been thrown under a bus in the redlining, etc.? Of course, definitely. It's not like that doesn't exist. But we didn't do that, and we wouldn't do that. That's a conspiracy theory you have about some future event that isn't even on the map.
Wait, when did he do a Lance from the Surfs impression?
What is that?
I remember his Gavin impression. It's like, dude, I don't know where he's going with that.
So, no, I'm going to talk to those folks, and if it turns,
maybe is that why they use the like weird misogynistic insult against the Vanguard? Does Cenk have like an issue with guys with long hair? What kind of a mega boomer is this?
Out that we can get a tiny bit positive done in an otherwise dark time, and we could either whatever it is, cutting the Pentagon, paid family leave, anything that might be popular, etc., and that we agree with, we're going to try to do that. If you guys say no, I don't want you to try to get any progressive policies passed while Trump's in office. I don't want you to do any of that. I don't want you to talk to them, and I think they're all racist and they're all evil, and we should never talk to the other side. Okay, then that's fair. You go to another show, okay? If you think it's evil to have discussions with average Americans to get to a place where we could all win together one day, okay, then we're not the show for you. And if you say, if you're an establishment person who's yelled at us for 22 straight years and say, you must obey and you must comply with whatever corporate candidate we put out, well, we told you very clearly we're never going to do that. But now you've got this new brand of authoritarianism on the left that says, no, you have to agree with everything that is max left, and if you don't, comply.
How hard is this to figure out? You're not talking with people about putting together a platform, okay? You're talking with your own viewers about whether they want to stay and support what you're doing. And if part of what you're doing is attacking people on our side, there's going to be people that are not with that. And you're saying that they're violating your freedom of speech? They don't fucking owe you anything. They don't owe you their eyeballs. They don't owe you their support. They don't owe you anything. And if you disappoint them, they're going to fucking leave you. And that's not quashing your freedom of speech, you entitled asshole.
Comply and obey with us.
God damn.
Try to bury you and destroy the largest left-wing network. We're not attacking the right-wing networks. We're not attacking Trump. We're not talking about policy. All we're trying to do
Attacking. You're being if you don't want to fuck with TYT anymore, apparently you're attacking them now.
is tear down someone on our side because they disagree with us 2%, 5%. If you think that's the productive way to go, then you're right. This is not the show, okay? But if you think we should be open-minded and open-hearted, but still be on the left.
Isn't that something? Did you say something? Yeah, open-minded in one of his tweets.
And be a range of people on the left, then TYT is the perfect place for you.
What you want to do is redefine the left as centrist. And the net effect of that is to push the Overton window towards the right. And it's already far enough on the right already. People who have helped you build your network do not want to see what they've given you used for that purpose. How hard is this to figure out?
Look, we got to go. There's so many comments I didn't get to. For the producers, let's try to save those. Jordan Ewell and I will do it again tomorrow. So, and I'll leave you with this. Okay, so that'll be again for the bonus episode. Again, we'll try to make it public for you.
I've got that for you as well. We'll watch that in a second.
You know the show's live every day, 6 to 8 o'clock, and after 8 o'clock, we normally do the bonus episode for members. And so what I want to distinguish is Jordan, for example, is on what I would call the max left. He disagrees with me on some of those crime issues, trans issues, etc., right? But he doesn't have any bad faith, and I don't have.
His chat's trying to say, stop trying to make max left happen, Cenk. It's not happening.
Have any bad faith. So we just have a normal conversation, like two friends, two colleagues.
And I love how he takes people making fun of his max left thing as like, oh, okay, well, if that's too hurtful, then you name yourself. You tell me what to call you. And it's just that like you're cringe. That they're not yelling at you because their feelings are hurt by being called max left. They're laughing at you because you're cringe.
Allies trying to get to the right place. He says, I think this strategy works better. I say that strategy works better. And that's how it should be. And we have that all across the TYT network. But if you say no, again.
Wait, they brought MAGA in here? Oh my God, what's going on in chat?
You can't have those opinions. I don't want you to be open-minded. I don't want any of that stuff. I want you to just, whoever's the most extreme, you must follow them. Well, that's when I call people radical, right? That's a radical position. So, all right, we'll talk more about it tomorrow. We'll do the normal power panel, and then Jordan and I will pick it up because Anna's off on Fridays. All right, guys, everybody, whether you're a critic or you're a supporter and you're a member, we love the left. We love the whole country, okay? And if you don't believe us, God bless your hearts. That's okay. You'll go and then, I'll leave you with this tonight, actually. If you come back, if you watch TYT 6 months from now, a year from now, etc., and you see that we haven't turned right.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $20. We are the max left biceps.
That's pretty max right there, Izzy Sanchez. Thank you for the super chat.
And the conspiracy theories were always total nonsense. Can you, as I ask you with mainstream media, when they get it wrong and time again, at some point I wanted to register with folks, oh, maybe they're not telling me the truth when they say Joe Biden is young and dynamic, right? And with these other shows, when we don't turn right wing and we don't toss black bodies under the bus or whatever, can you remember who was honest with you and who wasn't honest with you? That's all I ask for. All right, guys, much love. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Their bye-bye thing is a homage to the McLaughlin group. There was a tradition of political media, and you can still see it on some channels, on some networks, where Sunday was the day to do like a political show. And there was something on PBS called the McLaughlin Group with this guy named John McLaughlin, who's kind of eccentric. He's this eccentric journalist that would be like, bye-bye, that's issue 1. I don't know. Like, I appreciate the reference, the nod to McLaughlin. There's also like a famous Saturday Night Live sketch with, what's his name? Dana Carvey as John McLaughlin, and it's just like I don't know. Anyway, it like I was a fan of TYT at one point. Like I said, I used to admire Anna Kasparian. I used to think she was really cool, and I don't know if I was ever right about that. Maybe I just had less wherewithal to see her for who she is, but god damn, it's depressing. It's a little bit depressing, chat. What do you think? We are the max left. As the mask slips, you can see more and more true, Rose. McLaughlin fumbling towards ecstasy? Wait. Wasn't there also like a jazz musician named McLaughlin? Right Winger was McLaughlin Group? Wait, what? McLaughlin was a right winger? He was like all over the map. I actually don't know what his politics are. I feel like he was pro-Trump when he died though. So yeah, I guess that's where he ended up. But yeah. So we've got one more session, one more struggle session to watch with TYT. This is not going to be Cenk and Anna. This is going to be Cenk and Jordan, and it's presented as a debate. I kind of don't think it is though. I kind of feel like debate is giving it too much credit. Right? Jordan is in a situation where he's debating quote unquote his boss. And so definitely, as much as a debate as like what AB can have with Ethan, it's the same kind of situation. It's really just Cenk putting his employees on the spot and trying to get them to like, I don't know, vouch for this is what he does instead of talking to Sam Cedar. Philip Schwartz says maximum solidarity, maximum power, max left. Thank you for the super chat, Philip. So yeah, I mean look, we're at 100% now. Are we? Oh no, we're at 98%. We're so close. I don't know, do we want to do the bonus content first? I do have another video for you on TYT. Let's see what's even winning right now. J.K. Rowling is up by is at 37%. Jamie Peck, second place at 28%. Peter Thiel, third place at 18%. And Ben Shapiro reviewing Wicked in last place at 16%. Now, so far, all I've got is a buff for Jamie Peck goes on Chris Cuomo. So right now, it looks like Jamie Peck would be our choice. We'd be watching some Jamie Peck taking down Chris Cuomo and News Nation. If you've donated and you want to let me know which of these topics you want to see, I will be happy to add your donation to the topic of your choice. You can also say Vox Populi if you just really believe in the voice of the people. Izzy Sanchez with the $2. Wait, what is the... And Omega Star with 200 bits. Turning me into a VTuber. A VTube Max Headroom type deal.
But now they're a freaking communist invading radical.
And thank you for subscribing, Razor Blaze. So yeah, I feel like we're at the point to do some bonus content right now. It looks like it's going to be Jamie Peck. But if you've donated and you want to... Oh yeah, I got to add... Yeah, 53. So it looks like it's gotta be Jamie Peck, right? You found the video? Yorimo, can you give me the title of the video for me to search? It's probably the easiest way to get me the... You wanna... We can take a look at that? Well, yeah, and if anybody's donated and you wanna you have an opinion on the topic of the bonus content tonight, let me know, because we have hit 100%, and I will be doing that after. Oh, Megastar says 200 for Vox Populi. Gotcha.
Beaverius super chatted $5. Feeling peckish.
Feeling peckish. Wait, does that mean hungry? Does peckish mean hungry, or does peckish mean like sick? I can't remember. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move like a bitch to cover that Jamie Peck versus Chris Cuomo video. It feels so weird to say move like a bitch. Like, what the fuck was Donald Trump saying there? All right, so here we go. We'll do the bonus content early tonight because
the man accused of
I know that some people don't get to see the bonus content because it comes on so late. So tonight I'm doing it slightly early because we hit the bonus goal slightly early.
Fascinating United Healthcare CEO is a terrorist, says New York authorities. The official
He's a bad man.
charge first-degree murder in furtherance of terrorism. The New York Police Department commissioner said anyone...
Look, I mean, I don't doubt that the capitalist class is feeling some degree of terror now. I don't think it takes much to remind them that they are, in fact, mortal. They are, in fact, human. But that doesn't mean that this was terrorism.
Who supports the accused or his crimes...
There's no heroism in what Mangione did. This was a senseless act of violence. It was a cold and calculated crime that stole a life and put New Yorkers at risk.
It feels like they're going to shoot for giving him giving him like higher charges and probably a more severe sentence just because people they're put off by the fact that some people are not sad about the results of his actions.
We don't celebrate murders and we don't lionize the killing of anyone. And
Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear this from anybody. Like, you don't get to scold people on this shit. You're a failure as an elected official. Because all you can do is scold your voter base rather than understand why this is happening, why people feel this way.
any attempt to rationalize this is vile, reckless, and offensive to our deeply held principles of justice.
Who's she talking about? People like this.
Honestly, this guy should run for president if he ever gets out of jail. He literally stood in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shot someone in broad daylight, and everybody loves him.
I mean, technically it wasn't Fifth Avenue, right?
Underscore by super chatted $5. I'm sorry, the video.
Oh my God. I can't believe that. I'm getting paid for fucking up on OBS. Thank you, Narwhal.
Not despite of, but because of that.
Yeah.
And I think that is a beautiful thing.
Beautiful thing? Everybody loves him? Jamie Peck does. That's who you were just listening to.
I guess rich assholes don't love him.
The man accused of assassinating United Healthcare CEO is a terrorist, says New York authorities. The official charge, first-degree murder in furtherance of terrorism. The New York Police Department commissioner said anyone who supports the accused or his crimes.
There's no heroism in what Mangione did. This was a senseless act of violence. It was a cold and calculated crime that stole a life and put New Yorkers at risk. We don't celebrate murders and we don't lionize the killing of anyone. And any attempt to rationalize this is vile, reckless, and offensive to our deeply held principles of justice.
Who's she talking about? People like this.
Honestly, this guy should run for president if he ever gets out of jail. He literally stood in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shot someone in broad daylight, and everybody loves him, not despite of, but because of that.
Yeah.
And I think that is...
Wait, so she's on... Is Party Girls a podcast that Jamie is on here? Or is this Jamie's platform now?
A beautiful thing.
Beautiful thing? Everybody loves him? Jamie Peck does. That's who you were just listening to. She is also spokesperson for a legal defense fund, which has raised, ready for this, more than $150,000. Remember, this guy doesn't need the money. The irony is his family made a fortune off of healthcare, nursing homes. But there's no question that on social media, there is a groundswell of support, especially among younger people, for this guy, but more important...
Yeah, you wouldn't understand, Jamie, you're a young person. But let me tell you, murder is bad.
For what he did. Why? Let's get the answer from one of them. Jamie Peck joins us now. Thank you for taking the opportunity.
Thank you for having me.
Help me understand.
I mean, this is classic. This is classic Takemeister City right here. You all know what a Takemeister is? You say something that is going to sound ridiculous to a certain kind of person, and the result is that you get on that person's platform, and then you're able to specify what you meant. And your opinion gets listened to, your opinion gets picked up, whereas if it hadn't been said in such a way, it never would have gotten Chris Cuomo's attention.
Understand. Why is it a beautiful thing? Why do you support him assassinating another human being in cold blood?
Why do you like murder so much, Jamie?
So I was definitely joking a little bit, obviously drawing a comparison between what Donald Trump said about himself and the sort of explosion, this appetite, this excitement for the conversation that Luigi Mangione.
Classic too, because it's just like a like, I mean, like, you've heard this go, wrong, probably. Vosh's statement of maybe women should stay in the kitchen to J.K. Rowling's is a great example of that. You've seen it go right before. Hassan Piker, in some of his comments that they were widely criticized, but that started a conversation nonetheless. And here we're saying, well, like Donald Trump says, the president-elect of the United States said that he could get away with unaliving a person on Fifth Avenue.
Started. But I do think to call this an act of terrorism is an insult to the intelligence of the American people. Terrorism is something designed to strike fear into the hearts of non-combatant civilians, right? The general population. Nobody but a tiny class of CEOs has been made to live in fear by Luigi's actions, but nearly everybody knows what it's like to live in fear of having a necessary medical claim denied, the fear of having your life ruined or potentially ended by a stack of medical bills. And I think in a system with so much violence that's directed from the top down, it should come as no surprise when violence begins to boomerang back from the bottom up onto the 1%. Also, I would like to remind you on the subject of terrorism, nearly 3,000 Americans lost their lives on 9/11, right? This is the largest terrorist attack this country has ever seen. An estimated 190,000 people are murdered each year by our broken healthcare system. That is the equivalent of 52 9/11s worth of deaths.
So I think they're showing there's some kind of fund for Mangioni's defense. And they're showing comments that were left in addition to the donations.
Every year, every single week, another 9/11 happens. So I got to ask, who is the more prolific terrorist in this equation?
Well, first of all, as you may know, Jamie, terrorism is a specific legal standard, right? There's no question that Luigi did what he did in furtherance of a political agenda. He said it, okay? So I don't see this as a question of fact or law. It's about the policy behind it. What I don't understand, and you are somebody who in your positions is constantly trying to embrace the humanity of situations, right? I've been looking at why you support what you do with what's happening in the Middle East conflict. To me, this seems to be anathema to this. You're
not allowed to say Palestine or something? Is what's going on?
Oh, nothing within a system gets changed by violence.
Sophia says Cuomo is a mental gymnast. Yeah.
How can you expect? Yeah, we're having a conversation, but we're not having the right one because the healthcare industry now has high ground because they've been victimized by this chooch.
I gotta say, nothing is changing. Nothing was changing already. Nothing was changing already. This has been a major political issue. There was legislation to address it, but it didn't do enough. And it's never been brought up in a meaningful way since. Joe Biden, said that he was going to do something, that he was going to look into it. He never did. That wasn't his priority, I guess.
This isn't how.
Why is he lecturing her about humanity and legality when he helped his brother cover up a sex crime? I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that he was involved. Yeah. Jen is talking about Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York.
We get insurance to be better by putting a bullet in somebody's head. Why would you get behind that?
Now, I've never advocated violence as a tactic for change coming from
You're celebrating the guy.
People that I organize with.
Yeah, what does that mean? What is the word that he said?
This was a lone wolf act of violence on the part of Luigi Mangione, and it seems to have started a huge conversation among everybody about the violence, the death, and the murder.
Yeah, killing is bad, Paradu, especially when you're talking about, what did she say, the equivalent of how many 9/11s? So if you want to tag up the body count of the medical industry, of the people denying claims, right? It's like multiple 9/11s every year. So yeah, that kind of killing is wrong. The problem is that like certain killing is considered socially acceptable. And that's really where the conversation is. The United States justice system does not have a problem identifying, the act that Luigi committed as murder and to put him on trial for it. However, these insurance executives will never be put on trial. And that's really the issue.
Caused by this broken health.
52 9/11 says Narwhal by Nature. Damn.
Care system. Again, 9/11 every single week indefinitely until someone puts a stop to this madness. So we are here really to advocate for the thousands and thousands of people who have spoken up against an unjust and violent healthcare system, which is not a fact of nature.
Jamie, that's 100% fine. And by the way, it's not new. okay? People have been crusading against insurance companies, but there's no question we haven't gotten changes to the system that are necessary. No question. You're talking to one of them right now. I look this old because I am old, and I've been covering that system for over 25 years, and almost never.
And why hasn't anything been done about it, Chris? Is it because the people with power that are gaining more power, remember the richest man in America, is it just changed the legislation that Congress was going to pass? Is it because the people with power don't want that to change? They want the airliners to keep hitting that tower every single week because it makes somebody money.
Positively. But you're raising money for this guy's legal defense. If that isn't supporting what he did, I don't know what would be. And again, as somebody who says what my interest is.
Given the fact that they're going to throw the book at him to make an example of him, I think that him having proper legal representation is the least thing that could happen.
Is in seeing people treated humanely, you're raising money for exactly the opposite. I don't get the hypocrisy.
Well, I think everybody is entitled to a fair trial, including Luigi Mangione. And as we know,
he doesn't need your money.
Access to a fair trial is actually quite tiered based on how many
doesn't need your money.
resources a person has access to. What?
He's got access. You see who his lawyer is? She ain't working pro bono, I promise you that.
Yeah, well, we have not heard yet as to whether or not Luigi is going to accept these funds. If he doesn't need them.
Salty Slay says he's buying Germany's elections too. Yeah, he's going to go after Britain. He's going to go after the UK. He's buying the Reform Party.
For whatever reason, they're going to be distributed to other people who are facing political charges. But I think in this
Why
country,
don't you distribute
money is
the
a
money?
form of speech.
Oh, no, listen, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm not saying you can't do it, Jamie. I'm saying, why would you do it? You have the right to do it. I'm saying, why is it right? Why don't you?
Because unfortunately, people aren't going to pay for random nobodies, but people will. You can raise money based on this. And from what it sounds like, she's, if he's got his legal bills covered, then this money is going to go to other people that can't pay their legal bills.
Take the money and give it to people who've gotten screwed by insurance companies.
I think
because the literally fundraising based on something else. That's why, because they don't want to commit fraud because they're not keffels, right?
I think I need to refocus.
There's a problem with, collecting money based on like one, stated goal and then using that money on something completely different.
Focus once again onto the murder and the violence inherent in this system that so many people all across the political spectrum, across lines of political difference, conservatives, liberals, Democrats, and Republicans are all excited and energized to talk about this and to have this conversation.
Raise money for.
That's right, Alyssa. End private insurance. Stop commodifying healthcare. Stop commodifying housing. Stop commodifying food. Like, at the very least, can we have like the basic needs of a human being not be part of capitalism?
For the action groups that go after the insurance companies. I'm with you. This is not about the insurance companies. That's my problem, Jamie. I had you on not for sport. I want you to understand that I don't think that the energy that you're putting towards backing this guy is getting us to a better place with the problems of the system.
Him saying he didn't have her on for sport implies that he thinks he's shooting fish in a barrel. And he doesn't realize that you are the fish getting cooked right now.
That's my point to you. Use the money you raised for the people who need it, not this guy.
Well, I believe we really need to treat the causes of problems rather than merely the symptoms. And I think if you want to know what kinds of tactics I do advocate for, I think we need a mass movement. Change comes from the bottom up,
but not a bunch of Luigis.
Down. And I'm talking about.
No, we need Marios and Luigis and Princess Peach and Toad. Obviously, it's a group effort, Chris. Come on.
mass resistance to medical debt, if everybody burns their medical bills in front of the health
But
insurance
not like
company
this.
offices en
That's
masse,
different.
I feel like he'd still have a problem with that. I feel like he'd still have a problem with that.
that's going to create change. And we're just trying
That's
to figure
different.
out how to use this moment of of popular excitement that has been touched off by, yes, a violent act that I
He got cooked and filleted. Yeah, you're not wrong, Philip.
would not advocate for as a tactic if it were up
You're
to
raising
me,
money for
but it happened. And we're trying to figure out how to ride that wave and move this conversation forward into mass action that can really make a difference.
Well, listen, I'm here for it. I always have been, but we're covering it. I would love for that to be the discussion. But as long as this guy is glamorized,
Yeah, Dusto, man, I don't know what that word means either.
it is a distraction. It is not a vehicle for focus. But I do appreciate you coming on to make the case. And
How about you take the right lesson out of why people feel that way?
I'm happy the audience got to hear where you're coming
Oh
from.
yeah, Yoshi as well. Yeah.
Because they're scratching their heads about this. Not about what's wrong with insurance, but how this was the solution. Thank you for coming on to make the case.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, thanks for watching. Go to
There we go. There we go. Chris Cuomo. Anybody seen the Adam Friedland interview with this guy? Anybody seen that? Like Adam starts asking him about the moments that he was like, what did he was like, he got COVID early on in the pandemic and he kept on sending in video from his home and he'd be like feverish and sweating and stuff. And then Chris Cuomo turns it into like, well, clearly, you know, you felt something for about how I loved it. I don't know. It just becomes this, yeah. But anyway, yeah, we're the other thing I wanted to cover, if we could, did somebody get a hold of the do we ever get the title for the Majority Report video that was being referenced by Anna and Cenk? Destiny actually watched some Adam Friedland content in preparation for his debate with Adam that he completely underestimated Adam. But yeah, the Chris Cuomo video was one of the ones that he watched. I'm surprised he didn't watch the Chet Hanks one. Right, the Chet Hanks, like my favorite moment from the Adam Friedland show so far is where Adam defeats Chet Hanks in a rap battle. My second favorite is Adam defeating Destiny in a debate. He had to stay in his basement, but was caught outside with others. Then he abused the guy who called him out. Seriously? I didn't know that. Did we get it happened on the day Kyle was on MR? Wait, the day that Sam... We're talking about, so Anna said that Sam had a caller call in about something else and that he pivoted from that to saying that TYT was responsible for trans unaliving. Destiny had no clue what was coming up. True. I need to see the Friedland follow. Oh yeah, they talk about Adam talked about it in I think the so they have 2 episodes a week. One is like with a guest. The other one is with Nick Mullen and wait. Yeah, is the other one just Nick and him? It's basically Come Town minus Stavros. Anyway, I've got more TYT content for you. I just want to make sure. I want to see if we can find this Majority Report segment. Did anybody say the name of the segment? The fun half of 12, 13, 25. So Did it get made into a video? I'm actually surprised if Anna 12 24 you mean, right? 12, 13, 24. I'll see if I can. Geez, this might be hard to find. Okay, so we go to live, then we find 12, 13. Twelve 9, 12 10, 12 11, 12. Is this 12 13? Twelve 12. 12 20, 12 19, 12 18, 12 17, 12 16. The one with Kyle? Okay, so click on this one, then click on the fun half.
Commuting in or working for a
It took me right to the Rubin report.
for a wage.
It took me right to the Rubin report. Okay, so no, wait. 12, 13, 24? Chat, are we sure about this? Sam's not on this show. This is an immajority report. 12 for 13 here. I don't want to waste too much time. I was going to see if I could find it. But yeah, 12, 13, the day that Kyle was on, that is an immajority report. And Anna specifically referred to, anyway, chat, we'll go ahead with, we'll go ahead with the other TYT video. If I can find it. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I'll see if I can find the other Sam Cedar. So this is yesterday, the bonus hole episode of TYT. Cenk Uger and Jordan. Wait, what's his name? Yule? We'll see if we can find that Sam Cedar video. Again, apologies.
Yule with you guys. So yesterday, Anna and I did a segment like this where we're talking about the direction of TYT, etc. Jordan's a radical, okay, total extremist. So we're gonna have a conversation with one of these loons.
Okay, you're off to a great start.
Just playing, I'm playing. So Jordan is to the left of me on some issues, whatever the left means in that context, but that's what we're gonna talk about.
Is he saying 12-11? I'll look for that in the background. I'll see if I can dig that up for you.
He's gonna ask me a bunch of questions. I'm gonna try to read some of your comments that came in today and yesterday. We saved some of your comments from yesterday. I wish I could get to more, but I want to start with one comment that just came in because I thought it was really interesting. I wish a Dragonwood wrote in, your favorite former hate watcher here, been a member nearly 7 years now. I wanted to chime in again regarding addressing your critics from the left. I want to be honest and say I'm on Team Mondale. Considering the threat he's received and how some of these folks treat me in Nebraska, I get just as angry. Hold, that just makes me, and he has in brackets, and Mondale, not the right person to reach out and try to find common ground.
Okay, so yeah, Cenk said that he would read some of the comments from the other day on, this is yesterday. Now this is 12-11-24 fun half.
When you're trying to fucking sell it.
That's exactly right.
See if
We're
I
a
can.
megaphone, and to the best of our ability, we want to highlight the kinds of people and issues that we think are going to make a difference.
And not sort of co-sign Greg Abbott's border policy on Glenn Beck's show.
Let's quickly do 15. This was, I don't know anything about UFC. I do know that wrestling and UFC spaces are quite right wing and like a big part of what Trump was trying to pitch to the public.
And I just want to qualify that it's not transphobic. Where we tried to talk about the birthing person bullshit.
Is this it?
In a way that was constructive and.
Wait a minute, this is also a majority report. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be Sam Cedar that they're referring to. Anyway, maybe we'll find it.
We need folks like you and Anna and Jordan, Jackson, everyone who can build toward finding common ground to hold the establishment accountable. Instead of canceling, well, I haven't figured out how to upgrade to premium membership, so I donated $150 and will be gifting memberships starting in 2025.
Saimira's got the title for me. Thank you.
Be that voice for those of us that are too angry to do it sometimes. So that's a beautiful comment. And look, that I said yesterday, Mondale wasn't like the others. He had this genuine thing where he was really mad about it. I don't agree with him at all, and I thought he should have called me, etc. Right? But I didn't see any bad faith at all. And I know, given what has happened to him in the past, I understand why he's more worried, right? And so you make a really good point. And guys, remember, I'm Muslim, and I've been threatened many times, right? By right-wingers.
Cody from Denver. What's on your mind?
Okay, so chat's telling me that this is the
emotional here.
Again, apologies from switching back from one piece of content to the other, but I think that this is the right one according to chat. Wait, this is 1 year ago. Are you sure? Well, we'll take a look.
We just passed the 4-year anniversary of the loss of a friend in the Colorado comedy community. Some content warnings. It was a trans woman, and the way we lost her was a little dark. I think you guys know what I mean, but I really wanted to talk about the impact that the transphobic.
Okay, man, this definitely is not a. Are we sure about this, chat? This is not a. This is a caller that's specifically talking about trans issues.
Rhetoric has kind of on a personal level, because
I mean, there is every chance that maybe Cenk and Anna misrepresented this clip.
Going back and reminiscing and looking through social media posts that this person made in their last month, you can really kind of start to see the effect of a lot of that rhetoric on their mental state that led up to it. Now, this was like before Matt Walsh's "What's a Woman" and stuff like that, but there was still a lot of horrible rhetoric going out. And so one of the things that I had seen that they had posted in their last month was a rant.
Izzy and Narwhal, did I get the right one?
And I kind of wanted to share it a little bit. she said, if you feel transgender people are often opinionated and militant in their beliefs, it's true because we have to defend our existence constantly.
So look, if this is what if this is what Anna was talking about, she massively misrepresented this. Like her whole point was that the caller wasn't talking about. Oh, is it that the caller wasn't talking about TYT? Maybe.
When I first transitioned, I was the type to live and let live. Life goes on. I'm still that way. I don't actively attack people with and about who I am and why I demand a place. I love talking about it in my comedy because there's a lot that needs to be said, and it's hilarious too. And she was a very funny comic, very fun person to be around. And then she says, but then I get the random messages. You know you're an effed up gay dude. Have you ever heard Joe Rogan's podcast? Here's a link to Ben Shapiro. What do you say to his views? Then I hear conversations in public. A dude with an effed up penis. You're pretty passable. Then I'm approached by people in public, often after sets. Did you know you're just sick? You should be in a hospital. You have an acute mental illness. I never asked for people to send me these links or videos. I never asked to have the conversations. They're coming up to me and initiating it. Now, when I finally talk back or do a post like this, I'm the one instigating. I'm defending my existence every day from random people. People get defensive if they have to be defensive a majority of the time, is what she said. And was met with a lot of support from our community. Now, what she's talking about there is definitely...
Chat, are we pretty sure this is the one?
Instances of I think, people that are very malicious in their transphobia, which is a huge problem. Now, about a week after that, she kind of shared the other side of transphobia within her family, where you get these folks, they watch Tucker or Shapiro or Rogan or whatever, and they're convinced that if you love your trans child, you'll...
The TYT stuff starts at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, I feel like the context is kind of...
that they're not trans. So she had shared a screenshot from what her mom had sent her, and she said, I love you so much I would die for you, but you aren't a woman, and what you're doing isn't right.
The other thing I'd wonder about this is, like, what day did this happen on? Because if it's a day, if it was, like, on the day that, like, the birthing person thing happened or something, you know, if TYT was the discourse on Twitter, in other words, it makes sense for them to bring up TYT in this context, even if the caller doesn't.
Right. Read Romans 1. Homosexuality is a sin. He may not want to talk to me anymore. And God made you a man for some reason. And he never makes mistakes. I love you and don't want to lose you, but I'm hurting and angry and worried. And I think what you're doing is out of anger, depression, and is self-mutilation. So in this post, she said, I'm not doing okay right now. So again, huge outpouring of...
I can't imagine trying to navigate the world of stand-up comedy with that kind of shit going on.
Folks being supportive in that, supporting her among our friend groups. Now, we had a scary day a couple weeks after that where she'd gone missing and ultimately we never get to see her again. But it gets more frustrating because after she passed, we found the eulogy, the obituary that her parents had put in. This was up in Laramie, Wyoming. Really great history of being supportive of LGBTQ people there. Right. But they, in the obituary, they misgendered her. They used her dead name. And you really see that if you lose your child and that's not enough for you to realize, that you need to be kinder and rethink things, and the whole reason that they ended up leaving this world, you're still going to double down on it, was pretty awful. So we saw this in our community, and we made sure that our local magazine, Westward, here in Denver, wrote a proper obituary that really actually gave credit, properly gendered her, and celebrated her life in a way that I guess our folks weren't willing to. But all this stuff being said, this is where, like, when folks see us being activists to try to help trans people, LGBTQ communities and whatnot, I'll constantly hear like, oh, you guys are just a bunch of woke social justice warriors and you're just virtue signaling and looking.
Yeah, understand that this is the context. This is the environment that Cenk is and Anna are putting this stuff out in. This idea that the Democratic Party is defending trans people too much, standing up for trans people too much. When trans people were not invited to the DNC this year, trans people were not talked about, right? Trans people were most certainly not an issue. This is the environment where Cenk is saying that we're just left maxing with our concern for trans people.
Wow, and it's like, dude, I just miss my friend. I'm never going to see my friend again. And it's because, you're dumb. I identify as a whatever, meme that they have to see every day. And it just, anybody listening that is trans, like, no, there's a lot of love and support for you when you have to sift through all the bullshit out there that's dehumanizing you. But we care about you.
So anybody that thinks this is about drama, no, this is what this is about. These are the real world consequences of cowards like TYT throwing trans people under the bus at their earliest convenience. This is what that translates to in the real world. I think, if anything, I don't know what Sam says here, but I'm going to guess he didn't go hard enough. I'm going to guess he showed a little bit of little reservation.
Yep. And, I can imagine it's also like times like this, too, where
like in other words, he was measured is what I'm trying to say. Like Anna's accusation being that Sam went too hard on TYT and was just looking for a,
it's like it's never, ever going to get better. And I don't know that we're not going to go through a period of time where it doesn't get a little bit worse. But, I think hopefully, and I don't think it's being too Pollyannish to assume that it is just it is a matter of time. And it's hard to say that to people who are living through the pain that is exerted by this era and by people around at this time. Is what's the value of their life, or the pain becomes too hard to live for. But in some ways also, helping people in the future. But it's really hard. I mean, it's hard to make that argument in this era. I mean, there's no doubt. But I really appreciate
Thank you for
the call.
sharing that story.
I hope you're right. All right, left is best. Have a good day.
I'm so sorry.
All right, thanks for the call.
Yeah.
It is that whole thing of like, oh, trans people are really militant. Like, you're the one with the sudden opinions about trans athletes, you weirdo.
Exactly.
Jesus.
Exactly. I mean, it's quite obvious what's going on in our society today. And people should know that. I mean, and, particularly like when particularly places where either identify as allies or should be allies. Like, none of these issues are seen in a narrow perspective. And I guess to a certain extent, I'm talking specifically about TYT. A lot of stuff went down. I'm still sort of catching up on this. The last I had heard was, or read was like Anna's tweet, like, I don't know, it was like 2 months ago or something, or whatever that was. And let me, be clear on a couple of things, because I don't want to spend too much time on this, but there, Em obviously can't.
Anna's accusation was that the majority report something after the call ended. That never happened. We got receipts. Wait, what? I think you left out a word there, Izzy. Is there a word that I'm missing? Remember when Anna admitted she forced her interns to look for bombs under her car years ago? No, actually, I don't remember that, Scout. Yeah, I did not know about that.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Just did defamation against the majority report. Yeah, what I feel like there's one word from your earlier chat that I was missing that was pretty important. Sam didn't bring it up. The caller did. The caller brought up TYT, or and it did. Okay, I'm missing something here. Wait, sorry, no comment. I am. I'm missing something. I don't understand, Izzy.
From TYT, she has a different set of relationships over there. I don't really make a lot of friends in this business, in part because I'm just a standoffish person. But also part of it is that, like, when I was in comedy,
Anna accused Majority Report of bringing up the TYT issue after the call ended, but in reality, the caller initiates bringing TYT into the. That's what I was missing. Thank you. Did not hear the caller bring it up. I'll find it.
there was always this story that I had read about this group of comedians in the God, I can't remember what the name of this crew of comedians was called at the time, but Alexi Sales is one of them. He wasn't even one of the better.
Wait, he's talking about the young ones, isn't he?
Comedians, in my estimation, of that crew, like Rowan Atkinson and I don't know, a bunch of others like there in the late 80s. But he had this thing where he said, like, the worst thing about success is that you become friends with Phil Collins and then you can't really be honest about how bad his music is. You can't make fun of his music. And I know it's a weird thing, a weird quote to remember for over 35 years. But that has stuck with me. So when people say you're not talking about Anna or Cenk or this and that because of friendships, I can assure you that is not the case. I mean, I have nothing against Anna, but I've never been friends with her. I haven't been non-friends with her. I think I've spoken to her once, maybe. I don't know, in person. For me, the issue is this. Why what they're doing is wrong, and I don't know why they're doing what they're doing. But with this, let me just put it in contrast to why I do this and why I think everybody here does this. We do this here because of the politics first. And then, I don't know what the percentage is, but I realize we have to be entertaining, and I like being entertaining, and it's fun in that regard, and this and that, and you can't be just, and I don't even have the mental capacity to just be doing 3 hours of dry interviews. But the point is that what dictates what we do here? And I remember like years and years ago, I would get arguments with a caller, like I shouldn't refer to what we do here as propaganda. Propaganda to me has always been a value neutral term. It is when you have an ideology or a set of issues that you're promoting or whatever it is, you are putting out content in it with an eye to that. I think like, you know, you could argue that in some way, like all media is propagandistic in the sense that someone's making an editorial decision. Even what they deem to be newsworthy is making an editorial decision. The point being is that we are living in an era right now, which is undeniable, where the right wing, there's been plenty of reporting about this. The Republican Party, the right wing, the conservative movement, all those things, there's not a lot of daylight between any of those things. Specifically was shopping around for something to motivate its fundamentalist base.
Mm-hmm.
And fall in the wake of gay marriage, not causing typhoons and dogs and cats falling from the sky, they came upon transphobia. And the way that it ended up playing out was in the context of it dovetailed with some schooling issues and CRT and keeping people home from school and this and that, which is not to imply.
Okay, so for anybody interested, Comic Strip Presents was in the late 80s. 1985 to 1993. The Young Ones was in the early 80s.
This is something that's incredibly novel, but in terms of its growth, it is quite clear what's going on here. There's a concerted effort to do this. You do not spend $50 million in a campaign in Michigan on trans issues unless there is a concerted effort to do that. So that's one reality that lives, that exists right there. And the other reality may be that in your mind, you have an issue with what goes on in women's sports. I'm just going to stipulate that, like, I'm just going to say that's sincere, that you really care about women's sports, okay? And you have some really thoughtful or even non-thoughtful ideas about what should happen in women's sports. If you do what we do here, which is what is going to help not immiserate a specific group of people, or what is going to mitigate doing that, or how do we protect those people? Even if you believe deep down, like I feel very strongly about, women's sports.
Right.
Which, people can be a little skeptical of that case in some instances, but regardless, I'm sure there's something. It is incumbent upon you, you don't have to speak about it. Because it is contributing to an environment that is wreaking violence on a group of people in our society who have very little political or material protection. And that's just the reality of it. There is no excuse. I'm going to speak my mind. I'm not going to shut up about my opinions. It is incumbent upon you, and it's acutely problematic if this is the biggest online left of center outlet that exists.
Yeah. And I will say that if you do choose to speak about it, which I think I have in particular, I will go further and say I think it's incumbent upon you, if you are a part of the left, to be militant in support of trans activists, because I think the excuse that's given is that this is a wedge issue, and not conceding the point that somebody might have a different muscle structure if they're a trans person, blah, 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 is helping the right. I don't agree with that at all, actually. I think conceding the framing is much more helpful to the right than being an advocate. I think
so. Yeah, for the record, right? TYT's position on, in particular, Cenk's position on trans women's participation in sports is so ill-informed that it's never even brought up whether Cenk is making the assumption that trans women have a similar testosterone level to cis men or a closer testosterone and estrogen level to cis women. If that were to be brought up, that might provide some clarity, but it's not even talked about. Cenk is relying on ignorance, and his viewpoint is profoundly uninformed. Now, the right answer for this question is that this is not a political issue. This is an issue in the sporting bodies governing sports, whether, who should be able to participate. They're the ones that can, put together a team of, exercise physiologists, etc., to be able to actually interrogate this question in an informed way, where they're understanding, what the actual measures are. And in general, sporting bodies which allow trans women to participate in women's sports also require for there to have been a certain time period of hormone replacement therapy. That not only are these athletes, have testosterone and estrogen levels similar to the class of sports that they're participating in, but they have had those levels for 1 or 2 years, right? That's generally been the consensus. When you take this issue and you make it political, now it's no longer up to experts that understand endocrinology, your hormones, how those work, and physiology, what effect they have, i.e. hypertrophy, which is the main issue that we're concerned about in this issue, in this question, right? So, it's another situation in which an issue that should be left up to experts is politicized. And then Cenk Uygur, Shaky Gurga, who I don't think knows that trans people are, I'm not sure Cenk knows that hormones are a thing. I'm not sure that Cenk knows that. Now it's his uninformed ass that's making that decision. That's fucking wrong, right? And whether the question is about, trans kids, that's a question for the medical establishment to answer. That's a question for, standard of care is really what we're talking about. Do we want Matt Walsh weighing in on standard of care? No, fuck no. Fuck no. Like the comparison that I'd give is, you don't want RFK Jr. deciding what the COVID protocol is going to be. God, that's not even the best one. I'm trying to think of how to like, democracy fails when the level of expertise required to have an informed opinion on a question is greater than that of the voting public. This is a perfect example of that. There's got to be, especially on medical questions, and yeah, I'd say on, really we're talking about like sports science questions, like exercise physiology questions. It's got to be left to the experts. It's got to be left to, like if you're talking about the issue with somebody like Cenk Uygur, you've lost, because that should never become a topic for debate for somebody who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
An advocate, you're providing a counter narrative for a wedge issue that is being used cynically by the right, not being brought up by the leftist activists or the trans activists. They're responding to it with protection. It's inverted, the focus.
But even that, like, first off, we can see data. We can see data, and we know how this plays in elections.
We saw it in this last midterms. Yeah.
Now, You can show me a poll that says people don't want, trans women to play in women's sports. But I can also show you a poll that 75% of people want gun control. If you want to come and say that this is an electoral issue, come with data.
I can show you a poll that MLK had a 25% approval rating at the time of his death. I mean, we can't just be fighting for what's popular in the moment, because then you're saying that you can't change the framing around that.
But even if you're saying it's popular in the...
Yeah, ironically enough, the person that has the right idea on this particular issue is Hassan Piker. This just should not be a political issue, right? This is not a question to decide via ballot measures or whatever.
Moment, like it's not resonating from an electoral standpoint. That's why I think that is
granted too much to
bullshit.
the anti-trans people.
Exactly.
Right.
I think that is a bullshit excuse.
They aren't the post,
because you would lead with that. Okay. As much as we heard, like, it's one thing to say, like, I don't think defund the police is the most artful slogan there is, but to harp on it, you're just doing the work of what it turned out to be the corporate Democrats who wanted an excuse for why they were going to lose their elections, as opposed to the reality of the whole thing.
In fact, that does help corporate Democrats. It's a good point.
And it's very hard for me to believe. Well, let me put it this way. It's incumbent upon people who do what we do to be able to make that assessment. And that is being I have no idea what's going on over there. I'm not in contact with anybody over there. And, my speculation and conjecture is no more informed, probably less so, than, people in this audience. But in terms of what I think is a responsibility and where a bar lies, while we're at it, in terms of the affirmative action thing, if anybody, including Cenk, thinks that, black people are going to get more respect now in colleges because there's no affirmative action, you're insane. That's absurd.
Yeah, I mean, to put it as succinctly as possible, there's a finite number of things that we can focus on. Matt says that quite a bit. And I think it's incredibly important in our...
Look, there's a symbiosis between the Cenk Uygurs of the world and the Matt Walshes of the world that I'm not sure if Cenk recognizes. So for the record, we covered recently criticism that Matt Walsh had of Cenk Uygur, starting from the fact that he referred to a trans man by he, him pronouns, right? So I am not trying to give you the impression that Cenk Uygur and Matt Walsh agree about trans issues. They don't. That's clear. However, I will say that Cenk Uygur's uninformed and yet dogged position on trans women in sports has a symbiotic relationship with Matt Walsh's denial of the existence of trans people. Those two things are connected. Matt Walsh is able to get his acrid viewpoints across and find fertile ground for them because Cenk Uygur lets the Trojan horse in the door. And the Trojan horse is the sports issue, because essentially what Cenk Uygur has said without saying it is that trans women are not women and trans men are not men. That's what he's saying. That's what the effect of that rhetoric is. Again, this is something that should be left up to people who know what the fuck they're talking about. This is actually an issue that involves some pretty deep exercise physiology to even understand what the question we're asking is. But in Cenk doing what he does on that issue, he essentially acknowledges Matt Walsh's denial of trans people's existence as the gender that they are. And once you do that, you open up trans people to a whole heap of abuse. I mean, you heard the comedian that the caller was referencing, talk about the kind of abuse that she experiences with people telling her that she is crazy for thinking that she's, that being trans is a thing and that she belongs in a mental hospital. That's probably pretty close to the kind of future that Matt Walsh envisions for trans people in the near term. Not being treated with gender related healthcare, but rather being treated as the fact that you're trans being a mental illness, and the goal of the treatment being to cure you, to disabuse you of conversion therapy. If I haven't spelled it out enough for you, it's what Matt Walsh is advocating. Now, Cenk Uygur would never advocate that. Cenk Uygur doesn't believe in forcing conversion therapy on trans people. However, his viewpoint unwittingly lets that Matt Walsh Trojan horse in the door. That's what's so dangerous about what Cenk and Anna are doing. It's so-called liberals this is a campaign, a multi-year campaign put together by Chris Rufo, the guy from Florida, the DeSantis guy, right? And it's succeeding because of useful idiots like Anna and Cenk.
Industry to focus on the things that are going to make sure that there are as much protections as humanly possible for trans people, for marginalized communities in this country. And I believe that focusing on the language of activists that are on the margins and that are incredibly anecdotal, is in fact serving a far right agenda.
100%.
Yeah.
And it is really problematic to have the biggest center of left, I don't know where you want to put them or where they would put themselves on some type of spectrum, whatever.
Progressives, home and progressives is the title.
I mean, it's a problem.
Yeah, and it's not just the two of them that work there, I want to say, right? Like, there are a lot of great people that work in TYT, a lot of great people who are leftists and progressives that I don't think want to be associated with this.
Right.
Well, this seems prescient.
I mean, but without even getting into the internal politics there, that's for people to suss out themselves. I have always had both a tremendous amount of respect for people who say, I don't like this work environment, and I'm going to do whatever I can to reverse it. And if part of that means I'm going to quit this job and I'm going to do it in a public way, I mean, we've begged people to do that during the course of the Iraq War and whatnot. Certainly, there was a ton of that, with the. I mean, I have a tremendous amount of respect for that. I also understand, because of the nature of the society we live in, that there may be people there who are whatever it is, the job that I do here is not terribly easily replicated somewhere else. And this is a time of contraction with these things. And, I've got college loans because I just. So
in other words, some of the people that are staying at TYT are doing so not because they accept or approve or are okay with what Anna and Cenk are doing. They're doing it because they have to. Because it's like as Sam's saying, it's very easy to find a gig in this industry. It's very easy to find a something to do, but it's very hard to find a job. And for people for people that are signed on as employees of TYT, it's a job. It gives them some semblance of what they need to survive.
Bought a house or I've got a car payment or whatever it is. I also, have a tremendous amount of sympathy and understanding for people in that situation. The bottom line is there are, prominent voices that run that network or that project out that network. And it is wrong of them to be playing.
So now remember the accusation. I don't know how I can confirm that this is the clip that Anna meant, but the accusation was that Sam blamed the death of trans people on TYT in this clip. If this is the correct clip.
Nuance, and this is, I'm trying to be charitable here, playing nuance with an issue that is so clearly drummed up to inflict pain on people. They're hoping for electoral gain. I don't think they'll necessarily get the electoral gain, although it strengthens, if I'm in a red state and I can pass a law, I'm going to stay in office. It's not necessarily going to, impact Joe Biden's reelection. It's not even going to impact like in the purple districts. I think it cuts against them in the purple districts.
And standing up for trans rights might get young Gen Z people out more than turning small people on the margins to vote Democrat.
Again, there's this is not a data first argument that people are making. And all the morons who've been making a data first argument, they had to end up reversing themselves anyways on a lot of this stuff. Yeah. I mean, so I only acknowledge it because I want to say that I think that is a red herring and a bullshit excuse.
And if leftist critique causes you to change your worldview or adjust your approach that drastically, that is definitionally reactionary.
Well, I heard this from Dave Rubin on how mean leftists were and that they left him. And listen, if you're doing like any type of show like this, you're going to hate everybody. Not that I should hate, I don't think there's any value in everybody hating you or not, whatever.
Means you're doing something right.
You're going to hate everybody because people are going to be rude and think that and for it to alter your perspective and your analysis as to who is marginalized, who is in danger, what's going to provide the greatest amount of relief, help, support, material gain for the greatest amount of people, then you should be in a different business to begin with. But also, give me an effing break. There is no doubt in my mind that if we were sitting here and we're doing a right-wing show, I wouldn't be considered an asshole, and I would get invited on places, and I would be going and hanging out and skateboarding and eating sushi and
with the boys.
The warm embrace of these people. Again, what is that? Mr. Death? Was it Mr. Death? The Errol Morris
documentary.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Mr. Beast.
No, Mr. Death. This is a guy who's a lonely guy who was like a consultant for states when they would kill people with capital punishment.
Mm.
And somebody, some Holocaust deniers, he had said something like the effect of I find it hard to believe they could have used Zyklon B. And he became completely embraced by the Holocaust denying Nazi community and became just was living it up.
Yeah.
They were so much nicer to him.
They stayed
than
for
everybody
sushi.
else.
He stayed for sushi and bubble tea.
Stayed for sushi and bubble tea. And that is not a measure of the way you look at humanity. And that should not be a dictate as to what you express publicly. If you've got a job where you are public facing, it is incumbent upon you to think about the implications of your words. And just like when, I celebrate the deaths of people who I think, like when Scalia dies, I'm like, yeah, good. He may have been a good father, good son, good brother, good, husband.
Not my problem.
That's not the issue. Yeah. I know this guy's name because of what he's done to the country. Same thing with Breitbart. I would go on and on. You are judged by what you put out there. Period. End of story. Doesn't matter what's in your heart. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, I could be the most right-wing guy in the world. I could, if I go home and I have like a, like a little, like a Hitler closet that I go into and pray every night, but I come out and I say things that are anti-fascist during the day. I'll take that versus the guy who's like going back and saying like, pure of heart, but coming out and like, because of nuances, like, Hitler had some good ideas. Trains ran on time and people were happy with the efficiency. Like, that's not the way it works. What you put out is what you get judged on. Not what's in your heart. None of that.
Not what you're maybe capable of in the
Not what you're capable. None of that. What you put out into the world, when you do this, that's what you get judged on. Period. We are two-dimensional.
Yeah. And that's why we don't stay, and this isn't about personal branding or anything. Like why we don't, it would have been, that's why we don't stay for sushi and bubble tea, basically. It's because we actually believe in this. I really do believe in this.
That's why they're not looking forward to having a beer with PBD.
So much so
they're not going to drink a PBR with PBD.
Like uncomfortable about talking about this on air, but I just think it's important to counteract it, obviously. So this, trans solidarity with Benny, who resigned from TYT. Seriously.
All right. So that is I mean, chat's, I can't confirm this. All right. But chat's telling me that this was the segment in question where Anna said that unprompted, Sam had brought up TYT when a caller called in and had accused them of contributing to trans people unaliving themselves. They're really stretching it. They're really, really stretching it. I don't trust them. That's it. I do not trust them. I do not believe them. I do not trust them. The things that they say, I'm going to assume now, are massive stretches, if not outright lies. That's what TYT is doing now. That's what they're up to. Anyway, like I said, we've got this segment to get through. This is from yesterday. This is Cenk Uygur and Jordan Ewell. Is that his name? Cenk, brings on an employee who is, I guess by his own description, part of what Cenk would call the max left, and is trying to show that he can have a reasonable conversation. Because one of the big criticisms they're getting is that they want to have a beer with PBD. They want to reach out to Glenn Beck. They want to reach out to Charlie Kirk. They're actually meaner to the left, to people to the left of them, than they are to people to the right of them. So Cenk is going to try to model a conversation with somebody that is to the left of him and say, see, we can get along fine with the people on the left. And it's like, this guy is treating him with kid gloves because he's an employee, as you can imagine. So it's performative. But anyway, let's take a look at it anyway.
People that representing Israel have called me parasite a couple times. My name was put on an IDF bomb. I know what it feels like to be threatened. But I'm trying to find the best strategy to help all of us, right? So if I get too worried and I say, okay, no, I'm just going to resort to hating the other side or to not talking to the other side, that's not necessarily going to help anyone. It's normal. I get it. I get it as a reaction, right? So that's why I loved your comment, because it acknowledges both sides, right? That if you've had a terrible interaction with either right-wingers or racists or whoever it might be, that it's hard to get past that. So I get it, right? But you're right that it's my job to get past it so that we can get to what I think and hope is the best strategy. So thank you for writing in. So many more. I love it. But I know Jordan wants to ask some questions too, or have this conversation.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the criticism that you and Anna and the network overall have gotten, it to some extent has been you guys going on right-wing shows. Mm-hmm. There have been other people who have been critical of how you've talked about which policy is the right policy on issues like policing. You and I have had the debate over what is the best way to tackle just the general problem and all of them, like all the different facets of policing in this country. And then there have been people who have been upset with how you two have covered the trans issue. So I think what people sometimes miss in this, but I also do want to hear, like, hash it out. Do you think that it's fair for people who have these criticisms of policy stances?
Letterhack agreed. Sam's hair, even when he doesn't seem to get a chance to do a lot of work on that in that regard, he still, even when his hair is messed up, he looks good. So,
and then also see you going on right-wing networks. Do you think it's? I mean, I think that there are well-meaning folks who see all of those things and think, well, they're clearly tacking to the right, because we have seen people do that in the past.
Yeah, that's a great point. And so I think I addressed this on another show. That's why I wanted to do it on this show, right? So look, guys, if you say, I see that you guys had some, what I think is small disagreements, but maybe you think it's big disagreements on the trans stuff, it was so minor.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Uncle Sam Cedar is a real man of the people. US outlying islands, US outlying islands, US outlying islands. He doesn't go on right-wing shows to kowtow to them like a coward. Max Left is best.
Max Left is best. US and outlying islands. Yes, indeed. I didn't know that's what the what it calls that emoji, but now you know. Now you know.
Just about like professional leagues and being called a woman, but okay, but you can think it's major. On crime, it's a little bit more significant. There's a lot of folks, like someone who wrote in earlier, thinking it's just crime panic and you're going for a right-wing narrative, etc. It's not. We showed you the statistics, but that's okay. It's a normal disagreement. But you see that, and to Jordan's point, and then you see me going on right-wing shows, you go, wait a minute. And there is a phenomenon pulling a Rubin, right? And you've seen Rubin do it, and you've seen Tulsi Gabbard do it, and you've seen others do it. So I get being concerned, like, whoa. But you've got to then go, okay, yes, but what happened next? Did they actually pull a Rubin, or were they doing something else, right? So number one, if you say, hey, any disagreement is unacceptable, well, then we're just not gonna agree, right? Because I could do likewise, and in fact, that would be terrible if I did likewise. If I said, hey, you know what, Jordan disagrees with that, that's it, get him off the air, which is what MSNBC does, which is what CNN does, which is what Fox News does, right? And so, but we don't do that because we want disagreement here. It's okay. So what's the difference between a normal disagreement and the kind of weirdo fights that have broken out online? Because some people aren't trying to have a conversation where we get to the right answer. Hey, what should be the right policy on crime? They're trying to attract attention. And that's why I'm saying bad faith by not only saying.
Yeah, Elijah, when the answer is to ban trans people from participating in sports, there is no question of fairness. That's unfair. That's you're trans, you don't get to participate in sports. That's fucked up. All right. On the question that you're asking, which I think is a more discreet question about essentially physiology, are you a physiology expert? Are you an endocrinology nerd? No, maybe. We could leave it up to people who know more about these kind of things instead of politicizing it. I don't know. That's just my idea, is that, you know, I like the idea of voting on things that I understand. You know, I like the idea of being able to vote for Medicare, Medicare for all. I like the idea of being able to vote for a higher minimum wage, right? I'm not so sure about, should I be voting on, like, let's say that we were going to land a probe on Mars. Would we want to vote on like the settings on the jet propulsion? Should we open that up for a vote? No, why not? Because we're not rocket scientists. You're not a rocket scientist. You're not a physiologist. You're not an endocrinologist. And even if you were, it actually takes a bigger set of multidisciplinary skills to actually figure out this question. Now, so they did this. I want to let you know, they did this back in 2000. The International Olympic Committee met. They got a bunch of big, brainy, nerdy people in there who know this stuff, an interdisciplinary team, and they decided what is the fair thing to do. And they decided that after, in some cases 1 year, in some cases 2 years of HRT, that there's not a problem with trans people participating in sports. And then actually it would be unfair to not let them do so, right? So the people that they weighed in on this in 2000. Now you might think 2000 was a long time ago, and yet I have not seen any high profile trans people dominating Olympic sports. There you go. There you go. There's your answer. It's really fucking simple. It's really fucking simple. But yeah, ironically enough, Hassan's the one who's got the right take on this, because his he resists the urge to like engage on this issue. I mean, you can make arguments on this, but to make meaningful to meaningfully speak to these issues of fairness in sports, it requires levels of understanding of exercise physiology that most of us don't have. So yeah, that's
that what we're saying is not acceptable. Like, well, who determines what's acceptable? Why do you get to determine it, right? But on top of that, they're saying, well, then we know that they're already right-wingers and we know they're going to do X, Y, and Z, but did we? So when I go on the right-wing shows, do I go, oh my God, I love corporate tax cuts now? If I do, you should throw me all the way under a bus, right? No, I tell them the same thing that I tell you guys, right? So I defend Social Security. I got Tim Pool's show to go, oh, paid family leave, maybe. Patrick Bet-David polled his audience. 75% of his audience said yes to paid family leave. Which other person went on a right-wing show and got 75% of their audience to agree to a progressive position? So if you say, no, don't, still, no, I don't want you talking to them, I hate it. Okay, again, we disagree, that's okay. So it matters, like, so what did Dave Rubin do instead? So he would go on Tucker Carlson. Did you ever see him once disagree with Tucker Carlson?
Oh, chat's saying I should farm some likes. Okay, chat, I feel like that's 245 watching. Where are all the likes? Good question, good question. Actually, I haven't seen how many likes we have.
Right? And then the famous incident that I mentioned on Piers Morgan earlier in the week, where there was these forest fires and
261 likes.
The forest and all the fun stuff, and
that's actually pretty impressive. But I bet there's some people who haven't liked the stream yet.
And Dave Rubin went on and said the problem is diversity. They're allowing gay firefighters. And so why do they do that? Because they want someone who's gay to throw gay people under a bus, right? And then the guys that I loathe the most.
And Jake, whose stream are you going on that you bragged about? What trans stream are you going on? It's Brianna Wu, a trans person, literally, to throw trans people under the bus. I compared Brianna Wu earlier to Candace Owens. Maybe a more apt comparison would be Dave Rubin. She serves that role. We didn't get this content because it didn't get picked, right? But she's on Twitter right now supplicating herself to J.K. Rowling. When J.K. Rowling said that she's not self-hating enough for her,
or like
preference.
The Muslim guys who are the reformers. They're actually reformers in Islam. By the way, I'm atheist, right? So like I'm totally open to that reform conversation, right? And I'm totally against violence, etc. No, these are stooges who are paid basically by Israel to go and go, oh, well, I'll tell you the real problem, Bill, because they're always talking to Bill Maher, is the Muslim culture is a real problem. It's a, It's
the mother lode of, what did Sam Harris say? The mother lode of bad ideas or something?
A lot of violence. Oh my God, Quran is the worst. Come on, guys, right? So we're not doing any of that. And so one of the things that I went on the right-wing shows to do is, hey, is there anything that we can accomplish while Trump's in office? So, or we just give up and go, okay, I think it's going to be 100% disaster. We can't get anything. But the guy likes to be popular. And if it turns out the right-wing populists say, hey, you know what? Again, I start with something simple like pardon Edward Snowden. I mean, we want to pardon Edward Snowden. And it turns out, oh my God, they want to pardon Edward Snowden. So why don't we pardon Edward Snowden? It's like the tiniest little victory, but why not try for victories that we all agree on instead of just giving up and going, okay, let's just hate them. And how is hating them an effective strategy? And no one's ever explained that, by the way. They say, oh no, we think you're going to be a right winger. In fact, they don't say that. They say they are right wingers. They are, right? And so Jordan, I said this yesterday, like, proof's always in the pudding, right? So if we turn right wing, okay, then they were right, and you guys go watch Silly and Billy and go crazy and never hear anything about policy at all ever again, etc. Right? But if it turns out they were wrong, I hope that you hold them accountable and go, hey, you guys told me they were already right wingers, but I watched, And it looks like they're not right wing at all. They're saying the same exact things they said before. And guys, remember, none of this happened after the election. Whatever the disagreements are has been going on for 2 years at a minimum, right? So, and if there is no disagreement within a party, you're not in a party. You're in an authoritarian cult. And by the way, remember, that's what the establishment agrees to too. No disagreements allowed. We anoint.
Yeah, Sunshine, that's the other unfortunate thing that gets let in when Cenk Uygur goes and lets in the Trojan horse, not realizing he's helping Matt Walsh, right? With the trans women in sports issue, that's the other thing that gets let in the door is, it just invites transvestigation of cis women participating in sports too. And then now we got to look at everybody's, are you cis enough to compete in that sports? Because maybe you think that you're cis, but now we're gonna look at now we're gonna do a karyotype analysis on you.
I'm not doing that for the establishment. I'm not doing that for anyone on the far left or whatever you want to call it. I'm not doing that for the right wing. I'm not doing it, period.
Yeah. Well, I think one thing everyone should think about is, and then we saw this in Bernie's message over the past 8-10 years.
Chad, I didn't realize how late it got. I was gonna, I kind of stayed on a little longer than I meant to.
Right, the underlying uniting force in this country is class.
I want to finish this though.
We all can recognize that. That's why you're also seeing a bipartisan wave of sympathy or even acknowledgement of why Luigi Mangione allegedly did what he did. There's a common unifying thing. And I think one thing I like about this network is you're not defining everyone by identity, because that isn't a unifying thing. It's a divisive thing, especially when it's exploited by corporate interests. So I think when you acknowledge that, you were a progressive, you were with Bernie, and you liked his class message, shouldn't you also want to then continue to try to reach out to those people along class lines? Something to think about, but Cenk's not off the hook yet. So I think the way you talk about, because the way you talk about this sometimes, I think is damaging and undercuts what you're trying to do. But I know you're trying.
Jordan is a good dude. Yeah, unfortunately, Jordan's kind of being put in a shitty spot here. Like, this is a no-win situation for him, and this is performative on Cenk's part. He performs, his talking it out with a person on the left with somebody that is paid by him, with somebody that's relying on him for a job.
Trying to do, right? And you kind of, I know you're joking, but you're like, oh, he's a radical. You have used the term extreme left to describe a broad swath of people in policy conversations. And I think a lot of well-meaning people who might identify with some of those policy conversations might think, like, what? I'm not extreme. Like, this is pragmatic. You look at like the Nordic models. You look at many parts of Europe. Like, they've got some of these things. We don't see these culture fights elsewhere, right?
So I don't know if Jordan meant this, but yeah, I do think that it's funny for Anna Kasparian to bring up the Nordic model, by which I think she meant, I don't think she meant the economy. I think she was talking about the prison system, when they've got like a fraction of the, percentage of incarcerated people that the United States does.
I think that can be unhelpful when you're talking about people who are probably ultimately 99% of the time on your side and might just have questions about what you're doing. So I'm wondering if that is the best way to go about talking about some of these policies.
Okay, so you're fired.
I'm seeing a lot of the Dragon Gang actually call out Cenk in this chat. See, it's not that funny though. It's really not that funny. Oh my God, it's so uncomfortable.
That's a good question. So Jordan, I want to ask you a question in return in a second.
Sure.
But so first, look, there's two different things, right? There is positions that are further left, however you define that, than me, and we've got to find a term for it that is not offensive.
Do we need a term for it?
We do.
Why?
So okay, let me.
What he doesn't like is the fact that when people say the left, that's what they mean. Like, the thing that he sees as radical left is actually not that radical at all. You're talking about actual progressives, Cenk. You're not talking about socialist. I mean, you might be talking about some socialists too, but you're primarily not talking about socialist. You're not talking about anybody that you could call radical in any fucking way. You are talking about actual progressives, of which you are not one. You have more in common with the intellectual dark web. You have more in common with, you know, with all that kind of, I don't know, like the sort of the Weinstein school of thought, right? It's not the like there's IDW people that are, or like the Sam Harris kind of IDW.
Handle that first, and then we'll get back to the term. So why do we need it? I think we need it for A, clarity, and B, political reasons. Okay, so now again, some of you might totally.
No, he wants it because he wants to rebrand himself as progressive and define us as something else.
Disagree here, but when you say
when in reality, he should just leave the left already if that's what he wants to do. If that's what he's saying, the long goodbye has gone on long enough, Cenk. It's time to get the fuck out.
Progressive now. People think defund the police, abolish ICE, free.
So they think actually progressive. That's what they think. When you say it's a funny thing when you say progressive, people think of actual progressive policies rather than centrist bullshit.
Trans surgeries for undocumented detainees, etc. So they don't think paid family leave, Medicare for all.
Also, I gotta know when he says like trans surgeries for detainees. Like, and there's another place in here that he mentions like surgeries for detainees. You almost get the feeling that he thinks that people that are incarcerated don't have the right to medical care. Cenk, that's fucking unconstitutional. And that's populist, right? If you ask most people, hey, should somebody that's done a murder, should somebody that's done a violent crime, should they get medical care? Like, I don't know if that's going to be popular. And when you're doing it specifically for trans stuff, then you're combining that with like people's transphobia. They don't understand trans people. They don't understand, you know, the medical care that trans people might receive, and they're not going to be in favor of that, of course.
Higher minimum wage.
That's why that sort of thing, thankfully, I don't know if thankfully, right, considering the legal system that we've got, but that's up to the legal system. That's up to that's a question of the reason that people were getting like that undocumented detainees were getting surgery was because incarcerated people still have the right to medical care, and medical care is defined, you know, currently until Matt Walsh gets a hold of it, as including, yes, trans healthcare as well. That's
we've lost that.
But he's made it sound like this is a radical left issue that only the crazy, like there's crazies over the left that are like, hey, yo, we should have like medical care for undocumented, you know, trans people. And it's like, nobody's actually saying that. That was the default, and that should be the default, because that's the logical conclusion of guaranteeing certain rights.
Economic message that is so overwhelmingly popular and that is so desperately needed. And I know that the right wing focused on the most unpopular positions we have on purpose. But my point was, but don't help them by falling into that trap and saying, okay, now that's it. The progressive banner is undocumented detainees all get free surgeries, hip surgeries, trans surgeries, you know.
There we go. They get hip surgeries. Oh my God. Yeah, Cenk, I would fucking hope that if somebody needs a hip surgery, that they're gonna get that surgery, and that their status as undocumented and as incarcerated is not going to prevent that from happening. I would certainly hope that you're not. Do you hear what you're saying? Getting hip surgeries? Like, Jesus Christ, Cenk. You're getting sucked into the deep end of the right wing. Fuck this guy.
whatever it might be. So those are very unpopular positions, and I don't happen to agree with them. I'm with, so if you want to call me a more moderate on that, no problem, no problem. Look, and I explained, there's two different political spectrums. There's the left-right one, where if you say, Cenk, you're not the most left, you're right? I'm not. See, moderate's become such a terrible word. These words matter, right? Because moderate used to mean a normal person that's in the middle of the country. But mainstream media turned moderate into corporate douchebag, right? So now if you call yourself a moderate, people are like,
you kind of are a corporate douchebag. You're a union buster. What do you think? I'm sorry, but you are. That's literally your position.
Ew.
You've got more in common, Cenk, with the establishment left than you do with the progressives. So if something needs a rebrand here, it's you.
Okay, which corporation do you represent, right? So, but there are people who are actually closer to the center, right? So am I center left? Hell yeah, I'm on the left. There's not even within ask any right winger, ask any mainstream person, ask any established person, we're on the left. But am I as far as some others? No, I'm not. But on the populist establishment spectrum, I'm all the way at the end. I'm an extreme populist.
Yeah, and I say that, Radical, if you like, I don't know if he even listened to what he said, because what he said was horrible. Like, even by his own standards, that should not be something that, like, yeah, the logical conclusion of what he's saying is that going to prison should be a death sentence for people with bad health. Yeah.
And I say it proudly.
But also understand the kind of populist that he is and what that lends itself to. It lends itself to politicizing issues that shouldn't be politicized. Not everything should be up for a vote. People's rights should not be subject to opinion polls. They should be guaranteed.
Right? And we had somebody on our Operation Hope Town Hall on Wednesday say, I bought wokeleft.org and radicalleft.org because I'm so proud of it.
Yeah.
Right? God bless, that's great,
that.
right? But if we get defined as the positions that are the most unpopular, we cannot win. So I need to define us in a different light now. Otherwise, the baby's gonna get thrown out with the bathwater. And so I don't want that, to be honest. And besides which, I don't agree. So if I say, okay, I'm a proud whatever, right? And then people are gonna go, oh, okay, so you agree to all these positions. No, I don't agree to those positions. So it's misleading as well. So Jordan, the question I wanted to ask back is, what's the best term to use? Because we don't agree. Like there's some issue.
So like the actual answer is that, Cenk, you are Rip Van Winkle. You fell asleep, time passed you by, and now you look and you're like, wait a minute, I'm a progressive. You're Bill Maher. You should rebrand. Yeah, Bill Maher, there's another way to, like that's another person that I would, like as far as where his actual politics are.
I don't think it's a lot of issues, and I think it's overhyped how much we disagree.
If he's on the left at all, right? It's the left of the IDW. Jenna Nix, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. First time viewer, long time trans, ex-TYT fan. Thanks for covering this, but I can't take any more of him. Hey, I don't blame you. I don't blame you, Jenna. I'm glad we were able to watch at least something other than this. We got a little bit of bonus content in as well, but
disagree, but there is some disagreement. So how do I refer to that disagreement? Do you see what I'm saying? How do I refer to the folks that we disagree with? So here, sorry, before you answer, but think about it.
You need to realize that you don't agree with progressive policy. That's the answer. You are on the progressive side of the intellectual dark web, sir.
Let me give you one more example. So on gun control, I'm extreme left, right? I have a position that, to your point, in Europe and other parts of the world, Japan is perfectly normal, but in America is totally practically politically
you too, Jenna.
doable. which is I think you should be able to have a gun, but it needs to be in a safe locker outside of your house in a controlled area. That's exactly what Japan does, okay? And so if you want to go hunting, you go get your gun from the locker, etc. But no one has guns, so they have.
Hey, good point. Liberalism is a right-wing ideology. Yes, liberalism is one half of capitalist ideology, right? There's two ways to go about things, two main directions. If you're a capitalist, you could be the kind of capitalist that is like, no, just I want to maximize profits. I want to minimize any kind of regulation, and I want to just like suck everything out of this that I can, right? And then there's the other side of capitalism that says, ooh, geez, if we do that, it could cause a revolution. It could cause social instability. We don't want social instability. We don't want, people going around shooting CEOs. So what we'll do instead is we'll adopt a more Keynesian perspective. Now, this is the classical Democratic position. This is not the position that the Democrats have supported for years and years and years. In the 1980s, after losing 2 races to Reagan and 1 race to Bush's dad, the Democrats became afraid of their own shadow, that shadow being FDR, and they switched to a neoliberal approach. But even FDR's Keynesian policies, even FDR's liberalism is a right-wing philosophy. It is a philosophy of by and for capitalists. And if you really stand with the working class and you call yourself a leftist, you are at the very least looking to leave the capitalist mode of production because you recognize it as being antithetical to human dignity, just like feudalism was antithetical to human dignity.
We have 0 gun homicides, we have 60,000 gun homicides. But I know I'm not going to win on that, right? But if you say to me within the American political spectrum, you're extreme left on that issue, I say, yeah, that's right, I am, right? So I'm not offended by that. That's just on that issue, that's who I am, right?
You're right on that, Bennu. Why should the conversation be about what we should be called when the real conversation is like, all right, Cenk, what do you want to be called? What do you want us to call you? Maher-esque? Maher-light?
So if you call me radical left on that, I probably wouldn't like that because I'm like, I don't think it's a radical position. The rest of the world does it, and etc. So that's why let's pick a word that makes sense.
I don't know. I understand why you think there should be more accurate labels. I think the words that you have used in these conversations have been unhelpful because people might see them as a pejorative. Extreme, max, radical. Some people, of course, there's some people who take that up.
Okay, Jordan, the problem is not that anybody takes offense at being called max left. The problem is that that's never going to happen. He's trying to make fetch happen.
Proudly, right? But I think to many well-meaning people who aren't familiar with what you're talking about, right? They might see that as a slight or an insult. So I think that's a little unhelpful. For me personally, what term I would call myself, I don't know. When I was younger, I was, oh yeah, I'm a liberal, then I was progressive, then I was a leftist, and now it's like, I don't care. Like I want certain policy outcomes. I will do whatever I can to contribute to that work. And if it happens, great. And if it's unpopular, I don't care because it's what I believe in. There are people who make their political identity a label proudly, and to what I see, the extent of their activism is just correcting people and say, well, I'm not a liberal, I'm a leftist. Congrats, man. I just like, I think it's all hollow. It's a lot of it's performative. I'd like to see a multi-party system where maybe I do have a label and a party that fits into it. But I think in our current system, a lot of that's subjective and people could misinterpret it. So I do think it's undercutting what I know you're trying to do, and I don't think it's the most useful.
Yeah, so I hear you, and that's another fine disagreement to have because I need to distinguish it. If I don't distinguish it, we're all in the same boat with the most unpopular. And in fact, again, back to the gun control example, I would, like if I'm talking about it, I'd say, look, let's say I'm on a right-wing show or a mainstream media show or something. I'd say, yeah, I'm extreme left on gun control, but I know I'm not going to win. And why do I say that about my—
Great point, Sterling. Explain the reaction to Luigi from both sides if progressivism is as unpopular as he says. Yeah, I feel like these people are a little bit more radical than you give them credit for.
Own position, because I don't want to hurt the rest of the party, the rest of the movement, by attaching a super unpopular position, right or wrong. Obviously, I think it's right. It's my position. It works for the rest of the world, right? And so, but I don't want to attach that unpopular position to paid family leave and Medicare for all. You see what I'm saying? So, but that requires a little bit of, recognition.
Yeah, he's so backwards, right? There is a concept called the Overton window. I don't want to. I don't think that you should look through everything through this lens, right? But in general, you've got a permissible range of discourse between right and left, and everything that falls outside of that range is ridiculed, is rejected from the get-go. And what Cenk is trying to do here is to try to redefine progressive as being, okay, well, I guess it doesn't include gun control, right? Progressive, you're not, if you're a progressive, you don't believe in gun control. Only the radical left believes in gun control. And why does he do that? Because he wants to get policies like paid family leave through, and he feels like that his view of gun control is considered so radical by most Americans that it's got to be jettisoned. And so he's like, here, I make a concession. I believe in gun control, but most people don't believe in that. I don't even think that's true. I feel like gun control actually pulls pretty fucking high. And it's the fact that they can't get a bill passed is not it's not proof of something being unpopular.
Of what your positions are and what's popular and what's not popular.
Mm-hmm.
And when Justice Democrats ousted me, and there I could have caught a lot of feelings, right? And I could have said, screw these guys.
You did. What are you talking about? Are you in denial?
Don't donate to them, don't help them, and I didn't.
Okay, I mean, maybe you didn't say that, right? But you definitely caught feelings.
Eyes on the prize. They got to get elected so we could win on policy, right? And so, do you see the others doing eyes on the prize? Guys, let's make sure we win so we could win on policy so your lives can improve? Or do you see a lot of, I'm better than him, I'm more pure, etc.? And then I was using max lefts, I was trying that one. Mm-hmm. And then I got pissed and I went back to radical left. And the reason is because the guys who are making those, the bad faith arguments, they are radicals. They're saying, if you don't agree with me 100%, you shouldn't even be allowed to talk. You shouldn't be allowed to have that freaking opinion, and you're definitely a right winger, and you're racist, and all these other things. That's so extreme and radical as a way of conducting yourself, right? So, but I hear you. I'll walk that back.
Well, I also don't want to discount. Then there are people who were angry.
Yeah.
Let's take the trans issue. I think that's one where you and I definitely don't agree, right? Mm-hmm. I think there's I know there's the core rights. I think you're on board with. I would hope so.
Yeah, 100%.
But then there's other.
I really don't love the fact that on TYT, this is codified as the trans issue. I don't know.
Things the extremely politically unpopular things, right? So this wasn't her campaign. Trump, it was his policy, but it became a lightning rod issue. The gender affirming care for undocumented people. It's like a buzzword of all these things that are just designed to trigger the independent or moderate or Republican voter. I don't care about that. It's just and I think if you're going to go out at a time where it's going to get even worse for trans people, and you have people like Matt Walsh in front of the Supreme Court saying we're not going to stop until we erase all of trans existence. Now, I'm not saying you're on that side. I'm saying at a moment.
But I explained to you earlier the symbiosis. Whether Cenk wants to acknowledge it or not, there is a symbiosis between the Trojan horse that he lets in the door with his positions on inclusive language and on trans women in sports. There's a symbiosis between what Cenk is doing and what Matt Walsh has been able to do.
this where it gets really difficult and it's going to get harder for people, I think a lot of people are concerned and wondering why even talk about things like this that aren't even really up for debate right now, because it could just play into the right's hand.
So a couple of things about that. Number one, it's funny that you mentioned Matt Walsh, because I tore into him on that exact issue, on that speech about the Supreme Court, because I'm like, okay, so you went from pretending that it was only about these like professional sports or high school sports, to all of a sudden you want to erase all trans people, right? So I told you the radical right actually hates trans people, and this is all a way of riling up hatred against the trans. And so then Matt Walsh.
Oh, thank you, Cenk. Are you not reasonable?
Is like, see, Cenk Uger's not on the right. I'm like, I told you. Told you I'm not on the right, you knucklehead, right? And they're like, oh, and then some right wingers are like, oh, Matt Walsh owned you. I'm like, own me for what? Yes, I own me by stating my opinion correctly. I'm not in favor. Matt Walsh is a dude.
You see the symbiosis here? Matt Walsh's criticism of Cenk actually helps him in this situation. They are
extraordinaire, okay? As bad as it gets. But guys, so like when I go on the right-wing shows, Jordan, and you'll see this on Trigonometry and on a couple other shows where we got into this conversation, I go, hey, listen, guys, I agree with you on the professional sports, right? And then they go like, oh, okay, good, right? And so some people might hate that. Then I go, but you guys agree that trans should have same constitutional rights as any American, right? To employment, to healthcare, to housing. And they go, oh yeah, of course, constitutional rights. So they get tons of right-wing hosts have now said, because of those conversations, well, of course, constitutional rights.
Thank God I threw trans people under the bus.
Yeah, that makes sense. Which other left-wing?
I've really saved you from yourselves there, trans people. You should be thankful that you have a advocate such as me.
Host got a bunch of right-wing hosts.
Able to play 5-dimensional chess with the right wing. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks, Cenk. You can fuck straight off.
Say, yeah, of course, trans constitutional rights, right? So that doesn't mean they became angels overnight. That doesn't mean they're gonna let go of this issue. Then we get into a debate about high school sports, because I'm on the extreme left on high school sports, right? Because I said, what are you gonna do, check their genitalia? So you're gonna find 7 kids, they're like, what if your daughter was in second place? I was like, wow, don't hurt her. She got second place in cross country, or she'll never recover, right? I'm like, because of that happening 13 times, you want to check millions of kids' genitalia, right? So, look, guys, if that's too, like, if you think that's not left-wing enough, do you get?
Is he not merciful?
Jordan, that we're like, that is the most benign disagreement there is? Or do you think, no, that's hurting trans people? That's just an unacceptable, that leads to trans suicides?
No, No, I don't think you led to any suicides. I think that's ridiculous. But I think the point is, like,
that's the wrong question. That's the wrong question. Society as a whole leads to trans people unaliving themselves. And it's like saying, does a butterfly's, is the butterfly responsible for the tornado? No, but you're kind of, in this case, you're not helping. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to get into the minutia of.
On the issues where you do break from them, what's the utility in
Okay, the
raising
utility, good question. But that's the debate you and I had after the election about the ad, right?
Yeah.
That ad was considered the most successful ad.
We're going to rehash it.
Not just, okay, no, just hear me out though. Not just by the Trump team, but also by the Kamala Harris team. So you guys.
By the team that's looking for an excuse for their shitty campaign and finds it in blaming trans people. Cenk, that's another thing that you agree with the Kamala campaign on. You fucking establishment loser.
I say, yeah, but I don't believe it or something, right? But my point is, okay, even if let's get past the debate of whether it was what if you were convinced that it was effective? Would you still say, nope, let's lose the election?
Well, no, here's this is something I did want to raise, so I think this is a segue. People have looked to you in this network for years because of progressive ideals. And you started Justice Democrats, and you've done Wolfpack, and you've done many other things because you see long-term goals. And I think with this topic and issues of police reform, those you couch in past electoral losses. And I think people are confused how someone who we have looked to for years and has talked about these things in fighting for them because they are the right thing to do, suddenly the line is drawn here. Well, we've lost before on these things. They're unpopular. We've got to discard them. I think people are wondering, why don't we keep fighting for them and make them popular? Because by that same logic, Bernie lost electorally twice. Why do we still support him?
No, well, first of all, he didn't lose because he lost the voters. He lost because mainstream media absolutely nuked him.
But you don't think they're doing the same thing for these topics?
No, I don't. Because look, remember, I'm not doing that out of political convenience. I don't agree. So for example, on the surgeries, listen, brother, you come into this country undocumented. I want to protect your rights. I want to make sure you get an asylum hearing, et cetera, okay? And if your kid's a dreamer, I want to protect them, et cetera, et cetera. But you can't come into this country and then you demand surgery. No, no, I don't care if it's any kind of surgery. No.
Those damn sneaky.
In our discussion when we had Jules on and we were arguing.
Those damn sneaky undocumented trans. I bet they got themselves arrested on purpose just so they could get surgery. You come in here, you demand surgery. God damn. God fucking damn. This guy, I can't take him.
About that. Look, you also want Medicare for all. That would cover that.
So, Jordan, that's a great argument, okay? And that's a good debate to have. But so let's talk about the layers, right? So number one, I'm not throwing my policy positions under a bus for electoral convenience because those are not my policy positions. I agree with the majority of the American people on those ones that are really far left, okay? Whatever term we want to use. Okay, number two, they're not core constitutional rights, okay? So I fought for gay marriage when it was very unpopular, okay? Why? It's a core constitutional right. Are we equal or are we not equal, okay? So if they say trans people can't get married, they can't do this, they can't do that, hell no. We're gonna fight tooth and nail, okay? Because core constitutional rights. We're not throwing black people under a bus, we're not throwing trans people under a bus, et cetera. But if you say, no, I don't even want to get into the labels. Oh my God, because guys, you have no idea. So look, Jordan, let me put it this way on this quick tangent here. That legendary Anna tweet of hey, I want to be called a woman instead of a birthing person. First of all, I have seen birthing person at the doctor's office. They started saying instead of women, birthing person.
Not instead of women. That's the whole point. You say birthing person, not when you mean women. You say birthing person when you mean somebody who can give birth, because not all women can give birth. That's the question you're asking. You're asking a different question, Cenk. Get it through your thick fucking skull.
So that tweet, when you show it to any non-far leftist or anyone on the left, because I know I'm on the left, I'm not far left, but I know that could trigger some people, right? But if you're not in that category, for 98% of Americans, they're like, I don't understand what's wrong with this tweet. She says she's totally okay with you being called a birthing person. She just like to be called a woman. If you don't get that seems enormous.
That's not enough information. That's not enough information. Given that there's people who are not women who can give birth, and given that there's people who are women that can't give birth, that is not the information that's being asked for. That is, in a medical setting, you heard that question because they were asking something very specific. Now, it might not be a question that you're used to answering. We might have used to use woman for shorthand as that, but we can do better. It's more specific. It's more to the point, right? Could you become pregnant? That is the question that's being asked when you were asked if you're a birthing person. If you're being asked if you're a woman, that's a different question. That's a different fucking question. Please, please get it through your skull, Cenk. Get it through your skull.
It's obvious to 98% of Americans, you might be in a bubble. You see what I'm saying?
You might be in a bubble because you're a fucking Omega boomer, and that's not as weird of a question to most people as it is to you. Most people don't take offense at that. being asked. It's just more specific. But yeah, you and Anna have turned it into like, so now we're gonna call women birthing persons. Is that what we're doing? So a woman is a birthing person. That sounds pretty sexist to me. No, that's the whole point. That's not what we're fucking saying. You absolute bad faith sack of shit.
In this bubble, and you think like, no, everybody's, like this is an outrage. That is not an outrage. And so if you don't get that that's not an outrage, you're gonna lose all the elections. You're gonna lose them all, right? And so, and if you say, hey, I'm gonna lose them, even though it's not a constitutional right, by the way, to be called a birthing person, but she says, and I say, you can be called a birthing person. Okay, we shouldn't call women in general birthing people, because that's, I'm sorry, but I want to say that's great.
If you have had a hysterectomy, then no, you should not be called a birthing person. But literally, that word is an umbrella term. Surely you are capable of understanding this concept. Or maybe Wharton Business School is just a fucking institution for fail sons like yourself and Donald Trump, who aren't that bright, but will, by virtue of the networks that they are included in, succeed nonetheless.
Crazy. That's what everybody thinks is crazy, right? How do you not see it? So anyways, it's not just for electoral stuff. It's like, are we fighting for core constitutional stuff, or are we fighting for fringe issues? Like again, take my gun control example. I'm not gonna die on that hill in an election if they're
a fringe issue, because only 75% of the people support your position. Yep. You fucking loser. You fucking clown.
You know what I would do if that was my position? I'd say I withdraw it. Okay? I withdraw it because I'm not gonna win on it anyway. I mean, look, and by the way, I've lived all of these, right? So Bernie endorsed me in 20.
I love that, Matthew.
And then
it's no longer called being born, Cenk. We call it vaginal processing. Correct. Yes.
It looked like it was gonna cause him a lot of trouble, right? Because of the way that I got smeared. Now, it was enormously unfair, right?
I remember.
You remember? And the New York Times had like literally half a dozen outrageous lies about me, including me being anti-Muslim. Okay, okay. So now, what did I do? I called Bernie and said, withdraw your endorsement. Okay, because if you're gonna hurt the movement, you've got a responsibility to say, yeah, that's my position. I'll fight for it on another day. Okay, and I'll fight for it in another way, right? But let's not sink the entire ship, because I don't want 98% of my positions. I want 100% of my positions. Yeah. So that's my thought.
I mean, everyone's going to advocate for the entirety of their beliefs, right? So I think it's unfair to characterize people who maybe you see it as a fringe issue. They're fighting for it because that's what they believe in. I don't think that makes them like crazy. Right, and I think if people want to,
no, and that's right. So, but that's a huge distinction, Jordan. You fight for it. I don't think you're crazy at all. Tons of people that we talk to fight for it. Francesca fights me on it. John sometimes fights me on it. On and on and on. That's not crazy at all. That's normal political discourse, right? But when you say, no, you're not allowed to disagree with me, that makes you a right winger. That's crazy. When you say, hey, let's take the most fringe issue we have and allow it to become the central issue of the election. That's not helpful.
Chatter, did you come in here just to be an object lesson? I feel like you threw me the ball, and I'm gonna have to dunk on you here. I'm menopausal with 2 adult children. I'm a woman. I agree with Anna. I don't want to be called a cis woman or a birthing person. Okay, congratulations. A, you're officially trans now. All right, you're not a cis woman, so, and that's cool. We're cool with that here. And B, you're not a birthing person. Genius, you're not a birthing person. If you can't give birth, that's what the term is for. That perfectly, thank you, thank you, thank you. You illustrated my point perfectly. Now, I'm gonna take you, I'm gonna step back in a minute and say I was joking about the trans thing. You're a woman, but you're not a birthing person. So if you were asked that question, the answer would be no. Whereas if a non-binary person has the capacity to give birth, then they're not a woman, potentially, but they are a birthing person. Do you see? These are different terms. You don't even understand what's being said, and yet you come in here hot, and you're so mad, you're so angry. I don't want to be called a birthing person. Okay, fine. You're literally not one. Congratulations, genius. Congratulations. All right. I'm glad you agree with Anna. You're illustrating that the people that agree with her are fucking ignorant. But maybe I could shed a little light on that for you. You're willing to listen and you don't just get mad. You're literally illustrating my point. You come in here to say I disagree with you, and you prove I'm right. Thank you. Thank you for that setup. Wow.
I would argue it wasn't the
unbelievable
central issue. It was a big ad near the end of the campaign. But when you look at polling, poll after poll after poll shows the most effective topic throughout the campaign was the economy. So and I think just it goes back to a question of utility.
And by the way, yeah, just real quick on that, Jordan, as I clarified before, look, I don't think that cost us the election. I think that the fact that she surrounded herself with the corporate CEOs
that was the
and Liz
thing.
Cheney, et cetera, was that she abandoned the populist message she had in the beginning.
But yeah, thank you for showing us why Anna's wrong.
Total establishment pro-corporate position. That's what cost us the election. But that ad didn't help. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, we disagree on that.
Yeah,
No
we
problem.
don't need to rehab. There's an entire 30-minute YouTube video of us arguing about it if you really want to know how we feel.
That's true. That's true.
I think we're.
All right, Jordan, did you take enough of a dive for Cenk? Is your job safe? You good?
Yeah. They didn't get to any of these. But
No,
give
but there is
give me
one
more. Yeah.
and maybe we could pick it up on Monday or something. So I think you're talking about labels, and a lot of people have looked at TYT as the home of the progressives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're now saying, well, maybe
They should just change their name to the No Labels. No, they should change their name to No Labels, right? That's what you are.
maybe I'm like over here on some of these issues now. Maybe I don't know where I fit. So do you think that also feeds
But
into
not now, Jordan.
What do you mean?
I've never, like when defund the police came out, I said that's a terrible slogan, right? I didn't wait till later, right? When Latinx came out, I said that's a terrible word. Because I'm.
Please understand that you don't even know what you're talking about, Cenk. Latinx is something that people in Latin America who are non-binary came up with as a way to describe themselves. It's not something that anybody was ever trying to impose on. No, now we will no longer say Latino. We will no longer say Latino. We will say Latinx because it's more woke. No, it's a specific word for a specific meaning for a specific person. And it's not the only one either. Some people say Latine, right? So if you are now there's a way for people to identify as such without gendering themselves. If they don't identify as one gender, it's a very specific, case usage, right? It's not something that anybody's trying to, like, I don't know. God, I'm sorry. Bad Empanada, of all people, actually has a good video on this. Bad Empanada explains this at length if you're interested in. But this is just another fucking straw man. That's all you fucking got. You are platforming. You are demonstrating your ignorance here. You don't know what that word is. You don't know who came up with it, and you don't know what it's fucking used for. You're just an ignorant, bloviating mass of bullshit.
I'm not afraid to state my opinions. Affirmative action, I've said for 20 straight years, it was necessary in the beginning, but I think it's doing damage now. I've had the courage of those convictions all throughout, so those things didn't change, just to be clear.
Yes. So I think, do you think, even though it is spread out and the reactions were in real time, now people are looking at a cumulative compilation of these stances. And people doubt this. I mean, you kind of distance yourself a little bit from that term, that label. I mean, I think that could also feed into why people think you're moving right. How would you respond to that? Because this is from a super chat.
Yeah, so look, progressive.
I just love these assholes sitting here reveling in their own ignorance. This is so pathetic.
Progressive used to mean Bernie Sanders 2016, right? And all the issues that we all agreed to. And then just Democrats came around, and certainly they were progressive. And again, I was not only one of the co-founders, I named the group, right? And you saw Ro Khanna on here declare himself a Just Democrat, and that's how it got started, right? And so, but then the squad went in a direction where I tried to stop it. I was like, stick with the super popular positions so we can get more Justice Democrats in, and so we could primary more of these establishment incumbents, so we could take over and actually get these bills passed that are enormously popular but being blocked by the corporate establishment, right? But so when they went into defund the police direction, and actually it began during the campaign, and to be fair to AOC, she went with abolish ICE, and I thought that was a bad idea, but I didn't run the campaign, she did, and it worked for her. She actually used it really effectively against Crowley in a debate. So when I see something that I don't agree with work, I acknowledge it right away. She busted him up in that debate on abolish ICE, okay? So but overall on the national scene, abolish ICE is a terrible slogan. Like, and what people say is, no, we're not stopping people from having.
I just, like, if I was sitting there in Jordan's place, I would say, all right, Cenk, so you think that you think that defund the police is a terrible slogan. Do you want to claw back some of that money from the militarized police budget? Do you want the NYPD to have a submarine and a tank? How do you feel about the funding level of the police? And if you feel that it should be cut back, then what are you going to use? How are you going to tiptoe around the fact that the police need to be defunded? The fact that too much of taxpayer money goes to militarizing the fucking police, goes to incarcerating people who don't need to be incarcerated, as evidenced by the fact that no other country incarcerates people at the rate that we do. How are you going to deal with that? Are you just a chud who believes that maybe the police don't have enough? They could use more money. They don't need to have their budget cut, or that maybe more people could be incarcerated, not less. Are you just a chud? In which case, call yourself a chud. Go ahead and own it. Say you took the red pill and received that fucking paycheck. Or explain to me what is a better alternative. How do you put that into words that you want the police budget to go down, go down? You want that to happen because you think that the number is too high, that we're spending too much money militarizing a police force that over polices all kinds of communities of marginalized people, and that throws too many people, including innocent people, into the prison system.
Any border patrol, we're just going to redirect it to another agency. But then why did you name it abolish ICE? Because people then think that there are no borders, right? So like, don't do that, it's not helpful. And so then it became more of those positions that I think are far left that everybody started associating with progressive. So when you ask somebody what's progressive, they would go, trans people playing in professional sports and abolishing ICE and defunding police, etc.
I'm sorry, trans people playing in sports, is that what you mean? Because the alternative that you have is trans people not participating in sports. Is if you're trans, you don't realize the implications of your ignorant fucking rhetoric, because that's what that is. That's what you're saying. You don't want trans people to participate in sports. Just fucking own it. If you're that much of a bigot, own it.
Well, brother,
this is the man who the world has passed him by, and he doesn't realize that what he is a fucking right winger.
We lost the thread, right? We lost the plot. So what I would love to—
You lost the plot, Cenk. You did. The world has passed you by. And honestly, you and Anna need to find something else to do with your time, because I don't think there's a need for you as political pundits. There certainly isn't a need for you on the left. go do something else with your time, because you suck at this point. You're useless. You're worse than useless. You are a liability and a harm to the movements that you purport to espouse.
And I often call myself a progressive populist now, okay? Because I'm trying to resuscitate, in my opinion, the word progressive, because it means so many wonderful things that I want to get back to, right? I'm adding populist as a distinction between like the far left social issues and the economic issues that unite everybody.
Yeah, no. Look, we're not going to agree. And that's the, I also,
you're fired.
Yeah, but it's like I asked a couple of friends who have like asked me questions over the past few months, like, what's happening there?
Yeah.
It's like, do you guys have anything? What do you think I should ask him? Because I told him this is going to happen tonight. And the first question was, oh, is there going to be any retaliation for certain questions? And it's like, no.
That's what drives me crazy. Like now this is my 18th time saying it. I'll say it one last time, a couple of things, and then we really got to go.
Yeah.
So guys, there's nothing wrong with disagreement. Nothing. If we shut down disagreement, then we become authoritarian, okay? I'm saying the exact opposite. Do not shut down disagreement. Do not just say, and they say, oh, well, you're using far left or whatever as a pejorative. Brother, you called me a right-winger for a 2% disagreement. So who's you?
Cenk, wake the fuck up. All right, Rip Van Winkle, wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey, it's 2024. I don't know what the fuck. You know, if your current set of views is considered left-wing, consider it compared to when you were a college Republican. But it is no longer 1998, my dude. It is no longer 1998. It's 2024. Time marches forward.
Using the wrong labels, right?
And I'm sorry if that upsets you, that you are a fucking chud at this point, but that's what you're giving. You're giving chud.
And to me, the bad faith lying about how they're already right wing and they're all that stuff, that to me disqualifies the person from having a legitimate conversation, because
the only one being disqualified here is you from being taken seriously as somebody who claims to be on the left. You are Dave Rubining, you are Jimmy Doring, you were whatever.
Then you're not trying to have
and Cenk, if there is a part of the left that you have similar viewpoints to, it is actually the establishment left. Those are the people right now trying to blame Kamala Harris's loss on trans people. So just join up. You should be happy. You're a party insider now. You're part of the,
honest disagreement. You're trying to have a dishonest disagreement,
and
right?
People need to recognize the incentives that come along with the laziest and most bad faith interpretation of disagreements online.
Okay, so sorry, anybody that's going to make excuses for Jordan, there you go. There you go. I'm glad that you disagree with Cenk on some issues, Jordan. But you suck at making that argument, and you're literally facilitating what he's doing. I'm sorry. I know people like this guy. I do hope that he, if this is not who you are, Jordan, then you need to fucking quit. You need to stand up and you need to do something. But right now, you're just facilitating his bullshit. I'm sorry.
Economy. It's out there. The incentives are clear. You know what they are. And you know why people...
So yeah, in other words, Silly and Billy, they're following the perverse incentives. They're not being good faith disagreement. They're being bad faith disagreement. And they're being mean to Cenk. So yeah, there we go. There's your dude. There's anybody that says that, like, because this guy argues with Cenk performatively that he is better. I'm sorry. He's team Cenk, team Anna. That's...
do what they do and say what they do. If a disagreement, which we've had often... Totally fine.
But this kind of disagreement, not okay. Not okay. Bad faith.
That's you.
Cenk must be protected, and I'm glad you're there to protect him. Even though you apparently don't agree with him, you're still helping him to do what the fuck he's doing. You're helping him to try to redefine progressive as center fucking right.
And by the way, look, there's also audience capture. And audience capture sometimes happens not because your whole audience wants it, but because the loudest people in the audience want it, right? And so we don't give into that. And now don't take it personally, because remember, the original audience capture that we knew about and didn't do before anybody even knew the term and didn't give into was when we challenged Obama from the left. And Obama, a lot of people who loved Obama and they saw us fight for him against John McCain, against Bush and Cheney, and against Hillary Clinton, if you remember. We supported Obama in the very beginning of the primary, before anyone did, before any politician did, against Hillary Clinton, right? And so at that time, we lost a lot of members, right? But that's okay, because we weren't gonna do audience capture. We were gonna do the right thing. So in this case, though, the other part of the problem with audience capture is the majority of the audience doesn't necessarily agree with the loudest voices in the audience. So sometimes they drown out a lot of folks.
Okay, well, we'll see if your numbers continue to reflect that.
Just watching the show, or who are members who are like, well, I don't really agree, but they're yelling really loud, and I don't want to disagree with them because they're going to yell at me, and I don't want to get yelled at. So in a sense, I'm standing up also for the people in the audience who go, well, I kind of agree with them, but I don't want to say anything because I know I'm going to get my head taken off if I say it publicly, right? So, and somebody's got to stand up for those folks too. And so, look, but last thing is, as I think I said yesterday, look, guys, I get that if I'm calling somebody radical left or extreme left, and you've heard right wingers use that term, you start to wonder, and that's why we're doing this. Hey, wait, does he mean me, right? So understand, no, that's not what I mean, and I'm gonna try far left now. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever gonna settle on one, but we have, because there is policy disagreements. Maybe it's not.
I'll make it more simple for you. Recognize that you have moved to the center. Recognize that you're a centrist now.
Huge policy disagreements, but the right wing utilizes that so effectively, and it drives me crazy. So, but it doesn't mean that I want to push you away, and it doesn't mean that you're not part of this community. Jordan's part of this community. Everybody, our hosts that disagree with me are part of the community, the audiences, etc. But it's also okay to say, hey, Cenk, you're far left on gun control. I'm far left on trans issues. I'm moderate on this. You're moderate on that. That's not the end of the world, guys. We have to be, and when we disagree a little bit and push people out.
Emily French pointing out that the only loud one in this conversation is actually Cenk himself.
And the right wing, so the right wing reaction to me is, they're like, dude, you're anti-war and anti-corruption? Oh, see, he turned after the election. I'm like, not only have I been saying that for a quarter of a century, the left has been saying that for a quarter of a century, but the right wing doesn't even realize that. Yeah. Because all they ever heard was,
he's literally looking at his phone.
The most extreme positions.
He's like, get me the fuck out of here.
Right? So now they're beginning to realize, oh my God, they're anti-war and anti-corruption too, right? So you've got to keep the dialogue going, and you also have to keep the disagreement going. You don't shut anything down, don't push people out. The more the right wing says, oh, and last thought on that is, they said, oh, you're anti-war, anti-corruption, you're MAGA. Okay, now I'm not MAGA, but that is their way of welcoming people.
You're not MAGA, you're just a useful tool for MAGA.
Even if they disagree 90%. Yeah. And if one side is constantly welcoming and the other side is constantly pushing people out, you lose popular votes, right? We had the popular vote locked in, and now all of a sudden Trump won the popular vote. Let's expand the tent. Let's fight from time to time, but when we fight, let's fight on policy. Let's fight on normal, good disagreements so we can get to the right answer instead of fighting on a personal way. And if you've seen me lash out, and you said, well, Cenk, you did it, I swear to God, and it's okay if you don't believe me on any of it, but I swear to God, I don't do it until the other side does it about 12 times. At some point, I go, all right, you want it, I'll give it to you, right? But I would never go and lash out against someone on the left-wing host out of nowhere because they're like, oh, we disagree with Cenk. Do you know how many people have disagreed with me through these 22 years? Millions and millions. That is not the reason for a fight. When people lie about you about 12 times, that's the reason I fight back. Anyways, I hope this helped. Thank you, Jordan, for doing it. I wish I had a chance to read more of these. Maybe we'll save him again for Monday. Yeah. Okay. Monday. And thank you guys, for all of you, for having an open mind.
All right, there we go. There we go. So that's TYT's bonus episode that they've opened up to the public. This was the bonus episode from Friday. We also watched the bonus episode from Thursday. These are 2 episodes where, in the Thursday episode, they named names. They named, the Vanguard. They didn't say Silly and Billy. They said the Vanguard. They talked about Mondale. They talked about Ben Dixon. They talked about Bonnie. They talked about Mondale. Right? They named the names of their critics. And then this one, Cenk forces his employee to come in and act as a fig leaf for his bullshit. And unfortunately, Jordan seemed more than willing to do it. So, look, if I'm glad that Jordan doesn't agree with some of Cenk's worst viewpoints. I wish that he would refuse to act as a tool for laundering those. But hey, look, maybe he'll get to that. All right. Unlike Cenk, I've got hope for Jordan, and I've got hope for everybody at TYT. But it is getting, to the point where you got to put up or shut up. You're gonna have to separate yourself from TYT, or you are going to be considered to be part of it. You are, even if you disagree with them on this, at this point, we need more principled people to do what Mondale did, stand up and walk the fuck out. And do I think that's going to change what Cenk and Anna are doing? No, they're just going to double down, but it's going to deny them that network. And it's going to wake more and more people within TYT up to the fact that they're not living up to what people have, what people were supporting, right? The stuff that people were giving TYT money, giving TYT their time, giving TYT their support to accomplish is not stuff that they're interested in accomplishing anymore. So more and more people in the network can stand up and make people aware of that. I think that we can save more of the TYT audience, because the thing is, they did a lot to consolidate a progressive audience and create a community out of that. I don't think that community is bad. I mean, you saw me have some smoke for Jordan, given what he said in the last few minutes there. I don't have the same smoke for the Dragon Gang. I don't have the same smoke for the TYT audience, because I know that there are a lot of them that either they're not recognizing what's happening or they're unwilling to admit what's happening. And the best we can do is to try to reach out to them in good faith, and realize that our gripe is with Cenk and Anna. Our gripe is not with the Dragon Gang. Our gripe is not with the TYT audience. I don't have any hate for them. But yeah, if you became part of that community to support the home of the progressives, understand that home is moving and you need to move with it. So, oh my God, chat, I stayed up late tonight. I love when Matt's gloves come off. When is TYT moving to Rumble? Good question. Good question. All right, so speaking of support, there's a lot of people that support me that make it possible for me to do this show in the first place, right? And I am very grateful to all of them. I'm grateful to the mods. Mods, you seem to have had a kind, like, I didn't realize, I don't know when I realized it, but that was a pretty tough night. There was a lot to deal with, so I appreciate you dealing with that, keeping the chat a comfortable place to talk and to discuss. And so massive appreciation goes out to the mods. I also want to thank my Patreons, right? My Patreons allow me to do this show by supporting me every month at various tiers. Now, at the first tier, at every tier, you get, as a Patreon, the videos before they come out for anybody else. So when I do a video, it comes out for Patreon first. And they get to watch it first. Sometimes a different version of the video. Sometimes it's an early release with with no censorship and no editing. So it's like a longer play version of the video, and sometimes a closer video to, like in the case of the last few videos, to what I end up putting out. So yeah, thank you for that. I also, at the second tier, at the $5 and greater level, I give a fancy shout out to all of the fancy weasels. So shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Tracy Eva, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Nadia, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, and shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out for Zera Xerix, for Rachel K, for Crystal Saphira, and for Omega Star. Massive appreciation to all of you who support me on Patreon. Let's see what... We need 2 more hours for it to be a full 8 hours? Jeez. I mean, I started kind of late. I was actually watching, I was curious what the Vanguard, like they had Ben Dixon on. That was an interesting interview. Hopefully, the squirrels are Ben Dixon's audience. Are they? Is that the squirrels? I thought the squirrel was the clickbait audience. But yeah, Ben Dixon definitely part of the clickbaity political thirst trap podcast. So maybe Dragon Squad has a lot of people in solidarity with us on the issue. Just wish they'd realize all the TDR money is 100%. Oh, okay. The damage report. That's right. Dragon Gang is mainly John's audience. So you're funding John. You're still funding TYT. Yeah, that does. Do weasels like the squirrels? Yeah, definitely. We're pro squirrel. We're a pro squirrel podcast here. But yeah, thank you, chat, for being here to support me and to share this. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. We had some pretty good numbers here. We almost hit 300. But that's where we're at right now, chat. That's where we're at. And so be on the lookout for more drama, because this is what happens when you start to, you start to show up as a like bigger, you show up to more and more people. Some of those people are good and some of those people are not so good. All right. So we'll be looking forward to that, to more conversations with more people, maybe, including some people that you are also fans of. We'll also be looking forward to some bad faith drama from people who are maybe jealous that, my numbers have gone up, and that I will deal with the haters, as someone once famously said, we'll deal with the haters when we deal with the haters. We'll get to them when we get to them. All right. I'm not going to waste time worrying about that, but I just do know from past experience that, yeah, growing is a great way to attract some not so great people. But like I said, we will deal with that when we deal with that. Matt Lesh is one of my favorites on MR. He displays the kind of assholishness typically found on the other side. Okay, I can appreciate that. Yeah, shouts out to the mods. Seriously, the mods did a lot tonight. I could tell. I could tell the mods were kind of dealing with a lot. So, but much love, everybody, and I will talk to you again tomorrow. And until then, have a good night. And take care of each other. When am I going on the Vanguard? I don't know. When I'm newsworthy, maybe. I mean, they usually, they're not just like having conversations over there, right? They're talking about specific issues. But Oh yeah, I'm raiding into Streamlord over on Twitch too, so check out Streamlord on both platforms. Anyway, much love everybody. Thank you for all the support, and thank you for holding it down for us, mods. I massively appreciate that. That was not easy what the mods did tonight. So everybody give the mods some love. Hey, good night.